Summary: reborn into the body of a poor young boy in an unknown village in another world, Qing felt quite helpless. Fortunately, he awakened an ability to see through the information of objects, which gave him a bit of capital to survive. He looked at a weed by the road. Cow bone grass, average quality, medicinal, highly effective in treating bone injuries. He looked at a red carp in the river. Red moon carp, excellent quality, delicious meat, a top-grade nourishing food. He looked at a wild rabbit in the mountains. Gray rabbit, ordinary wild rabbit, edible. With his innate ability, Qing gradually established himself in the village, able to survive. Just when he thought he would lead a peaceful life in this ancient world with low productivity, one day, he suddenly saw a figure sweeping across the sky. Chapter 1: Awakening After Rebirth, Glug. Early in the morning, Qing woke up to the growling of his stomach. Feeling the hunger in his belly, he sighed and rubbed his stomach. All your noise is in vain. Where am I supposed to find food now? He looked around at his surroundings, a shabby house that could barely be called a home, and gave a bitter smile. Others might have transmigrated smoothly, yet here he was, unable to even fill his stomach. What kind of situation was this? He had been lying in bed for 2 days now. 2 days ago, when Qing opened his eyes, he found himself in this unknown world, dressed in rags, skin and bones. He had even become a teenage boy. Later, after some time, Qing figured out his predicament. He had transmigrated, reborn into a young man who had just lost both parents, and after selling his family possessions for their burial, he was unable to make it through a cold night due to a weak body and excessive grief. Source.com, updated on Omicron 0. Omicron. Perhaps, for the original host, this was somewhat of a relief. This was Qing's first thought after accessing the memories in his mind. Surviving in this world as a teenager was too difficult. Death might not necessarily be a bad thing. However, brother, you're awake. Suddenly, Qing's thoughts were interrupted by an excited shout. He turned his head and saw a little girl about 5 or 6 years old, holding a gray object in her hands and standing at the door, looking at him with joy on her face. The little girl ran up to Qing. Brother, are you feeling better? Yes, I'm better now, little Yen. You don't need to worry anymore, Qing replied with a smile. That's great, brother, you're finally better. Hearing Qing say he was alright, the little girl's eyes turned red, tears rolling down her cheeks. These past 2 days your face has been really red and hot, and you kept saying you were cold. I didn't know what to do. You wouldn't respond however loudly I called you. I thought you were going to leave me behind just like dad and mom. Watching the little girl cry made Qing feel a surge of heartache. He had been merging with the memories in his mind for the past 2 days and appeared to be in a coma. Although he could barely sense the outside noise, his consciousness couldn't stay clear, except for briefly waking up a few times. He quickly fell back into unconsciousness again. He vaguely heard the little girls crying and yelling, but couldn't respond. Qing reached out and ruffled the little girl's dry yellow hair. It's my fault, little Yen. I promise you, I won't get sick anymore. Will that stop you from worrying? Yes, little Yen broke into a smile and extended her little hand. Then, let's make a pinky promise. Qing extended his pinky, and they hooked their fingers together. Hooked fingers, 100 years no change, whoever changes is a puppy. After making the promise, little Yen instantly felt happier. In her little mind, since they had made a pinky promise, nothing would change anymore, and her brother would never get sick again. Little Yen, what are you holding in your hand? That's when Qing noticed the object in the little girl's hand. It's a steamed bun, brother, don't you recognize it? Little Yen held up the gray object in both hands and handed it to Qing, excitedly saying, it's from Grandpa Zhang next door. Little Yen didn't want to eat it alone, so I thought I'd bring it back to share with you. I just got back and saw that you were better. A steamed bun? Qing looked at the drab object, which differed significantly from the buns he remembered. However, knowing he was now in another world, he felt at ease again. If even the world had changed, it was no surprise the buns looked different. As he pondered this, his gaze lingered on the gray bun for a few seconds, when suddenly, a line of text appeared. Coarse grain bun, made of rice bran, wheat flour, and wild vegetables, with limited nutrition. At the same time, the bun emanated a gray light. What was this? Qing blinked, realizing the text still floated above the gray bun and hadn't disappeared. It seemed it wasn't an illusion. Before Qing could delve deeper, little Yen held the gray bun and offered it to his lips. Brother, eat this. You've just recovered, and Grandpa Chen said people need to eat something nourishing after being sick. Feeling the starving hunger sweeping his body as he smelled the grainy scent of the bun, Qing, who was ravenous, didn't make a fuss. He took the bun, tore off half, and handed it back to little Yen. Let's eat together. He hadn't forgotten that the little one had mentioned earlier that the bun was given to her, and she wanted to share it with him. Unexpectedly, little Yen shook her head and pushed the half back into Lu Qing's hand. Brother, eat, little Yen is not hungry. You need to eat more so your body can recover faster. Though she said this, Lu Qing distinctly saw her involuntary swallowing when she handed the bun back. Looking at her pale yellow hair, he felt a wave of pity and once again placed the half back in her hand. Brother just recovered and shouldn't eat too much at once, it will upset the stomach. So, you eat this half. Is that so? Little Yen, holding the half bun, tilted her head and asked, but it seems different from what Grandpa Chen said. People recovering from serious illness should avoid overeating. If you don't believe, you can ask Grandpa Chen next time if it's true, Lu Qing said. Okay. Little Yen nodded, not fully understanding, yet, she didn't realize that a coarse grain bun was far from excessive eating. Lu Qing took the opportunity to coax, since I can't finish it, let's eat together, little Yen. If it gets cold, it won't taste good. Okay. Little Yen nodded firmly, since brother can't finish, little Yen will help. The siblings thus joyfully nibbled at their halves of the bun. Soon, Lu Qing finished his half. The empty feeling in his stomach finally alleviated with a bit of sustenance, and a warmth spread from his belly, rejuvenating him. To be fair, the bun didn't taste that great, but it was substantial and not small in size. Even with just half, it slightly eased Lu Qing's hunger, not leaving him dizzy and weak as before, seeing little Yen still nibbling diligently. Lu Qing didn't disturb her and turned his attention to another matter. He remembered the line of text that had appeared on the bun. Thinking it over, Lu Qing stood up, walked to the table, and picked up a chipped bowl. He placed it before his eyes and watched quietly. Then, after a few seconds, he saw a layer of gray light emerge on the bowl with a line of text. Broken pottery bowl, a chipped pottery bowl that seems a bit unclean. It was just as he suspected, and a smile crossed Lu Qing's face. Chapter 2 Superpower. Oh no, don't run. Inside the small courtyard enclosed by a simple wooden fence, little Yen was chasing a butterfly with her short, little legs. Lu Qing sat on a stone stump, looking at a plant with small red flowers in his hand. At this moment, in his field of vision, the plant with the small red flowers was emitting a faint white glow, with two lines of text floating above it. Cow bone grass, average quality, can be used medicinally, seems to be quite effective for bone injuries, might be useful when injured. It had taken some time, but Lu Qing had more or less figured out what the text before his eyes was all about. In simple terms, perhaps due to transmigration, he had acquired a superpower. The main manifestation of this superpower for now was that whenever he concentrated his gaze on a certain item, after a while, the item would glow and a simple text description would appear. Moreover, the longer the gaze stayed, the more information he would get, but this information wasn't unlimited. There seemed to be some standard to it. This standard, Lu Qing guessed for the time being, probably had something to do with the glow that emerged from the items. Items with a gray glow, no matter how long he looked, only had one strip of description. Source.com, updated on Omicron New 0.C0. Items with a white glow had more than 2 strips of description, and the cow bone grass in Lu Qing's hands was the only plant he had found around the small courtyard that emitted a white light. What is this? A game interface? Lu Qing thought of some of the map running games he had played occasionally in his previous life. He thought about it and beckoned with his hand. Little Yen, come here a moment. Brother, what is it? The little one ran over cheerfully. Brother wants to take a look at you. Lu Qing helped the little one remove the withered grass sticking to her head and focused his gaze on her face. After a while, a faint white glow appeared on little Yen, and a line of text emerged above her. Lu Xian, a human cub, female. What a poor description. Lu Qing's head throbbed with several black lines. However, he continued to look on. After a while, another line of text appeared. A pitiful human cub. She seems to be a bit malnourished. Lu Qing paused, looking at the little one's yellowish hair on her head. Feeling somewhat silent, brother, have you finished looking? Little Yen looked up innocently and asked, yes, I have. Little Yen will definitely be a great beauty when she grows up. Lu Qing rubbed the little one's hair tenderly. Little Yen tilted her head. What's a great beauty? Ha ha, you'll know when you grow up. Hearing the little one's innocently spoken words, Lu Qing's mood also brightened a lot. No matter what the future holds, the most important thing for now is to take good care of this little one who depends on him for life. This was also the biggest lingering wish left by the original owner before his death, and to live well in this strange world, he would have to rely on this inexplicably acquired superpower. With this thought, Lu Qing picked up the cow bone grass and placed it in front of Little Yen. Little Yen, do you know what this plant is and what it's used for? Little Yen looked at the plant with the blue flowers, furrowed her brows in concentration for a moment, and then shook her head. I don't know, but Grandpa Zhang's big ox seems to really like eating this kind of grass. Seeing Little Yen didn't know, Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh at himself. He was being foolish. Even the original owner's memories didn't contain any information about cow bone grass, and yet he had expected a child of only a few years to know. However, Little Yen's next statement made him pause. Brother, if you want to know what this grass is, you can go ask Grandpa Chen. He loves all these flowers and plants, and he even likes to brew those flowers and plants into a bitter concoction for us to drink. At this point, Little Yen seemed to recall something, and her entire little face scrunched up. Grandpa Chen, Lu Qing reminisced within his memories, and soon, the image of a kind and lean old man surfaced in his mind. The elder doctor respected by the villagers. Doctor, a thought flickered through Lu Qing's mind. According to the note, cow bone grass was undoubtedly a medicinal herb, but he wondered whether old Dr. Chen knew how to use it. Little Yen, when brother was sick. Did Grandpa Chen come over? He did, brother. You were always sleeping at that time, and even when Little Yen called out to you, you wouldn't wake up. I was scared, so I cried a lot. Then Grandpa Chen came, and after looking at you, he said you were sick, something about a cold wind. He brewed that bitter medicine for you to drink, and after you drank it, a day later, brother, you woke up. As Little Yen spoke, she suddenly exclaimed in awe, Grandpa Chen is so amazing. Brother got better just by drinking a bowl of bitter water. Lu Qing was silent. Only he knew that the medicine old Dr. Chen had prescribed hadn't saved the boy's life, but now he remembered that during the haze of his consciousness, he had indeed felt someone feeding him something that gave his chilling body a sliver of warmth, protecting his heart and allowing him to endure the difficult period of consciousness fusion. Otherwise, with his frail body, it was uncertain whether he would have woken up successfully. In hindsight, it seemed that old Dr. Chen indeed possessed genuine skills and thus had earned his gratitude. Lu Qing was pondering this when he suddenly felt a gaze. Looking down, he saw Little Yen staring at him. What's wrong, Little Yen? Brother, Little Yen is hungry. Lu Qing felt hungry, too. He hadn't eaten much to begin with, and the half of a bun he had eaten earlier was long digested. But he had noticed earlier that there was nothing left to eat at home. The rice jar was so clean that even mice wouldn't come near. If it weren't for Grandpa Zhang next door, in the days that he had been unconscious, Little Yen might have starved. With this in mind, Lu Qing remembered that he should thank Grandpa Zhang and old Dr. Chen for their care. Without their help, he and his sister might not have survived. But their home was currently too poor, completely empty, and they couldn't even offer a small gift of thanks. He decided to first figure out how to fill their stomachs. The thanks could wait a little longer, but where could he find food? Most of the family's farmland had been sold by the original owner to afford their parents' funerals. The little that remained was neglected and bore almost no harvest, so the prospect of finding sustenance in the fields was hopeless. Distant waters couldn't extinguish a nearby fire. Even if they planted crops now, they wouldn't grow in time, and they could starve before the crops matured. After some thought, Lu Qing went into the room where his parents once lived, searched around, and finally found a metal needle and some hemp thread from a small box. The needle was much thicker than the embroidery needles from his past life, seeming quite sturdy. Lu Qing took out the metal needle, heated it in fire for a bit, and then used a pair of chopsticks to bend it into a hook shape. He then took several strands of the hemp thread, carefully twisted them into a somewhat thicker and more durable thread, and tightly tied the iron hook. Next, he cut a length of resilient bamboo from the clump behind the house and tied the other end of the hemp line to it. Lastly, he tied a segment of dry wood above the hook on the hemp line to serve as a float. A simple fishing rod was thus crafted by Lu Qing. Chapter 2 Superpower. Oh no, don't run. Inside the small courtyard enclosed by a simple wooden fence, Little Yen was chasing a butterfly with her short, little legs. Lu Qing sat on a stone stump, looking at a plant with small red flowers in his hand. At this moment, in his field of vision, the plant with the small red flowers was emitting a faint white glow, with 2 lines of text floating above it. Cow bone grass, average quality, can be used medicinally, seems to be quite effective for bone injuries, might be useful when injured. It had taken some time, but Lu Qing had more or less figured out what the text before his eyes was all about. In simple terms, perhaps due to transmigration, he had acquired a superpower. The main manifestation of this superpower for now was that whenever he concentrated his gaze on a certain item, after a while, the item would glow and a simple text description would appear. Moreover, the longer the gaze stayed, the more information he would get, but this information wasn't unlimited. There seemed to be some standard to it. This standard, Lu Qing guessed for the time being, probably had something to do with the glow that emerged from the items. Items with a gray glow, no matter how long he looked, only had one strip of description, source.com, updated on Omicron New 0.C0. Items with a white glow had more than 2 strips of description, and the cow bone grass in Lu Qing's hands was the only plant he had. Found around the small courtyard that emitted a white light. What is this, a game interface? Lu Qing thought of some of the map running games he had played occasionally in his previous life. He thought about it and beckoned with his hand. Little Yen, come here a moment. Brother, what is it? The little one ran over cheerfully. Brother wants to take a look at you. Lu Qing helped the little one remove the withered grass sticking to her head and focused his gaze on her face. After a while, a faint white glow appeared on little Yen, and a line of text emerged above her. Lu Xian, a human cub, female. What a poor description. Lu Qing's head throbbed with several black lines. However, he continued to look on. After a while, another line of text appeared. A pitiful human cub. She seems to be a bit malnourished. Lu Qing paused, looking at the little one's yellowish hair on her head. Feeling somewhat silent, brother, have you finished looking? Little Yen looked up innocently and asked, yes, I have. Little Yen will definitely be a great beauty when she grows up. Lu Qing rubbed the little one's hair tenderly. Little Yen tilted her head. What's a great beauty? Ha ha, you'll know when you grow up. Hearing the little one's innocently spoken words, Lu Qing's mood also brightened a lot. No matter what the future holds, the most important thing for now is to take good care of this little one who depends on him for life. This was also the biggest lingering wish left by the original owner before his death, and to live well in this strange world, he would have to rely on this inexplicably acquired superpower. With this thought, Lu Qing picked up the cow bone grass and placed it in front of Little Yen. Little Yen, do you know what this plant is and what it's used for? Little Yen looked at the plant with the blue flowers, furrowed her brows in concentration for a moment, and then shook her head. I don't know, but Grandpa Zhang's big ox seems to really like eating this kind of grass. Seeing Little Yen didn't know, Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh at himself. He was being foolish. Even the original owner's memories didn't contain any information about cow bone grass, and yet he had expected a child of only a few years to know. However, Little Yen's next statement made him pause. Brother, if you want to know what this grass is, you can go ask Grandpa Chen. He loves all these flowers and plants, and he even likes to brew those flowers and plants into a bitter concoction for us to drink. At this point, Little Yen seemed to recall something, and her entire little face scrunched up. Grandpa Chen, Lu Qing reminisced within his memories, and soon, the image of a kind and lean old man surfaced in his mind. The elder doctor respected by the villagers. Doctor, a thought flickered through Lu Qing's mind. According to the note, cow bone grass was undoubtedly a medicinal herb, but he wondered whether old Dr. Chen knew how to use it. Little Yen, when brother was sick. Did Grandpa Chen come over? He did, brother. You were always sleeping at that time, and even when Little Yen called out to you, you wouldn't wake up. I was scared, so I cried a lot. Then Grandpa Chen came, and after looking at you, he said you were sick, something about a cold wind. He brewed that bitter medicine for you to drink, and after you drank it, a day later, brother, you woke up. As Little Yen spoke, she suddenly exclaimed in awe, Grandpa Chen is so amazing. Brother got better just by drinking a bowl of bitter water. Lu Qing was silent. Only he knew that the medicine old Dr. Chen had prescribed hadn't saved the boy's life, but now he remembered that during the haze of his consciousness, he had indeed felt someone feeding him something that gave his chilling body a sliver of warmth, protecting his heart and allowing him to endure the difficult period of consciousness fusion. Otherwise, with his frail body, it was uncertain whether he would have woken up successfully. In hindsight, it seemed that old Dr. Chen indeed possessed genuine skills and thus had earned his gratitude. Lu Qing was pondering this when he suddenly felt a gaze. Looking down, he saw Little Yen staring at him. What's wrong, Little Yen? Brother, Little Yen is hungry. Lu Qing felt hungry, too. He hadn't eaten much to begin with, and the half of a bun he had eaten earlier was long digested. But he had noticed earlier that there was nothing left to eat at home. The rice jar was so clean that even mice wouldn't come near. If it weren't for Grandpa Zhang next door, in the days that he had been unconscious, Little Yen might have starved. With this in mind, Lu Qing remembered that he should thank Grandpa Zhang and old Dr. Chen for their care. Without their help, he and his sister might not have survived. But their home was currently too poor, completely empty, and they couldn't even offer a small gift of thanks. He decided to first figure out how to fill their stomachs. The thanks could wait a little longer, but where could he find food? Most of the family's farmland had been sold by the original owner to afford their parents' funerals. The little that remained was neglected and bore almost no harvest, so, the prospect of finding sustenance in the fields was hopeless. Distant waters couldn't extinguish a nearby fire. Even if they planted crops now, they wouldn't grow in time, and they could starve before the crops matured. After some thought, Qing went into the room where his parents once lived, searched around, and finally found a metal needle and some hemp thread from a small box. The needle was much thicker than the embroidery needles from his past life. Seeming quite sturdy, Qing took out the metal needle, heated it in fire for a bit, and then used a pair of chopsticks to bend it into a hook shape. He then took several strands of the hemp thread, carefully twisted them into a somewhat thicker and more durable thread, and tightly tied the iron hook. Next, he cut a length of resilient bamboo from the clump behind the house and tied the other end of the hemp line to it. Lastly, he tied a segment of drywood above the hook on the hemp line to serve as a float. A simple fishing rod was thus crafted by Qing. Chapter 3. Want to go fishing, brother? What is this? Little Yen had been quietly watching Qing busily working away, and when he finished making the fishing rod, she couldn't help but ask with curiosity, "This is called a fishing rod, it's used for fishing. Whether we'll have anything to eat today depends entirely on this." Qing waved the bamboo rod, testing its feel in his hand, and he was somewhat satisfied. In his previous life, he was an angling enthusiast and would sometimes enjoy making small rods for fun. He hadn't expected this skill would actually come in handy here. The little one's eyes suddenly sparkled. "Brother, can you catch fish?" "Whether I can catch any is still uncertain. Let's try and see. If we really catch fish, we'll have fish soup to drink." Fish soup. Upon hearing these two words, little Yen had already drifted into a fantasy, her saliva almost spilling from the corner of her mouth. "Brother, let's go fishing quickly." The little one was becoming impatient. The last time she had fish was a long time ago, during the new year, when their father had bought a big fish from the market. In her memory, fish was incredibly delicious. "Don't be in such a hurry, we still need to prepare some bait." Source.com, updated on Omicron New 0. Bait wasn't hard to find. Qing went to a cooler, fertile patch of earth in the corner of the courtyard and after digging a couple of times, found the bait he needed. Red earthworm, a great helper for loosening soil, seemingly can also be used as medicine. Ignoring the peculiar information that appeared about the earthworm, Qing placed it into a bamboo tube. He was digging up this creature not to use as medicine. He didn't understand medical skills. After sealing the bamboo tube, leaving only a small hole for air, Qing shouldered the fishing rod and carried an old wooden bucket in his hand. The siblings set off, walking proudly to the outside. No sooner had they left the small courtyard and not gone far in the village, they were stopped by a woman. "Qing, you're better, able to walk?" The woman was cradling a basket of clothes, clearly just back from washing them. Her tone was full of surprise. Wasn't it said that the Lu family boy was seriously ill, and barely had any breath left? Even elder Dr. Chen had seen him and said it was up to fate. How come in just one day, he was bouncing around, able to go outside? Just last night, the villagers were discussing when to go collect his body. "Yes, Aunt Wang, I don't know how, but after sleeping for 2 days, my illness slowly got better, and this morning I could get out of bed," Qing answered in the previous owner's usual tone of voice. It was fortunate that the former host was somewhat reserved by nature and not difficult to imitate. "Brother got better after drinking Grandpa Chen's medicine." Little Yen interjected from the side. Aunt Wang didn't pay attention to any changes in Qing's character. Seeing that Qing seemed truly better, she also smiled. She repeatedly said, "It's good that you're better, really good." At the same time, she let out a sigh of relief. The last 2 days, a few elderly people in the village had visited Qing and afterwards had said that he probably wouldn't make it through the ordeal. Everyone was discussing what would become of Lu Xiaoyan if the Lu family boy really didn't make it. The consensus among the elders was that one of the village families should take in little Yen, with the rest pitching in some money as a nutritional stipend. To her dismay, her own man came back saying he wanted to adopt little Yen, claiming that during a previous famine when everyone fled the village together, the Lu family's patriarch had been kind to him and he couldn't stand to see his last bloodline go uncared for. Naturally, Aunt Wang was not pleased with the idea of an unexpected burden, but she dared not openly rebuke her man, so all she could do was pray that Qing would pull through. Now seeing that Qing had indeed recovered, she sincerely felt happy. Thinking of this, Aunt Wang said earnestly to Qing, Qing, you must take good care of yourself in the future. Little Yen only has you to rely on now. If you were not here either, what would she do, all alone?" Qing was somewhat surprised. In the original host's memory, this Aunt Wang didn't seem to be such a warm-hearted person. However, he still politely responded, "I understand. Thank you for your concern, Aunt Wang. I will take good care of little Yen." Good, that's a smart boy, and Wang was satisfied. As long as Lu Qing was still around, her man wouldn't get the idea of adopting little Yen, and she wouldn't have to worry anymore. As her spirits lifted, and Wang finally noticed the items the siblings were holding in their hands. You are holding buckets and bamboo poles. What are you going to do with those? Aunt Wang, my brother and I are going to catch fish. Little Yen happily exclaimed, catch fish? Aunt Wang asked, puzzled. With just a bamboo pole and a broken bucket, what kind of fish could they possibly catch? She thought about the current conditions of the Lu family and suddenly realized. Could it be that these two siblings were so hungry that they wanted to go down to the river to catch fish to eat? Aunt Wang quickly said, you must be hungry, come on, come back to my house with me, I still have some food there. Lu Qing, you've only just begun to feel better. What are you doing going down to the river? Don't catch a cold and get sick again. Don't worry, Aunt Wang, we're not going into the river, we just want to try fishing from the shore, Lu Qing said with a smile, declining the offer. A free meal would naturally be lovely, but he and his sister couldn't keep relying on the villagers forever, otherwise, even the warmest of relations would one day run dry. Fishing? Lu Qing, do you even know that skill? Aunt Wang was surprised. She, of course, knew what fishing was, but it seemed that no one in the village was particularly skilled in it. Did Lu Qing understand? I only know a little. Heard about it from my father before and wanted to try, Lu Qing replied. Aunt Wang then remembered that Lu Qing's father could read some and often traveled outside the village. Surely his experiences were much broader than those of the other villagers. Maybe he knew some special method. Still, Aunt Wang was somewhat worried. There's no hurry at the moment. Your health has just started to improve, you need to rest more. Is fishing really that easy? Don't end up catching a cold again because you stood by the river for too long without catching fish. If Lu Qing fell ill again, with his frail body, it was uncertain whether he could survive another bout. Lu Qing heard the concern in her voice and felt touched. Don't worry, Aunt Wang, I'll be careful and won't overdo it. Aunt Wang tried persuading him further, but seeing that it was to no avail, she could only say, then you have to promise Aunt Wang, you absolutely must not go into the river. Okay, we absolutely won't go into the river. Goodbye, Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang watched as Lu Qing and his sister walked toward the village outskirts when suddenly, she had a realization. Right, I must hurry and tell that stubborn man at home that the Lu boy has recovered, so he can drop the idea of adopting the little girl. Aunt Wang rushed home hastily, while the Lu siblings, on their way out, also ran into a few more people from the village. Every villager who saw Lu Qing was shocked and asked how he had recovered from his sickness. Each time, little Yen would happily tell them that her brother got better after taking Grandpa Chen's medicine. This made the crowd not only surprised but also gave them even more respect for old Dr. Chen. The elder doctor's medical skill had truly become exquisite. He could even save someone like Lu Qing, who was at death's door. That was incredible. After expressing their astonishment, everyone was also happy for the Lu family, because with Lu Qing alive, the family's lineage was preserved. When they learned that Lu Qing was going to the riverside to catch fish, they all urged him not to, as it was not suitable to get into cold water just after recovering from a serious illness. Only after Lu Qing promised repeatedly that he wouldn't go into the river did they stop dissuading him. Moreover, when they heard that Lu Qing was going to fish, they lost interest. Who didn't know how to fish? Some of the villagers had even tried to fish themselves. After all, river fish were plump and delicious, free for the taking. Who wouldn't be tempted? But in the end, all who had tried gave up. They felt fishing was just too difficult. They often waited half a day only to catch one or two small fish. Even if they did catch a bigger fish, it wasn't worth the effort. Didn't everyone have loads of farming work to do? Spending so much time for a fish or two was a waste. Life had to go on. It was probably because Lu Qing's family fields were fallow, with no farm work to be done and not a grain of surplus food left, that he thought of fishing for something to eat. After understanding Lu Qing's intentions, people stopped trying to stop him, and after a few more reminders, they dispersed. On the other hand, a few older children became very interested upon hearing Lu Qing's words. They followed behind the siblings and headed for the riverside, eager to see how he would fish. Chapter 4, Fishing Spots. Lu Qing, followed by a string of little followers, arrived at the riverside just outside the village. The river wasn't very large. At its widest, it was only about 10 meters across. Although the river wasn't wide, it was quite deep. The deepest parts could submerge a person's head, so the adults always forbade the village children from playing in the river. Lu Qing naturally heeded such warnings, so, once he reached the riverbank, he immediately said sternly to the few little kids who had followed him, "You guys, don't go near the riverbank, and don't play in the water, got it?" Despite his slender build, Qing was already 14 or 15 years old, which made him seem almost like an adult in the eyes of the children. Because of that, the kids dared not disobey him and obediently responded, "Got it, brother Qing." Seeing that the little kids had agreed, Qing then said to little Yen, "And little Yen, you have to be good too, don't go near the riverbank. Just watch the bucket up here, and don't let the fish get away, okay?" Okay, little Yen also obediently responded, and then asked, "Brother, when are you going to start fishing? Don't rush me, I need to look a little longer." Fishing isn't about randomly choosing a spot to fish. This was the wisdom Qing had gleaned from experience. In the pursuit of fishing, if you wanted to catch good fish, there were several important steps. Source.com updated on Omicron Nuda. For instance, choosing a spot, baiting the water, setting the float, and preparing the bait. Each step could influence the angler's chances of getting a bite. Among these steps, the most crucial was undoubtedly choosing the right fishing spot. A good fishing spot could directly affect the probability of getting a bite. After all, it's tough to cook without rice. If a poorly chosen spot had no fish beneath the water, even if you were a masterful angler with excellent fishing techniques, it would all be to no avail and unlikely yield any results. In his past life, Qing had been an avid fisherman and had gained quite a bit of insight into the art of fishing. Therefore, he was also quite experienced in choosing fishing spots. Although he now found himself in a different world, many of the principles that govern all things remain consistent across the board. The fish of Otherworld, he figured, probably didn't behave too differently, so he thought that maybe he could use his previous life's experience to pick a good spot and make this fishing trip more efficient and rewarding. He didn't even consider baiting the water this time. At home, they were short on food for themselves, let alone extra to bait the water with. After instructing the little tykes not to wander off and to stay by a big tree, Qing began to walk up and down the riverbank, surveying the surface of the water. Soon, he spotted a location that seemed promising. He found a stick to press down the weeds at the water's edge and made his way to the spot to have a closer look. This was a bend in the river, where the flow was gentle and the water plants lush, seemingly a decent spot for fishing. After observing for a while, Qing felt somewhat satisfied and was about to turn back to fetch his fishing rod, when a flicker of gray light suddenly appeared in his field of vision. To Qing, such a gray glow was all too familiar. He had seen it countless times that day. He froze and quietly watched the water surface. He saw the gray light slowly surface, forming a spiral water pattern about 1 meter in diameter on the water. Subsequently, a line of text appeared: "Ordinary fishing spots, where the small fish gather." It seems to be a good choice for fishing. Its location was precisely the spot that Qing had just chosen. Qing blinked in surprise, followed by a burst of delight in his heart. His superpower actually had such a function, able to detect even something like a fishing spot. At the same time, he felt a hint of pride. Sure enough, his experience in choosing fishing spots was quite reliable, even validated by his superpower. With this unexpected discovery, Qing was no longer in a rush to start fishing. He continued to walk along the riverbank. Only this time he deliberately used his superpower to search for more fishing spots over the river. Before long, he discovered 2 new fishing spots along this stretch of the river. What excited him even more was that one of the fishing spots was not giving off a gray light, but a faint white glow. Ordinary fishing spots, essential paths where schools of fish search for food. Fishing here may yield a decent catch. Primary fishing point: wild fruits often fall here, a favorite food of some large fish. Fishing here might lead to a unique and unexpected catch. 3 word strips. The first was for the gray light fishing spot, and the remaining 2 described the white light fishing point. Indeed, the gray and white lights represent different grades of the same thing, with the gray corresponding to ordinary fishing spots and the white to primary fishing points. Qing muttered to himself. Moreover, from the descriptions on the strips, it was clear that there were even higher levels of fishing spots. It was just unknown whether there were fishing spots of that caliber further along the river outside the village. After discovering these 3 fishing spots, Qing didn't continue his search. These 3 spots already covered the cleaner section of the river outside the village. Walking further would mean increasingly dense vegetation on both sides of the river and more difficult terrain. Unless tools were used to clear the area, it wouldn't be just about fishing. It would be hard to even get close to the riverbank. Right now, he didn't have the energy for such a task. Besides, discovering these 3 fishing spots was already enough for his current needs. What he needed to consider now was where to fish among these spots. After pondering a moment, Qing finally decided to start at the very first fishing spot he had discovered. The reason was simple. According to the description provided by Superpower, that spot was most likely to be populated by smaller fish. The fishing rod Qing had crafted was the simplest kind. he was uncertain about the durability of the hemp line, or the amount of force it could withstand. Rushing to fish for big fish, if the line were to break, then he would be the one to cry. After all, there wasn't much hemp left at home to twist into a few proper fishing lines. More critically, he had only one set of hooks, and if that were lost, he wouldn't be able to fish at all, so it was safer to start with the smaller fish. Having made up his mind, Qing started to head back, coming to the big tree and finding the little brats all waiting. Obediently, he nodded in satisfaction. In fact, Qing hadn't gone far. He stayed within sight of the little brats on purpose, fearing they'd run around if they couldn't see him. "Big brother, you're back." Seeing Qing return, little Yen was the first to cheerfully greet him. I'm back." "Then have you decided where you want to fish?" "I have, let's go there now." Hearing that Qing had made up his mind where to fish, the little brats perked up as well. The more spirited ones immediately came forward to help carry the bucket. "Brother Qing, let me help you with this." Qing didn't refuse. The biggest of these little brats were around 11 or 12, and the youngest were about 8 or 9, all at an age brimming with energy, so it was good for them to burn some off. The group quickly arrived at the fishing spot Qing had chosen. "You guys just stay up here and watch me fish. Don't get too close to the riverbank, okay?" "Ahu, you're the oldest, help me keep an eye on them." Ahu was the oldest child among these little brats, 12 years old. He was already at an age where he understood responsibility. "Got it, brother Qing." Seeing the little brats obediently agreeing, Qing nodded in satisfaction, picked up the fishing rod and the bucket, and headed down the slope to the fishing spot. Chapter 5, Rich Harvest. Qing arrived at the fishing spot and trampled the grass around flat, placing it in a wooden barrel, then took out the bamboo container holding the earthworms. He removed the mud seal from the bamboo container, revealing the red earthworms wriggling inside. The sharp-eyed little rascals, from their higher vantage point, saw the wriggling beings in the bamboo container and immediately cried out in astonishment. They certainly knew what earthworms were. They often caught them for play. Sometimes they dug them up to feed their families' chickens and ducks, but they didn't know that they could be used to catch fish. Under the watchful eyes of the little rascals, Qing took out an earthworm and threaded it onto the hook. Then he cast the still twisting earthworm into the water. It landed exactly at the gray swirling fishing spot marked by his superpower. Once the hook was in the water, Qing began to wait quietly. The little rascals behind him on the slope held their breath, their eyes fixed on the scene. Soon, they saw the small stick tied to the fishing line, now floating on the water's surface, begin to gently move. Isource.com, updated on N0no Omicron. This made the little rascals even more tense. Only Qing remained calm and steady, not moving and letting the stick tremble there. Not until the stick tilted upward sharply and suddenly sank did he quickly jerk the fishing rod upward. A white line flew out of the water. By the time everyone saw clearly, a small white fish as thick as 2 fingers was already hanging on the hook. "We actually caught a fish." Seeing the small white fish hanging on the hook, constantly flicking and jumping its tail, the little rascals were stunned. Little Yen even jumped up. "Brother caught a fish, it's a big one." Qing also smiled. It was good that his skills hadn't regressed. Catching one on the first try was a relief. Otherwise it would have been embarrassing in front of a bunch of little rascals. He removed the fish, observing it closely. The small white fish resembled the whitefish he had fished in his previous life. Soon, a faint gray light emerged from the body of the fish. Small white fish, edible, perhaps good for nutritional supplement. Seeing the words edible, Qing instantly felt relieved. Being edible was good, at least today's food supply was secured. He poured some water into the barrel and placed the fish inside. Hearing the little rascals behind him still shouting excitedly, somewhat helplessly, "Quiet down a bit, don't scare all the fish away." Hearing this, the little rascals quickly covered their mouths, not daring to make any more noise, but the excitement in their eyes simply couldn't be hidden. Seeing that Qing had actually caught a fish, they felt as if they had discovered a new world, their hearts incredibly thrilled. However, what happened next made the little rascals realize what truly thrilling excitement was. Qing threaded another earthworm and had barely put the hook back in the water when the float moved again, and he pulled up another small white fish. From then on, Qing entered continuous casting mode. One small fish after another was ceaselessly pulled up by him, the ease of it almost like he was simply lifting fish directly from the water. The fish he caught were not limited to small whitefish. Other types of small fish were also caught in abundance. Various fish like yellowbone fish and small river shrimp were also plentiful in the catch. This scene made the little rascals behind him truly excited to no end, if it weren't for their fear of Scaring the fish away, they would have shouted out loud. Lu Qing reached into the bamboo container once more, but came up empty. Looking inside, he saw that most of the earthworms in the bamboo container had been used up. With only a few remaining at the bottom, glancing at the wooden barrel next to him, it was brimming full, a bountiful harvest indeed. He couldn't help but smile. It had been a long time since he'd felt such satisfaction from a fishing rod. No wonder it was otherworld, where the native environment fostered such unique fish. The sensation of their strength was full, even the smaller fish felt substantial when pulled up. At the same time, he felt somewhat relieved. It was good that he had chosen this fishing spot, where even the small fish tugged powerfully. If he had gone to the other two spots, he feared the line would have snapped immediately under the pull of larger fish. Noticing that the earthworms were almost used up, and since the frequency of bites had noticeably decreased, Lu Qing knew it was time to call it quits. If he continued, he'd likely empty out the spot of its small fish. They needed some time to regather. With this thought, Lu Qing began to reel in his fishing rod, dumped the remaining few earthworms into the water, and picked up the bucket to head uphill. The kids on the slope, who had been watching, were already looking at him with great admiration. Seeing Lu Qing approach, they immediately surrounded him. They were in awe at the bucket full of small fish. Lu Qing, you're amazing, you caught so many fish. So many fish. How long will it take to eat them all? So you really can catch fish with a bamboo pole? Brother, look at the fish, so many fish. Little Yan also came up to Lu Qing, jumping around excitedly, her little face flushed. It's alright, just that the fish are a bit small, Lu Qing modestly said. After the kids had nearly exhausted their excitement, Lu Qing added, you guys, help me carry this bucket of fish back home. Then, everyone will get a share. Lu Qing estimated that he had caught about 7 or 8 kilograms of fish. Adding the weight of the bucket in water, it was not light. He was still a bit weak. Handling it momentarily was fine, but carrying it back to the village seemed a bit daunting. After all, so many fish, he and his siblings couldn't finish them in 1 or 2 meals. Small fish die easily, and there weren't many ways to preserve them at home. It was better to distribute a portion. Okay, Lu Qing. Hearing they would get a share of the fish, the kids got excited instantly. One grabbed one side of the bucket, and they easily lifted the whole bucket of fish. Those who couldn't find a spot nearly cried. Because of this, Lu Qing had to step in to mediate, letting them take turns, which finally calmed the quarrel, and so, the group, carrying a big bucket of fish, headed towards the village. Arriving in the village, because of the excited chatter of the kids, some villagers came out to see what was going on, and they were immediately surprised. Lu Qing actually caught fish, and so many? During the time Lu Qing went fishing, news of his recovery had also spread throughout the village. Many villagers knew he had gone to the river to fish, but no one expected him to catch so many at once. Looking at the bucket, there had to be at least 10 kilograms of fish. When had Lu Qing learned this trick? Suddenly, many villagers became curious, especially those who had also tried fishing by the river themselves. They were particularly eager to know what method Lu Qing had used to catch so many fish all at once. Driven by curiosity, some villagers couldn't help but follow him to Lu Qing's house. Chapter 6, Borrowing Grain. After Lu Qing got home, faced with the eager eyes of the little rascals, he didn't dawdle and started distributing the fish right away. He picked 2 banana leaves from behind the small courtyard and cut them into pieces. He gave each little rascal a handful of fish, no more than half a pound each, roughly. Although it wasn't much, the kids were thrilled. Having received the fish, each of them ran home gleefully as if they had obtained some treasure. Seeing that Lu Qing had finished distributing the fish, some villagers approached him. Lu Qing, how did you fish for these? How did you catch so many all at once? It was just luck, Lu Qing smiled. Perhaps it's because the bait I used is particularly attractive to the fish. What bait did you use? Just the common earthworm from the fields. Lu Qing didn't keep it a secret and told the truth. After all, even if he didn't say it, it wouldn't take long for people in the village to find out. Source.com, updated on Omicron News 0. Omicron, especially since there were a bunch of little rascals watching him fish. If that was the case, it was better to be upfront about it rather than having others accuse him of being stingy. Earthworms. Can you actually use those for fishing? The villagers were amazed, of course, and the fish really liked them. Lu Qing was not surprised that the villagers didn't know earthworms could be used for fishing. From the original owner's memories, he speculated that he was now in a world similar to ancient China. In such an old and feudal era, transportation was inconvenient, and information was scarce. People tended to be cautious and conservative towards new things and were not likely to try them easily. What is common knowledge in one place might become a rarity in another. It was normal that no one in the village excelled at fishing, so they didn't know that fish liked earthworms. I never knew fish liked to eat earthworms. No wonder everyone had little success fishing in the past. It was because we used the wrong bait, a villager exclaimed. Lu Qing, did your dad tell you this method? Lu Qing hesitated for a moment, then nodded. My dad mentioned it once, and I just remembered it. Today, little Yen kept saying she was hungry, and we had nothing to eat at home, so I thought of this method and decided to give it a try. I didn't expect to actually catch fish. Hearing this, that villager paused and then looked at little Yen. The little one was squatting by the bucket watching the fish, felt the villager's gaze, raised her head, and immediately flashed him a big smile. The villager's heart softened immediately, and he looked at the frail Lu Qing with pity. So, what will you do next? You can't just eat fish all the time, can you? How could your stomach handle that? I was thinking of discussing this with a few uncles, Lu Qing said earnestly. The uncles know my family's current situation. We literally have no rice at home, so I wanted to borrow some grain and cooking essentials from them. After a few days, when I find some work, I will definitely return it double. What are you talking about? Do you think the uncles are the kind to kick you while you're down? We're all from the same village, it's only right to support each other. It's just a bit of grain. Uncle Shan will bring some to you right away. Moved, the villager spoke loudly. Having said this, the other villagers naturally felt compelled to offer their help too. Right, it's just a bit of grain, I'll go and get some for you right now. I bought extra salt at the market at the beginning of the month, I can spare some for you. It's just oil, we still have plenty at home, I'll go and get some for you in a bit. The villagers were thumping their chests in a generous manner. Lu Qing was overjoyed. Thank you so much, uncles. Lu Qing, hang on a minute, I'll go home and bring you some grain. Uncle Shan headed out immediately, and several other villagers also made their way home. Before long, they all gathered in Lu Qing's courtyard. Here, take this half bag of rice for you and little Yen to eat first. If you run out, ask Uncle Shan for more. Lu Qing, this half jar of lard should last you a while, right? Here's half a bamboo tube of salt for you to use. I've got a few flatbreads my wife baked this morning. They'll keep for a while. Eating one can stave off hunger for a long time. Will that be enough? Seeing the items the villagers brought, Lu Qing was inexplicably grateful. He bowed repeatedly. That's enough, thank you, uncles. After speaking, he scooped up several handfuls of small fish from the barrel and divided them into portions. With this, most of the fish in the wooden barrel were gone in an instant. This bit of fish, uncles, take it back and give it a taste. Uncle Shan and the others waved their hands hurriedly. How can we do that? You just went through the effort to catch them. Keep them for yourself and little Yen. I can't eat all these fish by myself. And now that the weather is hot, the fish won't keep for long. Without chickens or ducks at home, the fish would just go bad. Just consider it helping me out so they don't go to waste. With no further discussion, Lu Qing stuffed the fish wrapped in leaves into the villagers' hands. Well, okay then, we won't stand on ceremony. The villagers had initially felt a pang of regret for giving away some of their stored grain, but having received the fish, they immediately felt much better. After seeing the uncles off, Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. He felt somewhat fortunate. Thank goodness the people in the village were simple and honest. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare ask for food so freely. With the food they now had, he and little Yen wouldn't have to worry about what to eat for the next 10 days or so. Having this buffer period, he could also properly explore ways to survive in this world. Brother, this pancake smells so good. Lu Qing was deep in thought when he suddenly heard little Yen's comment. Looking down, he saw the little one squatting on the ground, drooling over the flatbread one of the villagers had brought. He walked over, tore a small piece of the pancake, and placed it in little Yen's hand. Be good, little Yen, eat this piece of pancake. Your brother will cook some rice now. Okay, little Yen understands. Little Yen obediently nodded, took the pancake, and happily started nibbling on it. Having calmed the little one, Lu Qing also started to get busy in the kitchen. He began by rinsing rice to steam it, then caught about half a pound of small fish, gutted and cleaned them. When he was ready to fry the fish, Lu Qing realized a problem. There was no pot in the kitchen to cook with. Recalling for a moment, he remembered. The house did have an iron pot before, but it had been sold by the previous occupant in exchange for food, so now, the house only had a clay pot for cooking rice, but no pot for cooking meals. Sighing, Lu Qing had no choice but to find an alternative, fetching a fairly flat thin slab of stone from outside the yard. cleaning it thoroughly, and then slowly heating it over the fire. Once the stone slab was searing hot, Qing carefully scooped a small spoonful of solidified lard from a clay jar brought by one of the villagers. The lard sizzled upon touching the hot stone slab, quickly melting down, instantly releasing a fragrant aroma of oil. Chapter 7 Full Belly. Contemplating the path ahead, seeing that the oil was hot, Qing started to carefully clip each small fish onto it and began to fry them slowly. Actually, it would have been better to add a little salt to the oil before frying, as that would prevent the fish from sticking to the bottom. But Qing had noticed that the salt recently brought by that uncle had rather coarse grains and wasn't suitable for frying fish directly. Carefully controlling the heat, Qing slowly fried the fish. The spreading aroma attracted little Yan, who had already finished her pancake, and she came over to sit, staring intently at the fish on the stone slab. Seeing her like this, Qing's heart ached. He ruffled the little guy's hair. Little Yan, just wait a bit longer, you'll be able to eat soon. Okay. Little Yan obediently nodded. Brother, the fishy fish smells so good. If it smells good, then eat a lot later. Brother caught so many fish today, enough for little Yan to have her fill. Once the rice in the clay pot was cooked, Qing had also mostly finished frying the fish. He picked them up and placed them in a bowl. Source.com, updated on Omicron New 0. Then he poured some salt water over them. Just like that, a simple saltwater fried fish was ready. Qing served 2 bowls of rice and set them on the table. Little Yan, it's time to eat. I'm here, brother. The little guy had already been waiting at the dining table. Qing added a small stool to the chair and then lifted little Yan onto it so she could reach her bowl. He then picked out a few small fish with little bones for her bowl. Go ahead and eat, you little glutton. Remember to spit out the bones, don't get pricked by them. I know, brother. The little one had been so eager to eat that she immediately picked up a small fried fish and put it in her mouth, chewing quickly like a hamster. Lucky for her, Qing had chosen fish with few bones, or else she would have definitely been pricked. After swallowing a small fish, little Yan's eyes suddenly widened. Brother, this fish is so delicious, even better than what mother used to make. Upon hearing this, Qing felt not joy but a wave of sadness instead. The fish was cooked with just a little oil and salt water, and even to save, he had dared not add more oil while frying. How delicious could such a fried fish be? In times of hunger, one finds everything tasty. Little Yan must have experienced much hunger during this time to find such a plain dish of saltwater fried fish to be such an exquisite delight. However, Qing didn't show his feelings and just smiled. Good to hear it's tasty. Eat more, little Yan. MHM. The little one shoveled a big mouthful of rice and puffed out her cheeks. Unable to speak, just nodding, Qing laughed and also picked up a fish to eat. Having eaten a fish, he raised his eyebrows. The fish wasn't as bad as he had imagined. Perhaps it was because the ancient environment was unpolluted that the river fish were especially fine. Therefore, although modestly seasoned, the flesh of the small fried fish was fresh and delicious, with a unique flavor. Both siblings were so hungry that their eating speed couldn't possibly be slow. Soon, the rice in the clay pot and the bowl of small fried fish were all devoured by them. Of course, most of it ended up in Qing's belly. No matter how hungry little Yan was, she was just a 6 or 7-year-old child with a limited appetite. And Qing deliberately controlled it a bit to prevent her from eating too much at once and hurting her stomach. Brother, little Yan is full. The little one put down her bowl, patted her belly, and wore a face full of satisfaction. Little Yan hadn't felt so full in a long time. Once you're full, take a rest, and don't run around. Elder brother will go wash the dishes first. Qing instructed, then began to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks. Little Yan will help elder brother. The little one jumped off the stool. No need, just sit here and rest. Qing refused, so little Yan could only obediently sit on the stool and watch as Qing bustled about. Children are prone to sleepiness. By the time Qing had put everything away and came out, the little one's head was already nodding off little by little. Qing smiled, gently picked up the little one, and walked toward the room. Elder brother, little Yan wants to go fishing with you again next time. The fish was delicious. Just as Qing put little Yan down on the bed, the little one mumbled sleepily, okay, next time we fish, elder brother will take you with him. Qing lovingly covered the little one with a patched quilt and said softly, it seemed as if she had heard her elder brother's promise. Little Yan didn't speak again and fell soundly asleep. After making sure the little one was asleep, Qing quietly left the room and sat down on a simple lounge chair in the living room. Feeling a wave of comfort, he had been busy today as well, his body just having recovered and still quite weak. Despite the hunger, he had done so much work, both fishing and cooking. To say he wasn't tired would be a lie. Now, lying on the lounge chair, he felt much more comfortable. He even felt a wave of sleepiness coming on. However, he couldn't sleep yet. There was still some thinking he needed to do. After a half day of activities and interactions with the villagers, as well as the memories in his mind, Qing had basically deduced what kind of environment he was in now. First, without a doubt, he was in a world similar to ancient China. Moreover, it was a time when the productivity levels were rather low. This could be seen from the fact that an iron pot could be considered a rarity. However, his knowledge was limited to this. There was a lot more information that Qing couldn't confirm. For instance, the social structure of this world, the distribution of power, who the rulers were. He was clueless. He only knew that this world seemed to lack government institutions like a court or an official's office. At least in the original host's memory, there was no such concept, of course. This wasn't absolute. After all, the original host was nothing more than a naive young man who had grown up without ever leaving the village. How big the outside world was, he had never considered. So how could he possess those concepts? Nevertheless, although it was uncertain whether there were courts or official offices, what was certain was that there were towns. The people in the village would go to the market in nearby towns to buy certain living supplies they needed. Items like salt and iron were normally only available in towns, and in these towns, the most powerful seemed to be the city lord. Unfortunately, although the original host was 15 years old, he had never been to the town, which prevented Qing from knowing what the towns were really like. It seems that if I get the chance, I should make a trip to the town, Qing murmured softly to himself. Only with a sufficient understanding of this world would he be able to decide which path to take in the future. Of course, thinking about this was still a bit far off for now. The most pressing matter was to find a way to provide for himself and little Yen. After all, today he had owed a lot of favors to the villagers, and these needed to be repaid, and currently, his greatest reliance was undoubtedly the superpower he possessed. What could his superpower do? Qing pondered quietly. Suddenly, a name floated into his mind. Chapter 8 Old Dr. Chen, Astonishing Discovery. Qing's mind conjured up the image of a kindly and lean elder, Old Dr. Chen. This elder doctor was the sole doctor serving several nearby villages. He was highly skilled in medicine. Though not a miracle worker, he could cure common ailments like headaches, fevers, bruises, and colds almost without fail. Therefore, he was deeply respected by the villagers nearby. It was said that even wealthy families in the town often requested his medical services. Such a figure undoubtedly held a special status in the village. Almost no villager dared to disrespect him. Previously, the original Qing, a naive young boy with limited vision, had been indifferent to many things. However, after giving it some thought, Qing discovered some anomalies. For instance, according to his memories, old Dr. Chen should have been quite old. Yet he maintained a robust health and often ventured alone into the mountains to gather herbs. These were not the developed tourist spots from his past life but genuine, rugged mountains and primitive forests. Source.com, updated on N0new.omicron, they were filled with venomous insects and snakes, and fierce animals, their numbers unknown, making them extremely dangerous. Even experienced hunters did not dare to venture too deeply into these woods. For an old man like old Dr. Chen to enter and leave these places safely was truly unusual. Qing was very curious about his abilities. It would be wonderful if he could learn even a fraction of old Dr. Chen's medical skills. His superpower allowed him to see the basic information of all things. When it came to identifying herbs, it was foolproof. It perfectly complemented medical skills. If he could learn some of old Dr. Chen's skills, it would provide some security for his and little Yen's future. However, how could he learn from old Dr. Chen? As Qing pondered this, his eyelids began to droop uncontrollably, his body was weak, and he couldn't resist the overwhelming fatigue. Eventually, before falling asleep, Qing couldn't think of any good methods. Unexpectedly, before he could figure out a way to approach old Dr. Chen came to him, lying on a reclining chair. Qing fell asleep. In his drowsy state, he seemed to hear someone talking, followed by the sensation of someone grabbing his hand. He woke up abruptly. Qing, you're awake, old Dr. Chen is treating you. A loud voice rang out. Qing recognized the voice. It seemed to be that of old Zhang from next door, which initially relieved him. Then, he snapped back to full awareness and opened his eyes. Old Dr. Chen, turning his head, he saw two elders, one standing and the other sitting. The seated one, lean and kindly-faced, could only be old Dr. Chen. Don't move, let me take your pulse first. Seeing Qing about to get up, old Dr. Chen spoke gently. Qing immediately froze. That's when he realized that old Dr. Chen's hand was on his wrist. No wonder he felt someone grabbing his hand in his daze. It turned out old Dr. Chen was taking his pulse. Seeing old Dr. Chen close his eyes to concentrate on the pulse, Lu Qing didn't dare to move and continued to lie obediently on the reclining chair, knowing that the pulse taking wouldn't be over quickly. Lu Qing couldn't help but scrutinize this somewhat mysterious old Dr. Chen. His first impression was that the elder doctor seemed gentler than he remembered, his lean figure exuding an almost celestial composure. It was instantly reassuring to behold, but at this moment, his expression was serious. His brows furrowed as if encountering some difficulty. Lu Qing quietly observed old Dr. Chen for a while, and suddenly, he saw a faint red light emerge around the elder. Chen Songqing, skilled in medicine, kind-hearted, respected, a fine elder physician, cultivation, achieved in Qi cultivation, postnatal internal realm. What is this? Lu Qing's eyes suddenly widened, not only because of the faint red light emanating from the elder doctor's body but even more so because of the description in the text that followed. Since regaining consciousness, Lu Qing had gradually deciphered some patterns in his superpower. Ordinary objects, when examined with his superpower, typically showed a gray light. More special items, like medicinal herbs, would display a white light, but humans, without exception, all showed white light. At least, that was the case with everyone he met in the village. However, the strength of the white light varied. Adults showed the strongest, followed by adolescents, and the elderly showed the least. Lu Qing speculated that this might be related to a person's vigor or life energy. After all, generally speaking, adults have the most energy, while the elderly have the least. But elder Dr. Chen's presence overturned his understanding. What appeared was a red light, something he had never seen before. More importantly, was the content of the text that popped up afterward. Cultivation, successful Qi cultivation, postnatal internal realm. What did this mean? Could it be that the world he was in was not what he thought, similar to the ancient world of Huaxia country, but a more mysterious world where cultivation was possible? Lu Qing's heart was disrupted by this sudden change. Just as he wanted to continue observing and gain more information from the elder Dr. Chen suddenly opened his eyes, seeing Lu Qing's flustered and shocked expression. Elder Dr. Chen frowned for a moment, then his face relaxed. He said gently, "Don't be afraid, I was merely taking your pulse." It was a misunderstanding. He thought his serious demeanor while taking the pulse had frightened Lu Qing. Seizing the opportunity to compose himself, Lu Qing asked somewhat anxiously, "Grandpa Chen, how is my illness? Is it all better now?" Beside them, old Master Zhang also looked expectantly at Elder Dr. Chen. Elder Dr. Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Not bad, your illness has indeed recovered. Although you are still a bit weak, proper recuperation should render you almost completely unhindered." "Really? That's wonderful. Lu Qing, you should thank Elder Dr. Chen quickly. If it wasn't for the medicine he prescribed, you might not have woken up at all," exclaimed old Master Zhang joyfully. "Thank you, Grandpa Chen." Lu Qing got up from the recliner and attempted to kneel and kowtow as a sign of gratitude. After all, the elder doctor indeed owed him a life-saving debt. If not for that bowl of medicinal soup, he might not have survived the period of memory integration. This alone was worth his deep respect. However, Elder Dr. Chen stopped Lu Qing. "There's no need for such formalities. Your awakening is also due to your own fortune. This old man merely provided a little help." Elder Dr. Chen's words were not out of modesty. In fact, he was still extraordinarily astonished. He had indeed visited when Lu Qing fell ill. At that time, Lu Qing was severely afflicted. His energy as fine as a thread and his condition was critical, reduced to his last breath. Even if a real master of medicine had come, it would have likely been difficult to save him. Embodying the spirit of medical benevolence, he still prepared a prescription adding many precious ingredients. His aim was merely to fulfill his duty, then leave the rest to fate. Some of the ingredients he added were even reserved by nobles from the city. Because of this, he had to hurry to the mountains the next day to gather herbs to replenish what was used. He had thought that Lu Qing would not make it, but when he returned from gathering herbs, he heard from the villagers that Lu Qing's illness had improved. Not only could he get out of bed and walk, but he could even go to the river to catch fish. Astonished, he immediately wanted to check on him. Arriving outside the courtyard, he encountered old Master Zhang returning from working in the fields, so they entered the house together. Initially, he suspected the villagers had exaggerated. Now, having taken Lu Qing's pulse, he found there was no exaggeration in the villagers' words. Lu Qing's illness had genuinely completely healed. Aside from still being somewhat weak, the previous symptoms had miraculously disappeared. This left Elder Dr. Chen immensely surprised. Chapter 9. Opportunities. Could it be that I misjudged yesterday? Looking at the confused face of Lu Qing, old Dr. Chen doubted his medical skills for the first time, but he quickly dismissed the thought from his mind. He still had confidence in his medical skills. Lu Qing was indeed critically ill yesterday. He couldn't have misdiagnosed that. As to why Lu Qing had recovered overnight, it could only be said that there must be another mystery. It was just a mystery he couldn't unravel. Old Dr. Chen pondered but still couldn't figure it out. In the end, he could only attribute it to Lu Qing having an auspicious fate, his life not yet meant to end. He also sighed to himself that his medical skill was still not precise enough to unravel the many mysteries of the human body. If he possessed the abilities of an innate grandmaster who could perceive the most minute details, perhaps he could have understood how Lu Qing recovered. Thinking this, old Dr. Chen looked at Lu Qing and suddenly said, Source.com, updated on N020.Omicron, Lu Qing, although your condition has improved, your body is still somewhat weak. How about this? Starting from tomorrow, come to my place every 3 days. I'll give you a few acupuncture sessions to strengthen your foundation and nurture your vitality. Before Lu Qing could respond, Grandpa Zhang, who was next to him, was already overjoyed. Lu Cheng, aren't you going to thank old Dr. Chen? He rarely offers to give acupuncture to anyone. Lu Qing hesitated a moment, but I currently have nothing of value at home. I'm afraid I can't afford the medical fee. You don't need to pay. Old Dr. Chen said. Your recovery this time is somewhat peculiar, and there might still be some hidden dangers that I cannot diagnose. Giving you acupuncture will also help me confirm my medical theories. It's beneficial for me as well. Hearing old Dr. Chen put it that way, Lu Qing could only express his gratitude. Then, thank you very much, Grandpa Chen. It just so happened that he was also worried about not having the chance to get close to old Dr. Chen. Now, he had a reason. As for how his illness was cured, truthfully, even he himself wasn't clear. Perhaps it was due to the integration of memories that incidentally cured his illness, or perhaps it was his superpower that healed him. Anyway, he didn't think old Dr. Chen would be able to diagnose it. Moreover, he didn't feel any malice from the elder doctor towards him, and with the superpower within him, he was quite confident. Given that, why wouldn't he be happy to have a skilled elder doctor help condition his body? Seeing that Lu Qing had agreed, old Dr. Chen also showed a smile. He had immersed himself in medical skill his whole life, and it was rare to encounter a case that he couldn't understand, which made him curious about Lu Qing's body. After all, helping Lu Qing condition his body was just a simple effort for him. If it could lead to some gains in his medical skills, he would be very pleased. I'm going to head back now. Remember to come over for acupuncture tomorrow morning. After seeing Lu Qing, old Dr. Chen was ready to leave. The herbs he had gathered today still needed to be dried promptly, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to prepare them in time for an important person. Grandpa Chen, Grandpa Zhang, wait a moment. Seeing the two elders about to leave, Lu Qing quickly got up, ran into the kitchen, and brought out 2 bowls of small fish. Grandpa Chen, Grandpa Zhang, I caught these fish this morning. If you don't mind, please take some home to try. Grandpa Zhang looked at the 2 bowls of small fish. When I was coming back, I heard people in the village talking about your fishing. Lu Qing, is this method of fishing with earthworms something your father left behind? Yes, it's something my father mentioned to me before. Lu Qing had become quite adept at using this excuse. Are you confused? Grandpa Zhang was unexpectedly distressed. Since it was a technique left by your father, you should have kept it a secret. How could you let everyone in the village know? If they all go fishing and empty the river of fish, what will you and little Yin eat? It's fine, Grandpa Zhang, with me here, little Yin won't starve, Lu Qing said nonchalantly. Fishing wasn't such a simple matter. If knowing one bait was all it took to catch fish at will, there wouldn't have been so many airheads in his previous life. Moreover, he was well aware of nature's regenerative capabilities. Relying solely on wild fishing, it was impossible to deplete the river of its fish. But how could Grandpa Zhang know these things? Seeing Lu Qing's indifferent demeanor, he became a bit agitated but was helpless. In the end, all he could do was sigh. You'll understand when you suffer the consequences. Beside them, old Dr. Chen did not express any opinions on the matter. These were trivial matters to him, not worth his concern. On the other hand, he was somewhat pleased with the fish Lu Qing had brought out. He certainly knew the current situation of the Lu family. The small fish was probably the only thing Lu Qing could offer. It might even be his and his sister's food for the next few days, yet, he willingly offered it. This showed that Lu Qing was a grateful child. No one dislikes such a youth. Therefore, old Dr. Chen did not refuse Lu Qing's gift. Even Grandpa Zhang, wanting Lu Qing to experience a bit of heartache, deliberately took another bowl of fish. After seeing the 2 elders out and watching them walk away, Lu Qing returned to his house. Once he was sure there was no one nearby, he let out a deep Sigh, and his heart started pounding violently. The events in the house seemed mundane, but his heart had been in his throat several times. On one hand, he feared revealing that he was not the original owner of this body. On the other hand, he was shocked by the information revealed by old Dr. Chen. Fortunately, the idea of soul fusion and reincarnation was too mysterious. Nobody would think in that direction. Plus, having the memories of the original owner, he deliberately disguised himself and managed to stabilize his emotions without raising suspicion. Having passed this ordeal, his identity had become even more secure. He believed that in a few days, even if his personality changed, no one would doubt that he wasn't the original Lu Qing. After all, it's normal for young people's characters to be inconsistent, and he had experienced the huge change of losing his parents and had walked through the gate of hell. A change in character was more than justified. Thus, although the sudden visit by old Dr. Chen and Grandpa Zhang caught Lu Qing off guard, it had also presented him with an opportunity. The information revealed by old Dr. Chen made Lu Qing realize that his previous guesses about this world might have been wrong. He thought he was in a world similar to ancient China. He assumed that everyone in this world was just an ordinary person like him. However, just now, he had seen information beyond common sense on the elder doctor, cultivation, Qi cultivation, realm. These were things belonging to a world of martial heroes and mysteries, where beings could move incredibly and have extraordinary powers. Could it be that he had transgressed into such a world? Lu Qing's emotions suddenly became complicated. He felt apprehensive, confused, and also expectant. Chapter 10, Discovering Cultivation Technique. He suddenly realized that he had been reborn into a world possibly possessing extraordinary powers. Lu Qing's heart was both joyful and shocked. The joy stemmed from, as a Chinese person, an inexplicable longing for a life of chivalry and roaming the world with a sword. The shock was that, in a world where one could amass great power in oneself and give rise to powerful individuals, danger was much more prevalent than in ordinary worlds. So-called heroes often break the law with their martial skills. Once an individual grasped significant power, they could easily become dismissive of various rules. It wasn't uncommon for the strong to anger and the weak to suffer resentment. At present, he was a weakling incapable of trussing a chicken. If, one day, he carelessly encountered an evil person knowledgeable in cultivation, it's feared he could be easily annihilated. Thinking of this, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a sense of danger. He needed to change some of his original ideas. Lu Qing again fell into deep thought, slowly mulling over his plans in his mind. The next morning, Lu Qing cooked a pot of river shrimp porridge and then woke little Yan, the siblings, enjoying the porridge together. Source.com, updated on Omicron. No Omicron. Brother, the shrimp porridge tastes so good. The little one slurped noisily, looked up with her face still dabbed with a grain of porridge, and happily said to Lu Qing, "It's good you like it, drink slowly, and don't choke." Lu Qing reached out to remove the bit of porridge from her mouth. "Brother, are we going fishing today?" Little Yan asked. "We're not going fishing today. After we finish eating, we're going to Grandpa Chen's place." Now that their immediate food needs were met, Lu Qing wasn't planning to fish in the next few days. Also, the fish on yesterday's fishing spot had been significantly reduced by his efforts and would probably need some time to recover. As for the remaining 2 fishing spots, the rudimentary fishing rod might be challenging to manage. Before he could make a better fishing rod, Lu Qing didn't intend to fish at those 2 spots. There was no way around it, they were too poor. Every bit of resource was precious and couldn't afford his wastefulness. Going to Grandpa Chen's place? Little Yan's eyes lit up. The little one had been asleep all of yesterday and didn't know about the visit from Elder Dr. Chen and Elder Zhang. Do you want to go?" Lu Qing asked. Generally, kids are naturally scared of figures like doctors, and Lu Qing wasn't sure if little Yan felt the same. "I want to," the little one said earnestly. "Grandpa Chen is so nice. He cured brother's illness, and little Yan hasn't thanked him yet." Lu Qing smiled. "Right, let's go thank Grandpa Chen together." After finishing the porridge, Lu Qing locked the door and set out with little Yan. Elder Dr. Chen didn't reside in the village but lived halfway up a small mountain behind the village. Walking on the road with little Yan, he saw from afar a solitary small courtyard faintly visible halfway up the mountain, looking quite picturesque. Upon reaching halfway up the mountain, Lu Qing saw a figure moving in front of the yard. He was about to speak when he suddenly closed his mouth. He also pulled on little Yan, gesturing her to keep silent, because he noticed that Elder Dr. Chen, now, didn't seem to be in a state to be disturbed. Elder Dr. Chen was practicing his boxing. Lu Qing didn't recognize the type. To him, it somewhat resembled the Tai Chi boxing practiced by the elderly in parks in his previous life. The moves were slow and gentle, However, after watching for a while, Lu Qing noted the differences. Though elder Dr. Chen's moves seemed soft, each move seemed to carry a breeze and flowed naturally, quite a beautiful sight. Just as Lu Qing was getting somewhat captivated, suddenly, a row of text popped up in his field of vision. Discover cultivation technique. Do you wish to simulate? Lu Qing's pupils suddenly constricted. His superpower had such a function. He glanced at old Dr. Chen, who was still deeply immersed in his boxing, and Lu Qing forcefully calmed his wildly beating heart as he silently chose yes in his mind. Simulation initiated. Current progress 1%, 2%, 3%. Watching the progress bar silently increasing in his field of view, Lu Qing's heartbeat involuntarily quickened again. He hadn't expected that his superpower could simulate other people's cultivation techniques. Just yesterday, he had been frustrated about not being able to access the cultivation methods of this world. This was truly a case of finding a pillow when feeling sleepy. Lu Qing intently watched old Dr. Chen's movements while simultaneously keeping an eye on the simulation. Progress of the cultivation technique 48%, 49%, 50%. When the cultivation technique simulation progress reached 50%, Lu Qing found it had stopped and the progress bar disappeared. Looking across, he saw that old Dr. Chen had already finished his boxing. Lu Qing inwardly lamented, if he had come a bit earlier, he might have been able to fully simulate old Dr. Chen's boxing method. Now, being stuck halfway was quite uncomfortable. However, Lu Qing just briefly regretted it before he adjusted his mindset. Being able to discover another function of his superpower during this visit was already a great gain. As for old Dr. Chen's cultivation technique, there would be plenty of time in the future. There was no need to rush. Old Dr. Chen finished his boxing session and had just turned to look at Lu Qing and his sister. In fact, he had known of the siblings' presence from the start. It was just that practicing in the morning was already a habit, so he hadn't stopped. Have you two eaten breakfast yet? Old Dr. Chen asked warmly. We have, Lu Qing respectfully replied. Little Yan stepped forward and grabbed old Dr. Chen's hand. Grandpa Chen, thank you for curing my brother's illness. Little one, the one you should thank is yourself. If you hadn't cried so hard that day, I wouldn't have come inside to see what was going on. Old Dr. Chen stroked Little Yan's head, somewhat moved. That day, he was wandering around the village and happened to hear Little Yan's cries. Unable to bear it, he went inside to check and discovered how seriously ill Lu Qing was. Why thank Little Yan? It was Grandpa Chen who cured my brother's illness, the little one said, slightly puzzled. It's not entirely my credit. Your brother getting better is also because he has a good fate, old Dr. Chen sighed. Yesterday after returning home, he had checked the medical books again and still hadn't found any records of Lu Qing's illness. Ultimately, it all came down to Lu Qing's good luck and having a good fate. Little Yan didn't understand old Dr. Chen's words and could only nod her head. Vaguely, only then did Lu Qing realize that there was this additional reason for old Dr. Chen treating him. He affectionately looked at Little Yan and bowed deeply to old Dr. Chen again. Thank you, Grandpa Chen, for saving my life. You. Never mind. Old Dr. Chen ultimately waved his hand, deciding not to explain further, because he knew that even if he explained further, Lu Qing and his sister would still believe it was he who cured the illness. Since that was so, why bother with more explanations? Grandpa Chen, what were you doing just now? Practicing boxing? At this moment, Little Yan asked innocently. Lu Qing also looked towards old Dr. Chen. Chapter 11, Herbs, Acupuncture. How come, Little Yan? Could you tell that Grandpa Chen was doing boxing? Old Dr. Chen chuckled. I couldn't tell. Little Yan shook her head. It was brother who said that Grandpa Chen was practicing boxing. Telling me not to talk and disturb you. I'm sorry, Grandpa Chen, we didn't know you were practicing, Lu Qing said apologetically. It doesn't matter. What I was practicing can barely be called a boxing technique. It was simply a stretching routine. The elder doctor waved his hand dismissively, but I think Grandpa Chen looked very graceful. Little Yan said earnestly, old man that I am, having practiced this set of boxing my whole life, now to receive praise from a little fellow like you, it's all been worth it. Hearing Little Yan's naive words, old Dr. Chen laughed heartily. Seeing the elder doctor so happy, Lu Qing's heart also relaxed. He had indeed been a bit afraid that the elder doctor had some rule against watching him practice boxing. If that were the case, he and his sister would have broken a taboo. Come on, let's go inside. I'll give you an acupuncture treatment first. Old Dr. Chen lifted little Yan and said to Lu Qing. Lu Qing respectfully followed the elder doctor towards the yard. Source.com, updated on Omicron new. Omicron, upon entering the yard, he was captivated by all the medicinal herbs drying there. He glanced around and recognized one of them, cow bone grass, which also grew in his own yard. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough time to identify each medicinal herb. Grandpa Chen, are all these dried items in the yard medicinal herbs? Lu Qing inquired. Indeed, why? Can you recognize medicinal herbs? Old Dr. Chen was a bit surprised. Not really, Lu Qing replied. I just noticed that there's a type of herb here, which seems to grow near our home as well. Which one? The one drying in that winnowing basket. Lu Qing pointed in a direction. Seeing the blue flowers on the herb, little Yan also nodded repeatedly. Yes, there are a lot of them growing outside our house, and Niao Niao likes to eat them too. The elder doctor glanced at it. That's right, that's cow bone grass, indeed a very common medicinal herb. Cow bone grass, Lu Qing repeated the name, then asked, Grandpa Chen, what is cow bone grass usually used for? It's mainly used to treat injuries from falls and blows. Old Dr. Chen replied casually, then looked at Lu Qing. Why, are you interested in medicinal herbs? Yes, Lu Qing replied honestly. Little Yan mentioned that her illness was cured by a prescription from you, Grandpa Chen. This makes me think that medicinal herbs are truly miraculous. They are mere flowers and plants, yet they can relieve pain and save lives. If you want to learn about herbs, it's not easy. Studying medicine requires not only boldness and attention to detail, but also a clear mind. Moreover, you need to be literate and understand medical texts. The elder doctor did not mock Lu Qing's aspirations. Instead, he patiently explained, I do know some characters. Lu Qing quickly said, that statement wasn't false. In his memory, the original owner of the body did recognize some characters, and those characters, upon verification, were almost similar to the characters from his past life, only more complicated in their strokes. You know how to read? Old Dr. Chen was surprised again. In this rural area, finding someone who could read was not easy. Lu Qing was just an orphan, yet he knew how to read. When my paternal grandfather was alive, he taught me some characters. Unfortunately, I was slow and forgot some after my grandfather passed away. Moreover, I can only recognize them, I can't write. Old Dr. Chen then realized the situation in Lu Qing's family. There were rumors that Lu Qing's grandfather had been a down-and-out scholar. He had come here with the villagers fleeing a famine. Before he secluded himself here, he had already passed away, denying him the chance to meet. Furthermore, he had heard from the villagers that Lu Qing's father had a restless nature, unsuited for scholarly pursuits, and often infuriated his grandfather as a youth, ultimately failing to continue his studies. Unexpectedly, it was the young Lu Qing who could recognize some characters. Unfortunately, Lu Qing's grandfather passed away early, otherwise, perhaps the Lu family might have produced another scholar. Old Dr. Chen sighed again silently. Looking at Lu Qing with even gentler eyes, no wonder he felt that Lu Qing's speech was unlike that of a typical rural youth, probably influenced by the teachings of his grandfather and father. Since you're interested in medicinal herbs, from now on, each time you come for acupuncture, I'll allow you to help me air the herbs for half an hour, and how much you can remember will depend on your own understanding. And you, Old Dr. Chen patted little Yan's head, you should come with your brother too. Grandpa Chen will cook some medicinal cuisine for you. With such a frail body, how can it be all right? Lu Qing was overjoyed and hurriedly expressed his thanks. Thank you, Grandpa Chen. Little Yan, aren't you going to thank Grandpa Chen? Thank you, Grandpa Chen. Although the little one didn't understand what medicinal cuisine was, since her brother said so, she immediately expressed her thanks. What's there to thank me for? Seeing such a frail little body, Grandpa Chen feels pity too, the elder doctor said compassionately. Once inside the house, the elder doctor put little Yan down and took out a needle bag. He said to Lu Qing, go to the bed and take off your shirt. Lu Qing did as told, took off his shirt, and then lay down on the wooden bed beside him. Seeing his gaunt chest, Old Dr. Chen fell silent for a moment before he drew a silver needle from the needle bag. Little Yan, seeing such a long silver needle, showed a hint of fear on her face. However, she knew Grandpa Chen was treating her brother and, though scared, stayed quietly in place without fussing. Don't be afraid, and don't move. I'm going to start the acupuncture now, the elder doctor told Lu Qing. Lu Qing nodded. He wasn't scared. In his past life on Blue Star, he had also experienced traditional Chinese acupuncture, so he was quite familiar with it. The elder doctor twirled the silver needle gently, aiming for a particular acupoint on Lu Qing. and Lu Qing didn't feel any pain as the needle penetrated 3 points into his flesh. Upon completing the first needle insertion, old Dr. Chen didn't hesitate and immediately took another silver needle from the bag, aiming for another channel point. Before long, 18 silver needles had been inserted into various acupoints on Lu Qing's upper body. As for little Yan, she had already covered her eyes, unable to watch her brother being pricked like a hedgehog, with the 18th silver needle inserted. This time old Dr. Chen didn't immediately let go of the needle. Instead, he held the tail of the needle and gently twirled it. Instantly, something marvelous happened. Lu Qing felt a warm current flowing under the needle. It was tingling and very comfortable. At the same time, a wave of sleepiness overcame him. His eyelids began to feel heavy, and he soon fell asleep. Grandpa Chen, has my brother fallen asleep? Little Yan covered her face, peeking through her fingers. Yes, your brother is very weak. This strengthening needle will let him have a good sleep. Oh, little Yan responded. Grandpa Chen was saying things she didn't understand again. Let's go. Let your brother sleep here for a while, and we'll go outside. The elder doctor stood up. Where are we going? Grandpa Chen will make you something delicious. What's there to thank me for? Seeing such a frail little body, Grandpa Chen feels pity too, the elder doctor said compassionately. Once inside the house, the elder doctor put little Yan down and took out a needle bag. He said to Lu Qing, go to the bed and take off your shirt. Lu Qing did as told, took off his shirt, and then lay down on the wooden bed beside him. Seeing his gaunt chest, old Dr. Chen fell silent for a moment before he drew a silver needle from the needle bag. Little Yan, seeing such a long silver needle, showed a hint of fear on her face. However, she knew Grandpa Chen was treating her brother and, though scared, stayed quietly in place without fussing. Don't be afraid, and don't move. I'm going to start the acupuncture now, the elder doctor told Lu Qing. Lu Qing nodded. He wasn't scared. In his past life on Blue Star, he had also experienced traditional Chinese acupuncture, so he was quite familiar with it. The elder doctor twirled the silver needle gently, aiming for a particular acupoint on Lu Qing, and Lu Qing didn't feel any pain as the needle penetrated 3 points into his flesh. Upon completing the first needle insertion, old Dr. Chen didn't hesitate and immediately took another silver needle from the bag, aiming for another channel point. Before long, 18 silver needles had been inserted into various acupoints on Lu Qing's upper body. As for little Yan, she had already covered her eyes, unable to watch her brother being pricked like a hedgehog. With the 18th silver needle inserted, this time old Dr. Chen didn't immediately let go of the needle. Instead, he held the tail of the needle and gently twirled it. Instantly, something marvelous happened. Lu Qing felt a warm current flowing under the needle. It was tingling and very comfortable. At the same time, a wave of sleepiness overcame him. His eyelids began to feel heavy, and he soon fell asleep. Grandpa Chen, has my brother fallen asleep? Little Yan covered her face, peeking through her fingers. Yes, your brother is very weak. This strengthening needle will let him have a good sleep. Oh, little Yan responded. Grandpa Chen was saying things she didn't understand again. Let's go. Let your brother sleep here for a while, and we'll go outside. The elder doctor stood up. Where are we going? Grandpa Chen will make you something delicious. Chapter 12 Yam Cake, Silk Threads. When Lu Qing awoke from his deep slumber, the first sound he heard was little Yan's joyful laughter. He looked at himself and noticed the silver needles were gone, replaced by a thin blanket covering his body. He had no idea how long he had slept. Lu Qing thought to himself as he threw off the blanket and put on his upper garment, then stepped outside. In the courtyard, he saw old Dr. Chen sitting at a stone table with little Yan. He couldn't tell what they were discussing, but both were laughing heartily, especially little Yan, who, holding a piece of white pastry, looked particularly happy. Brother, you're awake. Little Yan, giggling, was surprised to see Lu Qing emerge from the house. She hopped down from the stone bench with a thud and passed the pastry to Lu Qing. Brother, look, this is a yam cake made by Grandpa Chen. It's really tasty. Do you want a piece? Lu Qing did not take the pastry but turned to old Dr. Chen. Grandpa Chen, I hope little Yan hasn't been causing you any trouble? Source.com, updated on Omicron New. Old Dr. Chen waved his hand dismissively. Not at all, little Yan's innocence and cheerfulness make me quite happy. How are you feeling after just waking up? I feel very good. Lu Qing moved his body slightly. It feels like I've suddenly gained a lot of strength. Grandpa Chen, am I fully recovered now? Don't be so naive, the elder doctor chuckled. You were quite depleted, with a weak foundation. You need to slowly recuperate to fully recover. The strengthening needle I applied only temporarily stimulated your primordial qi, which is why you feel an illusion of increased strength. You'll need to continue with medicinal diet to replenish your body's deficiencies and recover fully. Here, have some of these yam cakes. Not only did I make them for little Yen, but for you as well. Try a few pieces. Yam is good for nourishing the spleen and lungs, as well as fortifying the kidneys in essence. Which is exactly what you need. The elder doctor pushed the plate of pristine yam cakes forward on the stone table, gesturing for Lu Qing to take some. Lu Qing gazed at the plate of yam cakes with hesitation. Grandpa Chen, these yam cakes must be quite precious, right? Not particularly precious. They're rare to find outside, but the mountains here have plenty. They're not too difficult to find, and I still have some stored. Please, go ahead and eat. Elder Dr. Chen noted Lu Qing's reservations and reassured him with a warm voice. He made it sound easy, but Lu Qing knew better. Everyone was aware of the dangers in the mountain forests. It was the herb gatherer's skill that brought these yams. To regard these yam cakes as trivial would be overly naive. Nonetheless, he realized that if Elder Dr. Chen had come this far in offering, it would be too pedantic for him to refuse, so he gave Elder Dr. Chen a deep bow and expressed his gratitude. Then I deeply thank you, Grandpa Chen. After saying so, he sat down beside the stone table and began to eat a piece of yam cake. The cake was soft and fragrantly sweet, very delicious, even for someone like Lu Qing who had tasted various modern pastries in his previous life. He found it exceptionally tasty. He focused on the cake in the plate, and as he did so, a white glow and a string of words appeared. Yam cake, a pastry made primarily with yam. Good for fortifying the spleen and lungs, strengthening the kidneys and vital essence. It seems to have significant restorative effects. Superpowers evaluation echoed exactly the effects old Dr. Chen had mentioned. Brother, isn't it delicious? Asked Little Yen with pride. Indeed, it's very tasty. Lu Qing nodded honestly. Master Chen kept an eye on Lu Qing and saw that after he had eaten a few pieces of the yam cake, he stopped, prompting Master Chen to nod to himself internally. Despite being hungry, he maintained his manners in front of the delectable food. Without giving in to gluttony, Lu Qing's performance had satisfied him quite a bit. In the past, he had not noticed that there was such a special youth in the village. However, it was still a bit too early to draw conclusions. He needed to observe for a while longer. Thinking of the idea that had come to him during Lu Qing's fainting spell, old Dr. Chen pondered for a moment. Then he said, Lu Qing, you mentioned an interest in medicinal herbs. Do you want to learn medicine? I wouldn't dare to speak blindly of learning medicine, Lu Qing quickly responded. I've merely witnessed the wonder of medicinal herbs and am drawn to it. Grandpa Chen is also aware that my family has suffered misfortune, with both parents passed on, and our household is as poor as can be. Relying solely on those 2 meager acres of land, it's really hard to get by. That's why I thought, if I could learn a bit about identifying and gathering herbs, perhaps I could use that skill to support my sister and myself. Gathering herbs is indeed a way out, old Dr. Chen nodded. But this path is not easy either. There are many dangers in the mountains, and becoming a skilled herb gatherer is not so simple. One has to try to know, and besides, what work in this world is easy? True, there is no work in this world that's easy, old Dr. Chen approved. It's rare to see someone with your understanding. If that's the case, then starting from the next time, after you're done with your acupuncture, stay and help me dry the herbs. How much you remember will depend on your perceptiveness. Thank you, Grandpa Chen. Although he had heard the elder doctor mention this before, hearing it again still filled Lu Qing with joy. Grandpa Chen, why can't you teach my brother today? Little Yen asked. The little one had been listening for a while and seemed to have understood a bit. Today won't do, old Dr. Chen laughed. Today, Grandpa Chen has to make a trip into town and doesn't have that much time. Into town, a thought stirred in Lu Qing's heart, but he held back. His behavior today had already been somewhat out of line. It wouldn't be appropriate to pry further. After all, even if he knew what was happening in the city now, it wouldn't be of much use to him. However, little Yen had no such reservations. Hearing that old Dr. Chen was going into town, she immediately widened her curious eyes. Grandpa Chen, what's it like in the city? The city, well, that's not something one can describe in a moment. When little Yen grows up, you can go see for yourself. The city is much better than the countryside in ways you wouldn't believe. Little Yen's face immediately lit up with longing. Even Lu Qing was surprised. From the elder doctor's words, the city seemed to indeed hold some sort of mystery. The three chatted for a while longer before the elder doctor stood up. All right, you should head back now. I need to prepare myself for the trip into town. Lu Qing, remember to come back for another strengthening needle in 3 days. Seeing the elder doctor getting ready to leave, Lu Qing hesitated for a moment but then said, Grandpa Chen, there's something I wish to ask you about. Oh, what is that? I would like to ask about a type of thread, one that's very strong and not prone to snapping. Thread? What do you need it for? Lu Qing weighed his words carefully before speaking. Yesterday, I went fishing by the river, and I realized that I might have some talent for angling. However, the fishing rods made from hemp thread at home aren't very sturdy. If I apply a bit of force, the line tends to break, preventing me from catching big fish. So I wanted to ask Master Chen if there is any type of thread that's particularly strong and suitable for making a better fishing rod. Strong thread. The elder doctor fell into thought upon hearing Lu Qing's words. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he walked toward the house. Wait here for me. Chapter 13. A familiar scene. The elder doctor had gone into the house, and soon came out again, holding a small box in his hand. Take this with you. The elder doctor handed the box to Lu Qing. What is this? Lu Qing opened the box, only to find inside a small bundle of nearly transparent white thread. This thread, the elder doctor said, was given to me years ago when I was traveling abroad. I saved an injured swordsman, and it's what he gave to me in gratitude. I don't know exactly what it is, only that this thread is exceptionally strong and not easily broken. It should meet your needs for making a fishing line. Grandpa Chen, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Lu Qing said, quickly pushing the object back. When he heard this, gifts given in gratitude for a saved life were bound to be out of the ordinary, and Lu Qing didn't dare take it lightly. However, hearing the word swordsman did stir something in him. This world indeed had such extraordinary figures. Elder Dr. Chen did not take it back. He waved his hand and said, just keep it. It's of no use to me. It has been in my possession for more than 10 years, I've never had a use for it. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have even forgotten I had such a thing. Source.com, updated on Omicron new. Omicron, since you need a strong thread to make a fishing line, you might as well use it. That way, it serves its purpose, instead of gathering dust at my place. If you feel unworthy of it, just bring me some of the good catch you make someday. That little fish yesterday had a fine flavor, suitable to accompany a drink. Holding the box, Lu Qing felt both grateful and ashamed. The elder doctor had treated him and his sister so well, and yet he had been thinking about stealthily learning the physician's cultivation technique, which was truly shameful. Looking at the box in his hands, Lu Qing silently made a decision. In the days to come, unless Elder Dr. Chen took the initiative to teach him, he would absolutely not try to emulate the elder doctor's cultivation technique again. Don't worry, Grandpa Chen, if I catch anything good in the future, I will definitely bring it to you first thing. Lu Qing said earnestly, gripping the small box tightly. The elder doctor broke into a hearty laugh. Then I'll look forward to it. Exiting the elder doctor's home, Lu Qing's heart was racing with excitement. Today's gains had been immense. Not only had he earned the elder doctor's favor and received treatment, but he had also landed an opportunity to be taught how to identify medicinal herbs, and on top of that, he had acquired a box of mysterious thread. Intuition told Lu Qing that the thread Elder Dr. Chen had given him was no ordinary item. However, in front of the elder doctor earlier, it wouldn't have been good to keep staring at the thread, else he would have tried using his superpower to discover its secrets. Descending the mountain with little Yen and returning to the village, Lu Qing saw several villagers carrying bamboo poles and buckets, chatting and laughing as they came back from the village entrance. Upon seeing Lu Qing, they started shouting from afar, Lu Qing, Uncle Sure, have you just come back from fishing? Lu Qing inquired, noticing the poles on the shoulders of the villagers. Yes, said the villager Lu Qing called Uncle Sure, speaking with some excitement. Didn't we listen to your advice yesterday about using earthworms for fishing? Early this morning, Dashin and I dug up some earthworms and tried them out by the river. Your method really works. Just look at our catch for today. With that, he showed Lu Qing the bucket he was carrying. Lu Qing saw that the bucket did contain quite a few fish, around 1 or 2 pounds worth. Some were even bigger than the ones he had caught yesterday. After looking at the buckets of several other villagers, he saw that each of them had a decent catch, the smallest amount being half a pound of fish. One villager was particularly lucky, having caught a fish that weighed over a pound. But the villager was also annoyed. I had hooked an even bigger one before, but the fish was so strong that it snapped my hemp line. And I couldn't even find the hook anymore. I told you not to pull so hard, to ease it a bit, but you had to arm wrestle with it. It's no wonder the line broke. Another villager criticized, how could I have known that the fish would be so strong? I'm sure it was at least 5 pounds. Come on, at most it was 2 pounds. If it were 5 pounds, you wouldn't have been able to hold on to it from the start. It was definitely 5 pounds. Listening to the villagers argue about the size of the big fish they failed to land, Qing couldn't help but chuckle. He was all too familiar with this scene. In his previous life when he went fishing with his buddies, it was exactly like this. Whenever someone's line was cut, no matter how it happened, they would definitely exaggerate the size of the fish. Anything less than 10 pounds was an insult to their fishing skills. He hadn't expected that. Even after being reborn in the other world, he would still witness this scene. Sure enough, no matter which world, the nature of fishermen is so similar. Qing's laughter made Uncle Sure and the others feel a little embarrassed. Especially with little Yen staring wide-eyed at their argument, it made them feel even more ashamed. For a group of adults to argue like this in front of 2 children was really detrimental to the elders' dignity. Qing, where have you both come back from? In order to relieve the awkwardness, Uncle Sure could only change the subject. We've just come back from Grandpa Chen's place, Qing replied. Uncle Sure nodded. Old Dr. Chen, yes, it makes sense. He cured your illness, it's only right to visit and express your gratitude. He had mistakenly assumed Qing had gone to thank the elder doctor. Yes, without Grandpa Chen, I probably wouldn't be able to stand here right now. Qing didn't deny it. By the way, Qing, the fishing techniques we're using were provided by you. You should pick out a few fish to take home and eat, Uncle Sure said. Yeah, if it weren't for your techniques, we wouldn't have known that earthworms could be used for fishing. Pick from mine, my fish are bigger. Bullshit, are your fish as big as mine? The biggest fish were caught by me, choose mine. The other villagers also chimed in one after another. Uncles, there's no need, I still haven't finished eating the fish I caught yesterday. Qing politely declined. If you can't finish them, eat more. You and little Yen are both so thin, fish is nutritious, you should eat more fish. In the end, Qing couldn't resist the villagers' pressure and symbolically picked a few fish from each villager's bucket, threading a grass stem through them. Like that, he also ended up with a good half a pound of fish. Take some more. Uncle Sure kept persuading. I really can't take any more. If I do, I won't have enough oil and salt to cook them at home. This time, Qing resolutely refused to take any more. Hearing this, Uncle Sure and the rest finally stopped urging him. Indeed, if you don't have oil and salt to cook fish, you can't get rid of the fishy smell, and it's really not that tasty. And so, carrying a string of fish and with little Yen by his side, Qing bid farewell to Uncle Sure and the others before heading back to his own small courtyard. Once home, he first placed the fish in the kitchen, then, he took out the small box that Elder Chen had given him. Opening the box, he quietly looked at the silk thread inside. He hadn't expected that. Even after being reborn in the other world, he would still witness this scene. Sure enough, no matter which world, the nature of fishermen is so similar. Qing's laughter made Uncle Sure and the others feel a little embarrassed, especially with little Yen staring wide-eyed at their argument. It made them feel even more ashamed. For a group of adults to argue like this in front of 2 children was really detrimental to the elders' dignity. Qing, where have you both come back from? In order to relieve the awkwardness, Uncle Sure could only change the subject. We've just come back from Grandpa Chen's place, Qing replied. Uncle Sure nodded. Old Dr. Chen, yes, it makes sense. He cured your illness, it's only right to visit and express your gratitude. He had mistakenly assumed Qing had gone to thank the elder doctor. Yes, without Grandpa Chen, I probably wouldn't be able to stand here right now. Qing didn't deny it. By the way, Qing, the fishing techniques we're using were provided by you. You should pick out a few fish to take home and eat, Uncle Sure said. Yeah, if it weren't for your techniques, we wouldn't have known that earthworms could be used for fishing. Pick from mine, my fish are bigger. Bullshit, are your fish as big as mine? The biggest fish were caught by me, choose mine. The other villagers also chimed in one after another. Uncles, there's no need, I still haven't finished eating the fish I caught yesterday. Qing politely declined. If you can't finish them, eat more. You and little Yen are both so thin, fish is nutritious, you should eat more fish. In the end, Qing couldn't resist the villagers' pressure and symbolically picked a few fish from each villager's bucket, threading a grass stem through them. Like that, he also ended up with a good half a pound of fish. Take some more. Uncle Sure kept persuading. I really can't take any more. If I do, I won't have enough oil and salt to cook them at home. This time, Qing resolutely refused to take any more. Hearing this, Uncle Sure and the rest finally stopped urging him. Indeed, if you don't have oil and salt to cook fish, you can't get rid of the fishy smell, and it's really not that tasty. And so, carrying a string of fish and with little Yin by his side, Lu Qing bid farewell to Uncle Shi and the others before heading back to his own small courtyard. Once home, he first placed the fish in the kitchen, then, he took out the small box that Elder Qin had given him. Opening the box, he quietly looked at the silk thread inside. Chapter 14, New Fishing Rod. New fishing spot, 2-in-1. After examining the thread for a while, a faint red light emanated. Snow silkworm silk, thread spat by the spirit worm snow silkworm, extremely tough, impervious to water and fire. Immune to cuts from swords, it seems to be a fine treasure, main material for making snow silkworm silk clothing. When Lu Qing used his superpower to investigate the information about the thread old Dr. Chen had given him, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise on his face. This mysterious thread was actually a red light level item. Having awakened his superpower some time ago, Lu Qing had come to understand that the glow revealed by items under his power's scrutiny often indicated their preciousness. The glows he had detected on items thus far were 3 types: gray, white, red. Among them, he had only seen red light on old Dr. Chen before, and the information revealed by the superpower showed that the elder doctor was a deeply hidden cultivation practitioner. Now, he had discovered yet another red light item. Source.com, updated on Omicron New 0. Omicron, and this item was also given by the elder doctor. I didn't expect this to be a red light treasure. Lu Qing had thought that this thread was no ordinary item, but he hadn't realized it would be so valuable. To be judged a treasure by his superpower, it must indeed be extraordinary. Look at how the information bar describes it: impervious to water and fire, immune to cuts from swords. What kind of thread could have such characteristics if not a treasure? I wonder if old Dr. Chen knows how magical this thread is. Lu Qing felt a complex mix of emotions. In just a few days, he and Little Yen had received many favors from old Dr. Chen. And now he had even given them such precious thread. This made him feel both touched and ashamed. After all, he knew that his reason for getting close to old Dr. Chen was not entirely pure. It seems I can only seriously fish for some good items to give to Grandpa Chen. Lu Qing wanted very much to repay old Dr. Chen's kindness, but nowadays, there really was nothing decent to offer at home. Moreover, with the elder doctor's discerning taste, monetary items might not catch his eye, especially since he had even given away a treasure like the snow silkworm silk. The only approach Lu Qing could take was starting from his hobby. Previously, from what the elder doctor had said, he seemed quite fond of fish. Conveniently, fishing was what Lu Qing was most skilled at. It seems you are destined to become my fishing line. Lu Qing picked up the small bundle of snow silkworm silk and immediately felt a soft, cool sensation upon handling it. The thread's thickness was similar to the river fishing lines he had used in his past life, and he wondered what kind of magical creature the snow silkworm really was to be capable of producing such thick silk. This bundle of snow silkworm silk didn't look very large, but upon closer inspection, Lu Qing realized that fully unraveled, it would likely be 100 meters long. Making a fishing line clearly wouldn't require this much silk. Lu Qing fetched a kitchen cleaver from the kitchen and prepared to cut off a segment of the silk to make a fishing line. However, when he placed the silk on a block of wood and chopped down, the silk sank into the wood along with the blade's edge, completely unharmed. It was then that Lu Qing remembered the superpower's description of the silk: impervious to water and fire, immune to cuts from swords. He had originally thought this might just be a rhetorical way to describe the toughness of the silk. Unexpectedly, it was indeed just as it was described literally, at least for now. With the bluntness of the kitchen cleaver, it seemed impossible to cut through the snow silkworm silk. This did not hurry Lu Qing. To verify whether the snow silkworm silk was truly impervious to water and fire, he fetched a fire lighter from the kitchen, lit it up, and then placed a small segment of the silk directly in the flame to heat. As it turned out, the snow silkworm silk did not break immediately, withstanding the flame for a full 5 minutes before burning through. It seems impervious to water and fire is really just impervious, not invulnerable. Lu Qing looked at the small segment of silk that had fallen to the ground, contemplating. Of course, being able to withstand the fire for 5 minutes was already quite impressive. After all, this was silk, not wire. However, the fact that the snow silkworm silk could be burned through was good news for Lu Qing. If even fire couldn't affect it, and with such long silk unable to be cut, he would have had to make it into a throwing rod instead. But making a throwing rod is much more complicated than a hand pole. Moreover, when he used to make throwing rods, many parts were bought directly. He had never tried making everything from scratch. Under current conditions, it was not realistic for him to make a functional throwing rod. Fortunately, now that the snow silkworm silk could be burned through, it spared him a lot of trouble. Next, Lu Qing began to dedicate himself entirely to making a fishing rod. First, he chose the bamboo poles. Equipped with a kitchen cleaver, Lu Qing spent an entire day picking out a few slender old bamboo poles in the bamboo forest behind the village before chopping them down and bringing them home. After selecting the bamboo poles, it was time for trimming and baking the bamboo, and treating it for pest resistance, etc. These tasks also required a significant amount of time. But Lu Qing couldn't wait that long, so he chose one old bamboo pole and, after lightly baking it, immediately used it to make a fishing rod. The rest of the bamboo poles were left to be carefully baked later. After the bamboo poles were selected, the rest was easy. It didn't take much effort before Lu Qing had managed to make a new fishing rod. Ta-da! Little Yen, look, how does this new fishing rod look? Pretty, isn't it? The next morning, with the newly made fishing rod on his shoulder, Lu Qing asked Little Yen, pretty? The clever and cute little Yen immediately turned into an enthusiastic supporter, nodding vigorously, I think it's pretty too. Chapter 15, New Fishing Rod, New Fishing Spot, 2-in-1_2. Lu Qing flicked the fishing rod, his face full of pride. Although it was made in a rush, the quality of this new fishing rod was not bad. At this moment, in Lu Qing's eyes, the new fishing rod was emitting a thick white light. Snow silkworm silk fishing rod, a fishing rod made with snow silkworm silk as the fishing line. The line is tough, the rod is stable, and it can withstand 100 kgs of force without breaking. With this rod, you might be able to catch big fish. When Lu Qing first saw these words, he was startled. The new fishing rod he made could actually withstand 100 kgs of force. Snow silkworm silk is a treasure. Being able to withstand 100 kgs of force is impressive, but still acceptable. However, the fact that the old bamboo casually growing on the hill behind the village was also so tough was beyond his expectations. All he could say was, worthy of otherworld, not only could it give birth to such wonders as snow silkworm silk, even the bamboo that grows here was outstanding. If his old fishing buddies from his previous life knew about this, their eyes would probably glow green with envy. Brother, the fishing rod is ready. Are we going fishing now? Asked Little Yen. Let's go, of course. With the new fishing rod in hand, Lu Qing was brimming with confidence. Moreover, it had taken him 2 whole days to make this fishing rod. The fish at home had been mostly eaten over these 2 days. More importantly, in another day, it was time for his appointment with Elder Dr. Chen for acupuncture. This time, when going to the elder doctor's house, he couldn't go empty-handed. Yay! We can go fishing again. Little Yen immediately became excited upon hearing this. Brother, I'll help you dig for earthworms. Saying this, she ran outside. Lu Qing shook his head. The little one didn't seem to realize, most kids, especially girls, are somewhat afraid of worms and bugs, yet, she was not scared at all. Instead, she even wanted to help him catch earthworms. Her courage was much greater than that of ordinary little girls. I wonder if Little Yen will become a lady as I wish, or turn into a tomboy. A tinge of worry flashed unexpectedly through Lu Qing's heart. Although there was nothing wrong with being a tomboy, if possible, he still hoped his sister could become a gentle and virtuous girl. Shaking his head, he threw these distant thoughts out of his mind and walked outside with the fishing rod. Once outside the yard, Little Yen was already waiting for him with a bamboo tube filled with earthworms. Brother, hurry up! Little Yen urged. Coming. Lu Qing picked up the shovel from outside the house and walked over. After digging up the earthworms, Lu Qing took out a small cloth bag from the house and put it in his pocket. Brother, what is this? The little one asked curiously. This is our secret weapon. Whether we can catch big fish today depends entirely on it, Lu Qing said mysteriously. Big fish. The little one's eyes immediately lit up. She didn't know how big the fish Lu Qing mentioned would be, but it sounded very impressive. After packing the secret weapon, Lu Qing also fetched the wooden barrel used to store fish a few days ago, picked up the new fishing rod, and headed forward. Let's go, set off. Set off. Little Yen also shouted in her tender voice. Before long, the siblings had reached the entrance of the village. Little Yen was leading, jumping along with the bamboo tube holding the earthworms. She continuously muttered, big fish, big fish. Passing villagers who saw her like this couldn't help but laugh. Little Yen, where are you and your brother heading? It's Uncle Zhao. I'm going with my brother to the river to fish, to catch big fish. The little one politely replied, Oh, big fish, huh? How do you know you'll catch a big fish? Uncle Zhao teased her. Of course, I know because my brother said so, and he's the best at fishing. The little one declared proudly, Haha, yes, your brother is the best. Seeing her proud little figure, Uncle Zhao laughed even more and humored her. children say the darndest things. Uncle Zhao, please don't mind, Lu Qing said apologetically. No worries, no worries, little Yan is cute just like that, Uncle Zhao chuckled. When you were sick a few days ago, the way she cried really made one's heart ache. But still, you go fishing, but make sure to keep an eye on little Yan, don't let her play in the water. I know. Lu Qing answered seriously. Little Yan, did you hear that? Listen to your brother. When we get to the river, don't go playing in the water secretly, okay? Uncle Zhao once again cautioned little Yan. I know, the little one answered obediently. I'm very well behaved. Yes, little Yan is the most well behaved. Uncle Zhao ruffled her hair, his tone somewhat wistful. After saying goodbye to Uncle Zhao, the siblings continued towards the river. However, when they arrived at the river, both were dumbfounded. They found that the spot where Lu Qing had fished last time was already taken, and it wasn't just 1 or 2 people, but 7 or 8 people squeezed into a small space. Moreover, the siblings knew these people. They were all villagers from their village. Lu Qing, you're here to fish as well? Why not come over and squeeze in with us? One villager greeted them. We've run out of fish at home, so I thought I'd come here to catch some, Lu Qing said with a smile. He then curiously asked, why are you all squeezed together fishing? Aren't you afraid of tangling your fishing lines by accident? Tell me about it. We don't want to either, the villager sighed painfully. It's too hard to catch fish anywhere else, you might wait ages just to get one. Only at this spot is it easier to catch fish. By the way, they said you fished here last time? Because it's easier to catch fish, so you all squeeze together? Lu Qing was somewhat speechless. But he still nodded. Yes, I fished here last time. Then you are really amazing. The villager gave him a thumbs up. You picked such a good spot. These past few days, we caught the most fish here, but today, for some reason, the fish have started biting less. Of course, they're biting less. With so many of you crammed into one spot, even a lot of fish would get fished out. Even if they weren't fished out, the remaining ones must have become skittish. Lu Qing shook his head. This fishing spot was probably going to be ruined, at least for a long time. It would be hard for it to return to its original state. You guys keep fishing. I'll try my luck elsewhere. After expressing his speechlessness, Lu Qing led little Yan in another direction. The villagers didn't try to stop them, rather, they breathed a sigh of relief. It was crowded enough here. If another person joined, there really would be no space left. As for Lu Qing saying he was going to try his luck elsewhere, they didn't care. In the past few days, they had also tried fishing in other parts of the river, but with little success. Fishing around, they found that this spot was indeed the easiest to catch fish. Otherwise, they wouldn't all be crowding here. After leaving the popular fishing spot, Lu Qing walked on with little Yan. Although he felt speechless about the villagers' actions, he couldn't really complain. After all, the river belonged to everyone, and everyone had the right to fish here. It wasn't as if once someone fished at a certain spot, that spot would belong to them. So regarding the villagers taking over the popular fishing spot, Lu Qing didn't feel much about it. After all, he possessed superpower, so if a spot was taken, he could just find another. With such a long river, there must be countless fishing spots. Surely there would be no lack of places to fish. Thinking this way, Lu Qing continued walking forward with little Yan. He didn't even go to the other 2 fishing spots he had discovered last time, because those 2 spots were also within other villagers' line of sight. What if he caught fish there and everyone rushed to take advantage of the spot? What would he do then? So he might as well go far away to a place no one could see to fish, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Since he was well prepared this time, not only did he bring fishing rods and a bucket, but also the firewood knife from home, so he could clear a new fishing spot anytime. Lu Qing led little Yan, walking slowly along the riverbank, and kept using his superpower to search the river's surface. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Chapter 16, The Giant Fish. The magical fish stone. At a bend in the river, Lu Qing finally discovered another new fishing spot. Primary fishing point, nutrient-rich, lush with aquatic plants, a favorite foraging ground for fish. Here, mutant fruits grow, which are the preferred food of some strange fish. Fishing here might bring unexpected joy. Its radiance was even more intense than the first primary fishing point he had found. Mutant fruits growing above? Lu Qing looked up, searching the bank near the fishing spot. Soon, several oddly shaped plants caught his attention. Under the scrutiny of superpower, these plants also emitted a white light. Blood apricot tree can bear blood apricots. Non-toxic, usable in medicine. Rumor has it that blood apricots contain a special substance that is highly favored by some strange fish. Blood apricots? Lu Qing eyed the small red fruits hanging from the trees, about the size of a little finger. Source.com, updated on Omicron new. Omicron, were these the mutant fruits that the strange fish liked to eat? Intrigued, he walked forward. Fortunately, the blood apricot trees weren't too tall, so he easily managed to pick a handful. Brother, those fruits look so yummy. Little Yen couldn't help but swallow at the sight of the blood-red blood apricots in Lu Qing's hand. These aren't meant for eating. Although the information from Superpower indicated that blood apricots were non-toxic, it also mentioned they could be used medicinally, and since they were medicinal, Lu Qing didn't dare to let Little Yen eat them recklessly. If they're not for eating, what did you pick them for, brother? For fishing. Some fishy fish really like these fruits. I want to try and see if I can use them to catch a big fish, Lu Qing explained. Big fish like fruits too? Little Yan's eyes widened with surprise. Yeah, fishy fish like to eat all sorts of things: earthworms, fruits, corn, grass, they all like it. They even like corn and grass? The little one's eyes widened even more. It was her first time hearing about this and she found it absolutely fascinating. So these fruits aren't for Little Yen to eat. They are to fish for big fishy fish. Got it. Little Yen understands. The little one nodded her head repeatedly. She was more interested in the big fish than in the fruits. Little Yen, you wait here for a moment. Brother is going to tidy up the surrounding area. After instructing Little Yen not to wander off, Lu Qing secured his short-handled firewood knife to a stick and began to clear the weeds and miscellaneous trees around the fishing spot. Tidying up fishing spots had been common practice for Lu Qing in his previous life, so he was naturally skilled at it now. Before long, he had cleared away the weeds and miscellaneous trees by the bank and created a good spot for fishing. However, he didn't touch the few blood apricot trees, as they, being white light-level plants, were valuable. Once the fishing spot was prepared, Lu Qing was ready to begin fishing. He still didn't bait the area with food, as the food supply at home wasn't plentiful enough to afford such wastefulness. With the other world's rivers so rich in resources and selected by his superpower as a natural fishing spot, he was confident in catching fish even without baiting. Sitting by the bank, Lu Qing decided to start with earthworms, to secure his meals for the next 2 days. First and foremost, after threading an earthworm onto the hook, he cast it into the water, the float settling on the surface. Worthy of being the whitest of the glows among a few fishing spots selected by his superpower, no sooner had Lu Qing dropped his hook into the water and before he could even put down his fishing rod, he saw the float start to move. It trembled a few times, then sharply darted downwards. With a flick of his wrist, a whoosh sounded, and he instantly pulled the fish up. The fish wasn't big, a small whitefish about 2 fingers wide. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, guessing that this little whitefish must be one of the most common fish in the river, always present everywhere. It's a little whitefish. Little Yen had also recognized the fish on the hook and exclaimed immediately, yes. Whitefish. Looks like we're going to have a big haul today. Lu Qing removed the fish and placed it in the bucket. Having a fish bite so quickly was an auspicious start, and it gave him the premonition that he might really catch something big today. With that thought, Lu Qing's spirits lifted. However, what happened next was a bit beyond Lu Qing's expectations. After catching several more small fish, when he cast his line again, there was a long pause with no sign of fish biting. When small fish aren't biting, it means there are either no fish left or there's a big one down there driving away the school of small fish. The experienced Lu Qing quickly made his own judgment. He promptly pulled up the hook, removed the earthworm on it, and then took out a small cloth bag. It's the secret weapon. Little Yen immediately recognized this as something her brother had packed when they left home. Lu Qing opened the cloth bag and took out several kernels of glistening golden corn. This corn was what Lu Qing had gotten from Aunt Wang next door that morning, naturally to use as bait. In his previous life, when Lu Qing went wild fishing, corn was what he usually used to catch big fish. Fish like carp and grass carp especially loved to eat corn, and it never failed him. He wasn't sure if the big fish in this world were the same, but it was worth a shot. If that didn't work, he planned to try the newly picked blood apricots. Hooking a plump fresh kernel of corn, Lu Qing cast his line once again, unexpectedly. This time, the result took him by surprise. The moment the hook hit the water, before the float even steadied and while he was half-crouching preparing to sit, suddenly, without any warning, the float dramatically sank beneath the water, the fishing line went taut, and a tremendous force from the rod pulled Lu Qing into a stumble. Chapter 17, Big Fish. Magical fish stone _2, Lu Qing reacted quickly, taking a step forward to stabilize his stance. Nice try, ambushing me. Clasping the fishing rod tightly, he felt the tug from the line. His face lit up with excitement. this is definitely a big fish, such strength. Surely it's not something a fish less than 5 pounds could exert. Roaring, when the fish couldn't break free, it started to exert more force, pulling the fishing line taut and creating a whooshing sound. Think you can slip away from my hands? No way. Seeing the fish exert force again, Qing wasn't the least bit panicked. He slightly loosened his grip, releasing most of the tension, then he tightened again, continuing the struggle with the fish below. His new fishing rod, certified by a superpower, could withstand 100 pounds of force, and he didn't believe the fish could break it. Source: Com, updated on new. Omicron, brother, you can do it. Little Yen, standing by his side, was very nervous, but she dared not shout loudly, fearing she might scare the big fish away, so she could only clench her small fists and quietly cheer for her brother. The next period was a time of wit and strength between Qing and the fish. The two sides tugged back and forth for half an hour before Qing felt the fish's strength start to wane. "I've finally worn you out," Qing breathed a sigh of relief. This tussle had drained quite a bit of his energy, had it not been for the acupuncture he received from Elder Dr. Chen a couple of days ago, which replenished a lot of his primordial qi. He might not have lasted. Once the fish reached its limit, it had no chance of escaping from Qing's grasp. After a while, with another burst of effort from Qing, the big fish, which had struggled with him for a long time, finally surfaced. The siblings finally got a clear view of the fish's true appearance. What a big fish! Upon seeing the fish's heading back, little Yen couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Even Qing couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Goodness, with this size, this fish must be over 10 pounds. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Qing clutched the fishing rod tightly. Fishing, especially near the end, requires utmost attention, otherwise, if the fish were to escape at the last moment, he might rue it deeply even at his 80th birthday. However, despite utmost caution, a mishap still occurred as Qing prepared to land the fish. He realized a significant problem. He hadn't prepared a landing net. Of course, this wasn't really his fault, as they didn't have a net at home. Not just a landing net, they didn't even have a simple net. Without a net, he couldn't simply scoop up the fish. Qing had no choice but to continue playing it. Only when the fish was utterly exhausted did he let little Yen hold the rod while he lay on the bank, planning to personally lift the fish up. This was actually risky because a fish of this size might still have some strength left. A swish of its tail could potentially knock someone unconscious. Fortunately, this fish had indeed been worn out completely by Qing. In the end, all was well. Qing managed to lift the fish. "Brother, this big fish looks even taller than little Yen." When the fish was lifted away from the riverbank, little Yen measured it and immediately marveled. "It does seem a bit taller." Qing checked and it indeed was. This big fish was over a meter long, even taller than little Yen by a bit. "Let me see what kind of fish this actually is." Qing saw that the fish, with its elongated body and neatly arranged scales like armor plates, looked quite imposing. He immediately used his superpower to check the fish's information. As he focused his gaze, a dense white light soon emerged from the big fish. "It's a white light." Qing felt a touch of disappointment. He had hoped that such a big fish might reach the red light level, but then again, he considered himself a bit too greedy. If this fish were at the red light level, whether he could have landed it at all was still in question. After all, he had only seen red light level objects twice before. One was Elder Dr. Chen, and the other was Snow Silkworm Silk, and both were out of the ordinary. Elder Dr. Chen was a practitioner of cultivation, and Snow Silkworm Silk was even more an exotic treasure. If this big fish also reached the red light level, it might have some special abilities. In that case, it was uncertain who would pull whom. It was possible that on the very first try, he would be dragged into the water. After calming his mind, Qing focused his attention on the new piece of text that appeared. "Green armored fish, a large fish species, covered in green armored scales, considered a tyrant in the river, containing fish stone. Rumor has it that in the throat of a fully grown green armored fish, there lies a fish stone. Obtaining and polishing it to wear can have soul-soothing and mind-stabilizing effects." When Qing read the information on the text, he was immediately delighted. Fish stone, this big fish he just caught contained a fish stone. Qing was not unfamiliar with fish stone. In his previous life, he had caught a wild green fish weighing over 20 pounds, which had a fish stone inside it. At that time, a boss had offered him over 10,000 for it, but he didn't sell it. As for the reason, besides liking it, it was naturally because there had always been a rumor in the fishing community. It was said that fish stones of a certain age could safeguard one's safety. Whether the fish stone from his previous life could ensure safety was unclear to Qing, but the fish stone inside this green armored fish was recognized by his superpower as having soul-soothing and mind-stabilizing effects. It happened to be that little Yen. since the death of their parents, had not been sleeping well at night, often waking up from nightmares needing his embrace to continue sleeping. If the fish stone from this green armored fish really had such magical effects, that would be wonderful. In excitement, Qing almost could not help himself from ripping open the green armored fish. Fortunately, he still had his senses and ultimately controlled himself. Brother, how are we going to take this big fish home? The bucket seems too small. At this moment, little Yen asked in some distress. She had just measured, and the big fish was much taller than the wooden barrel they brought. It wouldn't fit at all. No problem, in a moment your brother will twist some grass ropes and carry it back, Qing confidently said. It's just a fish that weighs about 10 or 20 pounds. The fish has been caught. How hard could it be to carry it back? Is that so? Are we going to continue fishing? Little Yen asked again. This question stumped Qing. With his usual experience, after the long struggle and pulling with this green armored fish, he had covered the entire nearby water area of the fishing spot. Generally, at such times, the bottom would be stirred up and even if there were fish, they would have scattered. But then he thought about the blood apricots he picked earlier and hesitated. According to the information given by his superpower, blood apricots were delicacies for some strange fish. As a seasoned fishing enthusiast, he was quite curious about these so-called strange fish. What special characteristics could those labeled as strange by his superpower have? Even this green armored fish possessing a fish stone didn't seem to earn the title of strange from his superpower. What kind of strangeness did these so-called strange fish have? After some hesitation, Qing decided to fish a little longer. They were said to be strange fish, perhaps they were not scared away by the green armored fish. Thus, with such luck in mind, Qing filled a bucket with water, positioned the head of the green armored fish downward, barely soaking it in the bucket, then sat back at the fishing spot. However, he also made up his mind to fish just a little longer. After a while, if no fish bit, he would head home. Otherwise, the green armored fish might not last too long. Dead fish are never as tasty as live ones. Having reset his stance, Qing this time directly hung a blood apricot on the fish hook. He cast the hook into the water and began quietly waiting. Time ticked by second, and quickly, half an hour had passed. The float showed no signs of movement, as if it had stopped. Looks like it stirred up the area after all. Even the strange fish couldn't avoid it. Qing sighed. This result was not beyond his expectations. He just had held a bit of hope earlier. Let's head back. Just as Qing was preparing to pack up his fishing rod to head home, suddenly, he saw the float sharply dive into the water. Chapter 18, Red Moon Carp. Suddenly, the bite caught Qing off guard. Fortunately, with his many years of fishing experience, his reactions were always timely. In just an instant, he gripped the fishing rod firmly, stabilized his posture, and managed not to be dragged into the water with the rod. This pull was no weaker than that of the previous green armored fish. Wow, you fish from the other world really like to sneak attack, huh? Feeling the pulling force transmitted through the rod, Qing couldn't help but laugh and cry. As an experienced angler, today he had nearly capsized twice and had to tackle it seriously. The big fish of this other world really didn't play fair. No prelude before biting and always launching sneak attacks. If it weren't for his extensive experience, they would have succeeded. But since the first sneak attack failed, all of you might as well come up. Qing held the fishing rod tightly with both hands, constantly sensing the changes in the force on the rod, and reacting accordingly. Starting a new round of wrestling with the fish underwater. Source.com, updated on Omicron News Zeroed. After wrestling for a while, Qing noticed something was off. He had assumed the new fish on the hook would be similar in size to the green armored fish. After all, the initial pulling force was quite strong, but now, he felt a difference. Unlike the green armored fish, whose force was mighty and relentless, the current fish, though also fierce in strength, lacked persistence. As long as Qing could stabilize the initial burst, it quickly weakened. It was the kind of explosive but not enduring type. Based on experience, Qing guessed that the fish underwater wasn't as big as he initially thought. Rather, it was a type of fish that moved quickly and had strong explosive power, but was not large in size. Knowing this, Qing felt even more at ease. Fish that sprint and speed were much easier to deal with than big fish like the green armored fish. The big fish like the green armored fish had immense strength. A mere effort could require his utmost care. Moreover, they had good stamina, and it was a test of patience on both sides. For fish with explosive sprinting, as long as he could stabilize the initial struggle, the fish's strength would continue decreasing, and there would be no escape. Things went just as Qing had anticipated. After stabilizing a few bursts of force from the unknown fish underwater, he distinctly felt that its explosive force had begun to wane. Then, after a period of pulling and tugging, Qing saw the outline of the fish. Red fish? when he saw the fish hooked and emerging from the water. Lu Qing was stunned for a moment, because the fish turned out to be a vibrant fiery red, strange fish. This was definitely a strange fish. Seeing such an eye-catching brilliant red, Lu Qing's heart instantly stirred with excitement. He also noticed that the red fish really wasn't very big, only about 20 to 30 centimeters long. With this understanding, it became much easier for Lu Qing to handle the fish. Before long, the fish was nearly deprived of its strength and he directly lifted it out of the water. "Brother, that fish is so beautiful!" Little Yen exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she looked at the fish on the grass. "It really is beautiful." Lu Qing, after getting a clear view of the fish's appearance, couldn't help but admire. The newly caught fish was about a foot long, slender in shape, much resembling the carp from the blue star of his previous life. It had two graceful long barbels near its mouth and a tail that was like a blossomed flower. Coupled with its flame-like red scales, the entire fish looked exceedingly beautiful. After watching for a while, the information about the fish began to appear before Lu Qing's eyes. Red moon carp. Strange fish, clad in red scale armor, which swims exceptionally fast. Because its body contains a hint of spiritual charm, its flesh is extremely nourishing and delicious, and its scales can also be used in medicine. Rumor has it that if the red moon carp is properly nurtured, it may have a chance to evolve into a spirit fish. Along with several descriptions, there was also a glow emanating from the fish's body, a white light tinged with a hint of red light? At first, Lu Qing thought he had seen it wrong. That red light was a reflection off the scales of the red moon carp, but after he looked closely, he confirmed that it was not a reflection from the scales, but indeed a glow that only his superpower could see, representing the grade of the object. That is to say, this red moon carp was not merely at the level of white light, it was a strange fish at a level between white and red light. No wonder, he thought, why there were 3 descriptions. Typically, white light items only had 2 descriptions. He immediately focused on the third description, has a chance to evolve into a spirit fish. Lu Qing pondered as he read the third description. Could this spirit fish be a higher level of existence than the strange fish? He suddenly remembered the snow silkworm silk gifted by Elder Dr. Chen. The snow silkworm silk was already a treasure at the red light level. Perhaps the snow silkworm that spawned such treasure might be a spiritual silkworm. Unfortunately, this speculation was destined to remain unanswered for the time being. Even Elder Dr. Chen did not know the origin of the snow silkworm silk, so even if he wanted to ask, there was nowhere to turn for answers. Thus, compared to the third description, the second description was more useful to him. The flesh is extremely nourishing and delicious. Lu Qing smiled slightly as he read the information on the tag. Finally, he had a gift for Elder Dr. Chen tomorrow. Initially, he had planned to take the green armored fish to the Elder Doctor if there were no further catches, but now, clearly, the red moon carp was more precious, and its size was not too large, making it more suitable as a gift. Thinking of this, Lu Qing quickly took out the green armored fish and put the red moon carp into the bucket. Since it was to be a gift, he couldn't let it die. Fortunately, the red moon carp lived up to its name as a strange fish. Although it had previously been exhausted by Lu Qing and had spent quite a while on the grass, once it was back in the water in the bucket, it immediately started swimming again. Its vitality was remarkably tenacious. After obtaining the red moon carp, Lu Qing no longer thought of continuing fishing. Battling with 2 large fish had nearly exhausted his strength. If he continued fishing, even if he could still catch fish, he wouldn't have the strength to manage them anymore. So, it was best to quit while ahead. Little Yen, let's get ready to go back. Lu Qing improvised with materials at hand, twisting a grass rope to secure and carry the green armored fish. Holding the bucket in one hand, and the firewood knife and fishing rod in the other, he then said to Little Yen, "Brother, let me help you carry some things." Little Yen saw her brother both carrying and holding so much, and she felt a bit heartbroken for him. That works. Lu Qing tried walking a bit and realized that he indeed had too many things to carry comfortably. After thinking, he first hung the bamboo tube with earthworms around Little Yen's neck, then, he placed the fishing rod on her shoulder. "Little Yen, you carry the fishing rod. Be careful as you walk, don't trip." "Okay, Little Yen knows." The little girl nodded seriously. In this way, the siblings, one carrying the fish and the other the fishing rod, struggled back along their way. When they passed by the small fishing spot, the villagers who saw the large and small figures were immediately stunned. Chapter 19 Mental Breakdown. When Lu Qing and Little Yen appeared at the fishing spot, the villagers who were still fishing there were stunned by the sight of the fish on Lu Qing's back. Lu Qing, what? What are you carrying on your back?" A villager stammered. "A fish, Lu Qing took a breath and replied. He really felt a little tired, his body had not fully recovered yet, and he had struggled with the green armored fish and the red moon carp for so long. Now, walking with so much on his back was becoming too much. However, his answer somewhat exasperated the villagers. Nonsense, they obviously knew he was carrying fish. The question was, where had he managed to catch such big fish? The villagers looked at the fish on Lu Qing's back, which was almost as tall as his body and dragged its tail on the ground, and felt a bit dizzy. Oh my god, it was the first time they had seen such a big fish. Source.com, updated on Omicron new.omicron, but some villagers noticed Lu Qing's difficulty and quickly stepped forward to help him unload the fish. Come on, let me carry it for you. Your body has just recovered not long ago, don't get tired again. Lu Qing didn't refuse, he really was struggling to keep up. He had thought he could carry the fish home, but it seemed he had overestimated his strength. Thank you, Brother Dian. Lu Qing set the fish down and took a deep breath. Heh, no need to thank me. It's the first time I've seen such a big fish, and touching one is a blessing. No wait, there's another one in this bucket, such a beautiful fish. Villager Dian was delighted and bent down to look, then exclaimed in surprise. The other villagers, hearing this, could no longer hold back and immediately crowded around to look into the bucket. It really is, there's another big fish in the bucket. What fish is this, bright red? I've never seen this before. This fish is so beautiful, the nobles in the city will surely like it. My goodness, Lu Qing, how did you manage to catch two big fish at once? When the final question came out, everyone looked at Lu Qing. How I fished them. Just like you guys, Lu Qing reached out and took the fishing rod from Little Yan's shoulder. I just chose a spot upstream, never expecting to catch two big fish, it was luck. Where exactly did you fish then? A villager asked, eyes shifting. As soon as this was asked, a few other villagers looked at him with some disdain. His intentions were too obvious, he didn't even try to hide it, taking advantage of kids here. Feeling something was amiss after he asked, that villager quickly smirked. I'm just curious, don't tell me you guys aren't curious. Lu Qing certainly understood what the villager meant, but he wasn't too concerned. After all, even if he didn't tell them, they would certainly go searching eventually. He couldn't hide the traces of where he had set up his fishing spot, so he straightforwardly said, just not far ahead, but I advise you not to go there now. Why not? The villager blurted out, because that spot blew up earlier. Now there aren't even small fish there, let alone big ones, otherwise I wouldn't have come back so soon, Lu Qing half-truthfully said. The other villagers found this reasonable. Lu Qing had caught two big fish, especially the one on the ground, which was incredibly large. Such a big fish would definitely make a lot of noise when caught. It was no wonder the other fish would have scattered. However, despite what was said, there were still villagers who held on to a glimmer of hope. For example, the villager who had asked about Lu Qing's fishing spot had already decided to sneak over there later to see exactly where Lu Qing had been fishing. Lu Qing didn't care what the villagers were thinking. After all, he had said his piece, and if others refused to believe and insisted on fishing there, he had no control over it. Moreover, even if someone did go fishing there, he didn't care. As for the small fish, they meant little to him, but the big fish, it wasn't that he looked down on the villagers, but with their skills, they simply couldn't catch a big fish, even if they were lucky enough to hook a big fish. Their fragile twine couldn't withstand the enormous impact of a big fish. After resting for a while, Lu Qing felt his strength partially return. Everyone, Little Yan and I are heading back, you all continue fishing. Having said that, he prepared to pick up the green armored fish. Upon seeing this, Brother Dian quickly bent down and lifted the fish. Weren't you supposed to let me do this, Lu Qing? You just carry the bucket. Man, this fish is heavy, must be nearly 40 pounds. Only when he truly lifted the green armored fish did Dian realize it was even heavier than he had anticipated. He couldn't help but glance at Lu Qing, finding it hard to imagine how Lu Qing, with his slight build, had managed to reel in such a big fish. Then thank you, Brother Dian. When we get back, I'll treat you to fish. Lu Qing didn't refuse the help, as he was actually quite happy to accept it. That sounds great, I've never eaten such a big fish before. Brother Dian became instantly cheerful, watching Lu Qing and the others head toward the village. The remaining villagers looked at one another. Suddenly, one villager shouted, "Stop fishing. Let's go back to the village to see the excitement." Exactly, we've been here all morning and only caught a few small fish. Better to go back and see how Lu Qing handles the fish. I haven't had enough of those two big fish just now, need to go back and take a few more looks. Before Lu Qing's return, the villagers still had the patience to keep waiting here. Now, watching Lu Qing leave with two big fish, they couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. They had been guarding this spot for 2 or 3 days, yet couldn't compare to the scraps Lu Qing had gained in just a couple of hours. How was that fair? Might as well not fish at all. With their morale shattered, the villagers began packing up their things, preparing to head back to the village. Lu Qing and his group had just left, and if they hurried, they might even catch up. Old Zhao, aren't you going back? Everyone was packing up, but one person remained unmoved, still sitting and fishing. Seeing this, someone asked, "You guys go ahead, I'm going to fish a little longer. Maybe the fish will bite soon." Old Zhao, who had earlier inquired about Lu Qing's fishing spot, grinned, "All right, you keep fishing. But I'm telling you, this place has been fished by me for several days already, it's been cleaned out. Didn't you see how much Lu Qing disliked it here?" Initially, people didn't take Lu Qing's fishing skills seriously, thinking he caught those many small fish just by using earthworms as bait, but after seeing those 2 big fish, nobody dared to underestimate Lu Qing's fishing skills anymore. Such big fish, if it were up to them, they surely couldn't catch them. These past few days it wasn't that nobody had tried being bitten by big fish, the result was always failure. Either the fishing line would break, or the rod would snap, not one of them able to pull up the big fish. After packing up, the villagers gradually left, only old Zhao remained alone, calmly continuing to fish. After a while, ensuring no one else could see him, old Zhao suddenly leapt up, he hurriedly packed up his things. Idiots, all believing whatever that kid Lu Qing says. I don't believe he has fished out all the fish from that place. Saying that, he picked up his belongings and ran toward the direction Lu Qing and Little Yen had gone back to. Chapter 20, Onlookers. The villagers ultimately failed to catch up with Lu Qing and his 2 companions. With Brother Dian's help, they moved quite swiftly, especially since the river was not far from the village. Thus, by the time they were still packing up by the river, Lu Qing and the others had already returned to the village, and when they arrived back in the village, it caused quite a sensation. Inevitably, the giant fish carried on Brother Dian's back was too eye-catching, and this guy loved to flaunt it. Walking right up to anyone he saw as soon as he entered the village, the others weren't blind. How could they not notice the fish he was carrying? Seeing such a large fish, exclamations were inevitable. Brother Dian caught a big fish, such a big fish. This shout naturally drew more villagers out to see the spectacle, and indeed, it was a huge fish, frighteningly huge, that immediately stirred up excitement. Source.com, updated on N0new.omicron. Well, you Dian, catching such a big fish. Quick, tell us how you managed to catch it. Goodness, that fish must be more than 20 pounds, impressive, Dian. Brother Dian is so amazing for catching such a big fish. A crowd of villagers surrounded Dian, touching the fish while expressing their amazement. The children were even more excited, jumping and shouting. Lu Qing watched with amusement as Brother Dian showcased the green armored fish to everyone. This scene reminded him of his past life's fellow fishing enthusiasts who, upon occasionally catching a big fish, behaved in exactly the same boasting manner. It seemed as if they had to show off intensively, or else they'd feel they had wasted the hardship of waiting by the river. When Brother Dian had bragged enough, Lu Qing finally called out somewhat helplessly, "All right, Brother Dian, let's go back." After enough showing off, Brother Dian squeezed out of the crowd and ran over to Lu Qing. "I forgot to tell you guys, I didn't catch this big fish, it was Lu Qing who did it." Lu Qing caught it? Everyone turned their attention to Lu Qing. Little Yen immediately lifted her head proudly. "Yes, this big fish was caught by my brother after a lot of effort. We have an even prettier big fish in our bucket." It really was Lu Qing who caught it? There's another big fish in the bucket? Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly crowded around to look into the bucket Lu Qing was holding. Upon seeing the contents, everyone was stunned. The red moon carp's appearance was simply too stunning. The dazzling fiery red color was like a flame burning in the water, making it evident at first sight that this was no ordinary fish. What kind of fish is this? It's so beautiful. A fiery red fish, it's my first time seeing one. Such a beautiful fish, where did you catch it? Lu Qing? Lu Qing, do you know what kind of fish this is? Everyone asked in wonder. "I don't know what kind of fish this is either." Lu Qing shook his head. "Tomorrow I plan to take it to Grandpa Chen to see if he recognizes it." Yes, Elder Chen, with his broad knowledge and experience, will definitely recognize this fish. If there was anyone in the village who commanded the villagers' respect, it was undoubtedly old Dr. Chen, not only because most had been treated by the elder doctor at some point, but also because the elder doctor was universally recognized as the most knowledgeable person in the village. Regularly entering the city, his experiences were not something those rural folk could compare to. Everyone gathered around, Fervently discussing the two large fish for a long time, after satisfying their curiosity, they finally dispersed contentedly. Lu Qing did invite everyone to his house, saying he would cook the fish for them, but who in the village didn't know his family's situation? One by one, they all declined. Even those few who were tempted to taste the big fish were quickly pulled away by others before they could speak up, really blind to propriety, trying to take advantage of two poor orphans. Aren't they afraid of being criticized? After everyone had left, Lu Qing finally picked up the bucket, and together with little Yin and brother Dian, returned to his own yard. Lu Qing, I'm heading back now. Just as they reached the yard, brother Dian put down the fish, ready to leave. Lu Qing hurriedly stopped him. Don't go, brother Dian. I promised to treat you to fish. You actually took it seriously? I was joking before. With your family's situation, if I really stayed for a meal, I would be chased away with a stick by my old man when I got home. You can't let me break my word, though. Anyway, I can't dare to stay for a meal. The two argued, but neither could convince the other. Brother Dian, such big fish, my sister and I can't finish them quickly, and with the weather warming, the fish meat won't last long. If you take a couple of pieces home, it would also help lighten my load, Lu Qing earnestly said. Well, okay then. Brother Dian saw Lu Qing put it that way and hesitated a bit, but in the end, he agreed. Seeing him relent, Lu Qing immediately went to the kitchen to get a knife, ready to butcher the fish, and truly, the green armored fish, living up to its name, had incredibly tough scales. Lu Qing exerted a lot of effort, and with the help of brother Dian, they finally managed to scrape off the scales and then cut open the belly. After splitting the fish, apart from the swim bladder, he planned to discard the other viscera, like the intestines and liver. Food prepared from such large fish, like the green armored fish's viscera, could be delicious. In his past life, Lu Qing had been quite fond of eating fish intestines, but given the current situation at home, barely having any condiments, he simply wasn't able to cook such strongly flavored ingredients properly, forcing Lu Qing to reluctantly give them up. After removing the viscera, Lu Qing immediately chopped out 2 large pieces of fish meat, wrapped them in banana leaves, and handed them to brother Dian. All this? Brother Dian looked at the 2 large pieces of fish meat, astonished. These 2 pieces of fish meat weighed at least several pounds. Not much, brother Dian. Look, there's still so much fish meat here, little Yen, and I couldn't possibly finish it. Lu Qing forcefully stuffed the fish meat into brother Dian's hands. Brother Dian glanced at the chopping board, indeed seeing a large pile of fish meat, and didn't refuse any further. Lu Qing, I think your household is the only one in the village having trouble with too much fish to eat, brother Dian said with a laugh after taking the fish meat. After seeing Lu Qing's catch today, brother Dian also realized that Lu Qing's household would likely not lack fish in the future. Fish can't be eaten as a staple though, Lu Qing said helplessly. One still needs to eat proper meals, but it's a pity our fields are lying fallow, and it's not yet time to plant crops. That is a problem indeed. Brother Dian nodded. He knew that due to the major upheaval the Lu family had experienced, Lu Qing had missed the planting season. It would still be several months until the next one. He thought for a moment, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Lu Qing, you're so good at fishing, why not sell the fish you catch at the market? Once you have money, you can buy grains. Sell fish? Lu Qing was puzzled. But I remember, there are entry fees required to enter the city, and I currently have no money. I'm not talking about the city, but about going to the big market not far from our village. Big market? Lu Qing blinked. Chapter 21, Delicious. Lu Qing blinked, searching his memory for a while. He gradually began to recall the memories associated with the big trade fair. Simply put, the big trade fair was actually an exchange event spontaneously formed by several of the large villages nearby. After all, the town was distant, and entry required a fee, something many villagers and mountain people were unwilling to spend unless it was necessary. Therefore, no one knows from when or who organized it, but slowly, there was a big trade fair nearby, and villagers from around would head to the fair every 5 days to buy and sell goods. The original host once went to the fair with his parents when he was young, but ever since little Yen was born, he had taken on the task of caring for his sister and had never been to the big fair again. His memory of the big trade fair had also gradually become vague. It wasn't until brother Dian mentioned it that Lu Qing began to recall some impressions. Brother Dian said, at the big trade fair, people from all the villages and even the mountain people occasionally come out to buy things. Your fish are so big, if you take them to sell there, as long as they're not too expensive, someone will definitely want them. In brother Dian's view, since Lu Qing had more fish than he could eat, keeping them was just a waste. It would be better to take them to the fair to sell for cheap and at least make some money in exchange. Source.com, updated on Omicron News 0. Omicron, Lu Qing thought for a moment. Then nodded, then I'll see. If I catch big fish again next time, I'll take them to the fair to see if I can sell them. You can definitely sell them. Brother Dayan said happily, I've seen people selling fish at the fair, but their fish were nowhere near as big as the ones you caught today. Lu Qing smiled, catching big fish isn't something that happens every time. It doesn't matter if you can catch them or not. If you want to go to the big fair, remember to let me know. There are some rules to pay attention to when you go to the fair, Brother Dayan reminded him. Okay, if I decide to go to the fair, I'll definitely tell you, Brother Dayan, just remember that, and I'll be on my way now. After Brother Dayan left, Lu Qing fell into deep thought. He had overlooked this information about the big fair. Perhaps he could start from there if he wanted to find out information about the town. Brother, when can we eat the fish? Little Yen is hungry, Little Yen called out beside him, just as Lu Qing was pondering how to gather information at the big fair. Oh, very soon. Wait for your brother to sort out the fish, and I'll cook it for you. Lu Qing snapped back to reality and quickly resumed his tasks. He chopped the remaining fish into several pieces, planning to deliver them to Old Master Zhang later. During the time he was unconscious, it was Old Master Zhang who had taken care of Little Yen. And he could not forget that kindness. After sorting the fish, Lu Qing picked out the best piece of fish. He removed all the bones cleanly, slicing the fish meat into thin pieces. Then he put a pot on to boil water and started cooking porridge. As for the remaining fish, he threaded them onto bamboo splints, hanging them under the eaves to dry, preparing to make dried fish. Looking at the long string of fish hanging on the bamboo pole, Lu Qing silently resolved to get an iron pot as soon as possible, right, and some seasonings, otherwise, his culinary skills would have no room to shine. It pained him to see such good ingredients going to waste. By the time Lu Qing had finished these tasks, the porridge in the clay pot was also boiling. First, he added some salt, stirred it a few times to ensure the salt dissolved, then he carefully placed the fish slices into the porridge, watching them turn white before immediately turning off the heat. Finally, he added a small spoonful of lard to the porridge, and it was done to perfection. Lu Qing first scooped a bowl of fish porridge for Little Yen, fanned it to cool it down a bit, then set it in front of her. Little Yen, wait a bit longer, it's still very hot. Little Yen understands. Although the little one was drooling with anticipation, she obediently agreed. Her eyes, however, remained fixed on the fish porridge. Seeing this, Lu Qing smiled and then ladled himself a bowl of porridge as well. Relying on his tough skin, he scooped a spoonful of porridge with fish slices, blew on it a few times, and put it into his mouth. As soon as the fish entered his mouth, he felt a burst of umami rushing to his taste buds, and his face lit up with surprise. This fish, tender and fragrant, also had a faint aroma of fat which was unexpectedly delicious. Indeed, high-end ingredients often only needed the simplest cooking methods. He had only added a little salt oil to this fish porridge, not even green onions, and it was already this tasty, deserving of being a premium fish that could emit a rich white light. A single spoonful of porridge immediately filled Lu Qing with a sense of complete satisfaction. Brother, can Little Yen eat now? Seeing her brother enjoying his food so much, Little Yen couldn't help but gaze at him with longing eyes. Lu Qing reached out to touch her bowl, felt it was not too hot, and nodded. You can eat now, but still be careful not to burn your tongue. Little Yen will be careful. Upon hearing she could eat, the little one immediately perked up with joy. She spooned some porridge, and carefully followed Lu Qing's earlier actions, cautiously blowing on it. Once it felt cool enough, she put the porridge in her mouth. Then, after eating a spoonful of porridge, her eyes suddenly widened. Oh, brother, the big fish's porridge is so tasty, even tastier than this morning's shrimp porridge. The little one danced around excitedly, clearly overjoyed. That's because you didn't see how hard your brother worked to catch this big fish. Of course, it's delicious, Lu Qing said with a proud expression. Brother is the best. The little one showered him with praise, not skimping on the compliments. If it's tasty, then eat more. Grandpa Chen said that if you want beautiful hair, you need to eat well. Little Yen will try hard to eat. Little Yen wants to grow beautiful hair. The little one nodded vigorously, serious and earnest. Seeing this, Lu Qing felt a slight pang in his heart. The day before yesterday, when the little one was playing outside, she was mocked by other village kids for having ugly hair. When she came back, she asked him a bit grievously how she could grow beautiful hair. Lu Qing, of course, knew that Little Yen's hair was this way largely because of malnutrition. He told the little one to obediently eat well and that after nourishing her body, Her hair would soon become beautiful, so now, every time little Yen ate anything, she took it very seriously, not willing to waste a single bit, although they never really had the luxury to waste anything, after enjoying their fish porridge. Both siblings sat contentedly slumped in their chairs. Even Lu Qing had not anticipated that the green armored fish's meat would be so tender and fresh. It was a delightful surprise. He couldn't help but think, if the green armored fish was this tasty, what would the red moon carp, hailed as an extremely fresh delicacy by those with superpowers, taste like? Unfortunately, the red moon carp was a gift he had prepared for old Dr. Chen and could not be eaten. After resting for a while, Lu Qing stood up and headed to the kitchen. He still had one more task to complete. The green armored fish's fish stone still needed to be taken care of. Chapter 22, Fish Stone Pendant. Please favorite and follow. The green armored fish's fish stone had not been retrieved by Lu Qing in front of Brother Dian. Instead, it had remained inside the body of the green armored fish. It wasn't that he was stingy and unwilling to show it to others, but rather it was difficult for him to explain what it was. Now that no one was disturbing him, it was the perfect opportunity to take the fish stone. He went to the kitchen, where the large fish head of the green armored fish was placed in a wooden basin. Lu Qing broke open the fish head and found the fish stone at the throat. However, when he saw the appearance of the fish stone, Lu Qing was very surprised. In his previous life, Lu Qing had caught a large green fish weighing over 40 pounds, and also obtained a very nice fish stone, but when he had retrieved that fish stone, it had been slightly gelatinous. After it was taken out, it needed cleaning, air drying, and other treatments before he finally got a good-looking fish stone. Now, he touched the fish stone from the throat of the green armored fish and found that it wasn't soft at all. It had already hardened. Lu Qing found a small wooden spoon and carefully dug out the fish stone. Source.com, updated on Omicron New 0.0. After cleaning it with water and drying it off, upon closer examination, he was even more amazed. The fish stone, 2 centimeters in size and half a centimeter thick, was shaped like a scallop. Its texture was both stony and jade-like, smooth and warm to the touch, feeling very nice in hand. Its quality was much better than the one he had carefully maintained in his previous life. Gently playing with the jade-like fish stone in his hand, Lu Qing felt a sense of calm in his heart and spirit. He knew this was not an illusion, because in his vision, the fish stone in his hand was radiating a dense white light. Green armor fish stone, a complete fish stone nurtured by an adult green armored fish, already jadeized. Legend has it that jadeized level green armor fish stones, when carried close to the body, have the effect of soothing the soul and stabilizing the mind. After playing with it for a while, Lu Qing found that the quality of this fish stone was practically perfect. It required no additional polishing and could be worn directly. He found some tools and carefully drilled a hole in the thinner end of the fish stone. Fortunately, although the green armor fish stone had jadeized, it wasn't as hard as other jade. He didn't spend much effort and managed to make a perfect hole. After drilling the hole, he took out the remaining hemp string and twisted it into a sturdy hemp rope, threading it through the fish stone. After being busy with these tasks, he had created a simple fish stone pendant. After admiring his own work for a while, Lu Qing called little Yen, who was playing in the yard, inside. "Brother, what do you need little Yen for?" The little one scampered into the house. "Brother made something nice, and I want to give it to you." Lu Qing held the pendant in his hand. "What is it?" Little Yan's eyes lit up. "It's this." Lu Qing pinched the hemp rope, and letting go slightly, the fish stone dangled in midair, swaying. "Wow! What is that? It's so pretty." The little one's eyes instantly widened as she stared at the pendant. "This is a pendant. I made it from the fish stone found in the big fish's body. From now on, wear it close to you, and it will keep you from kicking your covers off at night." Lu Qing loosened the hemp rope and hung the pendant around little Yan's neck, then tied the rope tight. He tied the loop small enough that the little one couldn't take the pendant off over her head, preventing her from carelessly losing it. "Thank you, brother. Little Yan really loves this gift." The little one bowed her head to play with the pendant on her neck, utterly delighted. It was her first piece of jewelry that belonged solely to her, and it was such a beautiful stone at that. Young children generally can't resist beautiful, attractive stones. The more little Yan looked at the pendant on her neck, the more she loved it. "If you like it, just keep it safe and don't lose it. Otherwise, brother can't fish another big fish for you to eat." Lu Qing warned little Yan as she clung to the pendant affectionately. "I know, I will protect it well," little Yan said with a serious face. Seeing that the little one took his words to heart, Lu Qing left her to continue playing. Then he went back to the kitchen to prepare the big fish head. For dinner, the siblings had a feast of fish head. Lu Qing cooked half of the big fish head by grilling and the other half by boiling into a soup. The two of them ate to their heart's content. "Brother, the big fish is really delicious, little Yen said as she lay in her own small bed, touching her still somewhat full belly. Before going to sleep for the night, as long as little Yen is good, brother will make you more delicious food in the future, Lu Qing responded as he tugged at the corner of her blanket. Little Yen used to sleep in the same room as their parents, but after they were gone, she often cried at night. The original owner then moved her small bed into his own room, and little Yen was able to sleep more peacefully. Little Yen will be very good. The little one touched the pendant around her neck and nodded earnestly. Then go to sleep early, we need to go to Grandpa Chen's place tomorrow. Little Yen misses Grandpa Chen too, she said, slowly feeling her eyelids grow heavier, and soon she was sound asleep. Lu Qing affectionately covered her with a thin quilt. The little one was quite tired today. She had gone fishing with him and had helped carry the fishing rod. After coming back, she had played in the yard for most of the day. It was already quite good that she only started to feel sleepy now. After making sure the little one was asleep, Lu Qing then lay down on his own bed, listening to little Yen's faint breathing. Lu Qing couldn't fall asleep immediately. He was thinking about tomorrow was his day to get acupuncture at old Dr. Chen's. According to the elder doctor's previous promise, starting tomorrow, each acupuncture session would be followed by an hour during which he could learn how to identify medicinal herbs with the elder doctor. Identifying herbs was secondary. With superpower assistance, Lu Qing wasn't worried about his ability to learn. What he needed to think about was how to use this opportunity to gain Elder Chen's favor and approval. There was also what Brother Dan had mentioned today about the bazaar. He needed to think carefully about that too. After these past few days of consumption, they had eaten quite a bit of the grain they borrowed from home. More importantly, there wasn't much salt and oil left. In a few days, they would run out, so he had to find a way to earn money quickly. Now wasn't the farming season, so he couldn't count on crop yield for the time being. Moreover, he didn't even have the money to buy seeds. He could only look elsewhere for opportunities. The bazaar could be a good option. It was just unclear what exactly this bazaar was like. Considering the rules Brother Dan stressed at noon, it seemed they had some special regulations to follow. Various thoughts swirled in Lu Qing's mind, and as he thought, his eyelids grew heavier. Eventually, he couldn't resist sleep any longer. The room was quiet as the siblings both slept deeply. Outside, the night wind was cool, and the sky was full of stars. Suddenly, a black figure gracefully jumped into the yard and glanced towards the fish meat hanging under the eaves. Chapter 23, Meeting Old Dr. Chen Again. Please favorite and follow. That night, Lu Qing slept especially soundly, not even dreaming. Little Yen didn't wake up in the middle of the night as usual, calling for his comfort. Both siblings had a good rest. In fact, Lu Qing slept so deeply that in the morning, it was little Yen who had to call him to get up. Rubbing his sleepy eyes while dressing little Yen, he helped her brush her teeth and wash her face, casually tying her hair into two little tufts before he began his own ablutions, brushing his teeth absent-mindedly with a willow twig brush. Lu Qing's gaze lacked focus, casually drifting around the room. After brushing for a while, he suddenly sensed something amiss and his gaze began to sharpen. He stepped forward and looked at the two bamboo rings on the pole, now empty, and his eyes gradually widened. What scoundrel had stolen his two large pieces of fish meat? Someone from the village. That was the first thought that crossed Lu Qing's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Source.com, updated on Omicron. Although the villagers weren't wealthy, none were poor to the point of needing to steal two pieces of fish meat. He had offered to treat everyone to fish just yesterday, and everyone had declined. Moreover, if someone really wanted to steal, wouldn't they have taken the whole pot, rather than just two pieces? More importantly, he noticed there were still some bits of fish meat left on the two bamboo rings. Clearly, the two pieces of fish meat had been forcefully yanked away. What kind of thief would make such a ruckus while stealing? Almost as if they wanted to alert others. Unfortunately, he had slept so soundly the night before that he hadn't noticed any activity outside. Lu Qing searched the area carefully and eventually found several mud prints on the wall, resembling plum blossoms. Each print had several tiny holes in it. Similar prints were also found on the ground. He stared quietly at these mud prints. Before long, he saw a faint white light emanating from them. White light? Lu Qing was slightly startled. He quickly looked at the two words that appeared. Mud footprints. Judging by their shape, they seemed to belong to a mysterious little beast. Looking at the small holes on the footprints, this is a creature with sharp claws. Reading the descriptions, a scene instantly formed in Lu Qing's mind. A mysterious and nimble unknown little beast, pushing off with its feet against the wall, lunging at the fish meat on the pole and violently tearing it down. What could it be? A cat? On that note, are there cats in this world? Lu Qing pondered the question. He certainly hadn't seen any cats in the village or heard of anyone keeping one. Nevertheless, now that he had determined it was not a human thief, that was the End of it. Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. If a villager had come to steal, it wouldn't have been good news for him. Fortunately, it was just a wild animal, and judging by its footprints, it wasn't large. Behind the village where he lived, not far from the mountains, it was only natural for wild animals to occasionally venture down. However, it seemed he would have to be more cautious and make sure to secure the doors and windows before sleeping. Otherwise, if some wild animal slipped in at night and hurt little Yen, that would be terrible. Having figured out what had happened, Lu Qing didn't care much about it anymore. After all, he couldn't exactly argue with a wild animal. He just had to make sure to secure things after nightfall. Thinking of this, Lu Qing suddenly remembered something. His eyes widened, and he hurried to the kitchen. After a while, he came out with a relieved face. Thankfully, he had kept the red moon carp in a wooden basin and had placed it in the kitchen last night. In order to prevent the fish from jumping out, he had covered the wooden basin tightly with a wooden board and stones. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to ensure that it wouldn't have been snatched away by that wild animal. After this incident, Lu Qing had completely woken up. He didn't tell little Yen about this matter but simply went to make breakfast. After the siblings had eaten, they took the red moon carp in a bucket and walked towards the slope where old Dr. Chen lived. This time, when going to old Dr. Chen's place, Lu Qing deliberately delayed a bit before heading over, because he was afraid if he went too early and ran into the elder doctor practicing his boxing, he would not be able to resist using his superpower to mimic the elder's cultivation technique. The elder doctor was so kind to them, siblings, he couldn't do such ungrateful things. So he simply eliminated this possibility, and also avoided testing his own moral bottom line. Lu Qing's strategy proved to be very effective. When he and little Yen arrived at the half-mountain small courtyard, they saw old Dr. Chen slowly finishing his form, evidently just having finished his boxing practice. "Grandpa Chen, we've come to see you." Little Yen ran up happily upon seeing the elder doctor. "Oh, little Yen is here." Old Dr. Chen picked her up in a hug upon seeing her run over, his old face blooming like a chrysanthemum. "Good morning, Grandpa Chen." Lu Qing also came forward to greet him. "You're here, why are you later than last time?" asked old Dr. Chen. "Because my brother overslept." Little Yen giggled. This morning, it was little Yen who had to wake him up. Lu Qing's face turned slightly red. "I fished by the river all morning yesterday, and I was a bit tired, so I slept more deeply." "Sleeping more is good." Old Dr. Chen nodded. "You're at the age where you're growing, so ample rest is necessary." The elder doctor looked at Lu Qing and little Yen's complexions, which had significantly improved compared to a few days ago. Knowing that they had been doing well these past few days, he felt quite satisfied in his heart. "Grandpa Chen, yesterday when my brother and I went fishing, he caught a really big fish." At that moment, little Yen began to brag to the elder doctor. "Oh, how big?" Old Dr. Chen asked with a smile. "So big as little Yen." The little girl gestured with all her might. "That big?" Old Dr. Chen became a bit surprised. He had thought that the big fish little Yen talked about would at most be 2 or 3 pounds, but if it truly was as she mentioned, it would far exceed that. Yeah, not only is that big fish tasty, but it also has very beautiful stones on its body. My brother made it into a pendant and gave it to little Yen. "Grandpa Chen, look, this is it, isn't it pretty?" Little Yen pulled out the fish stone pendant from her neck and showed it to old Dr. Chen. "Is this a green armored fish stone?" Old Dr. Chen became even more surprised after getting a clear look at the pendant around little Yan's neck. Hearing him, Lu Qing's heart stirred, and he feigned surprise as well. "Master Chen, you recognize this stone?" "How so, do you not know?" Old Dr. Chen inquired. "No, I don't." Lu Qing shook his head. "I found this stone in the fish's throat when I was killing it. It looked nice, so I made it into a pendant for little Yen to wear." "Then you are quite lucky. This fish stone is indeed a rarity, and you just happened to come across it." Old Dr. Chen picked up the pendant and examined it for a moment. "The big fish you caught must be a green armored fish, and what's more, an old fish that has lived for quite some years. Otherwise, it wouldn't have bred such a high-quality fish stone. Once this green armor fish stone undergoes jadization, it will have a rather magical function. It can soothe the heart and spirit. Moreover, it's also a rare medicinal ingredient. Its powdered form mixed with water and consumed can calm a frightened child. By the way, where did you catch this green armored fish?" Chapter 24, The Freshest Substances, 100 Herbs Scripture, combined chapters, just beyond the village and the river. "Yesterday little Yen and I went fishing and happened to catch it," Lu Qing answered. "Elder Chen, there's actually a green armored fish of such an age in that little river?" Old Dr. Chen was somewhat surprised. The river outside the village wasn't large, yet a green armored fish had grown to this size was truly rare. However, he then recalled that the few villages nearby didn't seem to live off fishing. Perhaps that was why the green armored fish had managed to grow so big. No wonder you said you felt you had a talent for fishing before. Capable of nurturing such a fish stone. The size of that green armored fish couldn't have been small, yet you were able to catch it? Old Dr. Chen looked at Lu Qing's somewhat frail body, and couldn't help but admire him. This is all thanks to the line you gave me, Grandpa Chen, Lu Qing said humbly. Grandpa Chen, that line is truly extraordinarily tough. Without it, I really wouldn't have been able to pull in this big fish. It's good that it was useful. That thing was pointless to keep around for me anyway. Old Dr. Chen waved his hand, not particularly concerned about it. On the contrary, he was quite interested in the bucket that Lu Qing had been carrying around. What have you got in your bucket? Seems quite heavy. Source.com, updated on Omicron News 0. Because Lu Qing had put some branches and leaves into the bucket when he left, to keep the fish from getting too frightened, old Dr. Chen couldn't clearly see what was inside for the moment. Inside it is something I wanted to give to Master Chen. Lu Qing started to remove the branches and leaves from the bucket. Yesterday when little Yan and I went fishing, we caught 2 big fish. We ate the larger of the green armored fish, and the smaller one, I thought to give to Master Chen to try. Right, Master Chen, this fish is so pretty, so pretty. Grandpa Zhang and the others didn't even recognize what kind of fish it was. Little Yan also chimed in, oh, such a thoughtful gesture, I'd like to see what kind of fish it is then. Old Dr. Chen's interest was piqued even more. It's this fish. Lu Qing finished clearing the branches and leaves from the bucket, handing it over to the elder doctor. The elder doctor looked into the bucket, and upon seeing the flame-like fish, was first shocked, then somewhat moved. He blurted out, This is a red moon carp? The elder doctor indeed recognized the fish. Ideas swirled in Lu Qing's mind, though his face showed confusion. Grandpa Chen, you know what this fish is? Elder Chen put down little Yan and leaned forward to play with the fish in the bucket. Scrutinizing it carefully for a while, undoubtedly, this is a red moon carp. Elder Chen's look toward Lu Qing was filled with genuine astonishment. You were even able to catch a strange fish like a red moon carp? Master Chen, what is a red moon carp? Little Yan asked, puzzled. This red moon carp, it's quite something. Seeing that both Lu Qing and little Yan were clueless, old Dr. Chen simply began to explain. A red moon carp is a kind of strange fish, and in this world, any fish that can be called a strange fish has its own special attributes. The red moon carp is known for its exquisite taste. In legend, its flavor is unparalleled, and once eaten, it's unforgettable. Hence, some aficionados dubbed it one of the top 10 delicacies in the world. One of the top 10 delicacies in the world? This time it was Lu Qing's turn to be astonished. He had not expected the red moon carp to be so renowned, truly worthy of being evaluated as an extremely fresh delicacy by those with superpower. The big red fish is that impressive? Little Yan also appeared stunned. Then, Master Chen, have you eaten a big red fish? I, Grandpa Chen, once had the fortune to taste this red moon carp at a noble's banquet. The flavor. Old Dr. Chen didn't finish his sentence, but even little Yan could discern the reminiscent look on his face. Then this red moon carp could not be more perfect as a gift for Master Chen. Lu Qing said, I can't accept this gift. Chen snapped back to reality. Do you have any idea how much money a red moon carp could fetch if sold in the city? Lu Qing shook his head. 100 taels of silver. Old Dr. Chen held up a finger and seeing the shock on Lu Qing's face, he continued, a red moon carp of the highest quality could sell for at least 100 pattern taels of silver. A fish worth 100 taels of silver? Lu Qing gasped. He knew well the purchasing power of silver in this world. A single tael of silver could provide a modest family of 3 with enough to live on for a month, and to the best of his memory, even at its wealthiest, the Lu family did not possess 10 taels of silver in ready cash. Now one fish was worth 100 taels. It was truly more than he had ever expected. The key point was, this was only a strange fish with a hint of red light shining within the white. What then of a true red light level spirit fish? This world is vast. Lu Qing, old Dr. Chen sighed somewhat. The daily expenses of those nobles are beyond common people's imagination. Do you know how much a noble might spend on a single banquet? Lu Qing shook his head again. At least 1,000 taels of silver, and if the event is to host distinguished guests, the cost becomes unfathomable. This red moon carp is a rare delicacy. Those nobles, not short on money, wouldn't balk at spending a mere 100 taels of silver for such a treat. Lu Qing's mouth was slightly agape. half of his expression was feigned surprise, and the other half was indeed a bit astonished. True enough, in any world, the extravagance of the rich could be quite staggering. So, what do you think? Do you still want to give this red moon carp to this old man? Old Dr. Chen, observing the disbelief on Lu Qing's face, teased him. Chapter 25, The Freshest Substances, 100 Herbs Scripture, Combined Chapters, _2, Lu Qing came back to his senses, hesitated for a moment, then nodded resolutely, give it away, of course. Compared to the life-saving grace of Grandpa Chen, what's 100 silver taels? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be standing here, let alone catching this red moon carp. Ha 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 ha. Old Dr. Chen suddenly burst into hearty laughter. After laughing for a while, he stopped and said with gratification on his face, "It's enough for me to know you have this intention, young man. But I really can't accept this red moon carp. Such a precious fish is too much of a waste for me to eat." But Grandpa Chen. Lu Qing wanted to say more, but old Dr. Chen raised his hand, interrupting him. "All right, it's settled then. You leave the fish with me, and in a couple of days, I'll take it to town and sell it for silver, which you can take home for expenses." Lu Qing's mouth opened, but in the end, he did not insist, only saying, "That's fine, but Grandpa Chen, the money from selling the fish should first go to covering your previous medical fees." Agreed. Old Dr. Chen nodded, yet, he did not tell Lu Qing that the decoction he had previously prescribed alone had its precious ingredients worth no less than the red moon carp. That's because the elder doctor could see that Lu Qing was a very proud young man. If he knew the value of that decoction, he would probably refuse to take any money from the sale of the red moon carp. Source.com, updated on Omicron. Old Dr. Chen looked at the red moon carp in the bucket again, then he frowned. "It's a pity, though this red moon carp has fine quality. It's a bit too large and probably won't fetch 100 silver taels. Its value must be somewhat reduced." "Why is that, Grandpa Chen? Aren't bigger fish better?" Little Yen asked, not understanding. "Generally speaking, that's true, but the red moon carp is different," old Dr. Chen explained. "The most valuable part of the red moon carp is its freshness, and it's usually when they reach around 2 pounds that they are the freshest and most tender. Anything heavier, even if it retains its freshness, the flesh is slightly tougher, and naturally, its value isn't as high." Lu Qing could understand this. It was like some seafood from his previous life, where bigger isn't always pricier, rather, when smaller, the price per unit was higher, no matter the value. "It's all down to Grandpa Chen's effort," said Lu Qing. Regardless of how valuable the red moon carp was, Lu Qing had no way to sell it. He believed that if he dared to appear in town with such a strange fish, even if he could sell it for money, he might not be able to leave the town. Maybe only a cultivation practitioner like old Dr. Chen would be entitled to involve oneself in such trade. By the way, the red moon carp has always been rare and its habits elusive, fond of solitude, and its tracks hardly seen. How did you manage to catch it? Old Dr. Chen asked curiously. Maybe it was luck. After I caught that green armored fish yesterday, I fished for a while longer and just happened to catch this red moon carp, answered Lu Qing. His heart, however, stirred slightly. Elusive habits. So even the elder doctor didn't know that red moon carps like blood apricots. If that's the case, it really is fortune on your side. Old Dr. Chen sighed somewhat. Perhaps the heavens see the hardship you and your sister have been through and thus granted you these blessings. The elder doctor recalled Lu Qing's illness that had suddenly improved. Maybe, the sudden recovery from Lu Qing's illness was also for this reason. After pondering for a while, old Dr. Chen placed the red moon carp in a water tank in the house to keep it for the time being, then went to give Lu Qing acupuncture. This time, after the acupuncture was finished, Lu Qing's sleep was shorter than the last. Upon awakening, he saw the elder doctor still chatting and laughing with little Yen in the yard, with yam cakes still on the stone table. "Woke up, have you? Come, have something to eat first." Old Dr. Chen saw Lu Qing come out and pushed the cakes on the table towards him. This time Lu Qing did not refuse, picking up a piece of cake and eating it slowly. Old Dr. Chen observed Lu Qing's complexion for a moment, then nodded. "Not bad. It seems you have heeded my advice these past few days and have not skimped on food and drink. Grandpa Chen, my brother and I have been eating delicious food these days. Brother makes really tasty dishes." Little Yen boasted proudly at the side. I can tell," the elder doctor said, affectionately patting the little one's head. With his medical skill, how could he not notice that the complexions of the siblings had improved greatly compared to a few days ago? After Lu Qing ate a few pieces of cake, old Dr. Chen leisurely said, "I mentioned before that after this round of acupuncture, I would allow you to learn about herbs for an hour.
You remember, don't you?
Lu Qing immediately sat up straight and said solemnly, Lu Qing certainly remembers.
Do you still possess a desire to learn about medicinal herbs now?
Of course, my interest in herbs has never waned.
That's good.
Old Dr. Chen smiled. I was worried that after you caught a red moon carp and were about to possess a large sum of money, you would no longer want to take the path of gathering herbs. Lu Qing wants to study medicinal herbs not just for a living, but out of pure curiosity about the various magical herbs and wanting to understand how they cure diseases and save people.
Lu Qing earnestly stated, in that case, come with me.
Old Dr. Chen rose and walked towards the house. Lu Qing quickly followed. Once inside the house, old Dr. Chen took out a book and handed it to Lu Qing. Here's 100 herbs scripture that contains the names, illustrations, and growing habits of various medicinal herbs.
Take it and study it well.
Compare it to the herbs being sunned right outside in the courtyard, and if there's anything you don't understand, come and ask me.
Lu Qing was stunned as he held the book. Grandpa Chen, didn't you say I would help you sun-dry the herbs while learning from you?
Now he was being handed a medical scripture directly. Lu Qing knew that in this world, books were very precious. Firstly, paper was expensive. Secondly, ink was expensive too. The original host's grandfather, when he had fled disaster in the past, had taken nothing else but a few books. Unfortunately, during the escape, the books were lost. As a result, the original host often heard Grandpa Lu deeply sighing that the loss of those ancient family books was his greatest failure to his ancestors. Later, due to the family's poverty, they couldn't afford paper and ink, which meant Grandpa Lu had never managed to revise those ancient family books. Even the original host had only recognized a few characters and was very shallow in writing. What's wrong, aren't you happy? Elder Dr. Chen asked.
Of course I'm happy, Lu Qing hastily replied. He was well aware of the preciousness of knowledge in this world. That's fine then. You can start learning now.
Seeing that the elder doctor had said so, Lu Qing could only take the book and return to the courtyard. After instructing little Yen with a few words, he walked to a quiet spot and opened the book. However, after casually browsing through a few pages, Lu Qing couldn't help but frown, because, in the 100 herbs scripture, many of the names of the medicinal herbs were very strange, and the characters were obscure.
The original owner of the body didn't know many characters to begin
with, though he had the memories of his past life.
The characters of the two worlds were different. Some characters, even he didn't recognize. This made reading the 100 herbs scripture quite difficult. At this rate, he didn't know when he'd be able to master the knowledge within. Lu Qing knew himself well. He was not an extremely intelligent person, nor did he have the ability to read 10 lines at a glance and understand everything immediately. In his previous life, he was just an average person with a normal IQ, who, despite studying hard, only just managed to get into an ordinary university. So, to learn the 100 herbs scripture sooner, he estimated he'd have to apply the same effort he had for the college entrance examination. After giving himself a pep talk, Lu Qing continued to read. Then, as he read on, the scripture in front of him suddenly emitted a hazy white glow. 100 herbs scripture, a book that contains knowledge of many herbs. Mastering this book might give you a rough understanding of the herbs in the world. Would you like to download? The first 2 notifications were fine, but when the third appeared, Lu Qing was completely stunned. Chapter 26, Memory and First Aid. Do you want to download?
When Lu Qing saw this message, he was stunned. He then smiled. His superpower could really surprise people at unexpected times. He had been worrying about how to digest the 100 herbs scripture, but he didn't expect a pillow to come his way so quickly. Without hesitation, Lu Qing chose to download. Downloading. Current progress, 1%. Lu Qing waited quietly, but after a while, he did not see the progress bar move. He was taken aback, thought for a moment, then picked up the 100 herbs scripture and began to slowly flip through it from the beginning. Sure enough, as he flipped through the book, the download progress bar also began to move. 1%, 2%, 3%. 98%, 99%, 100%, source.com, updated on n0new.omicron, 100 herbs scripture download complete. Do you want to start learning? By the time Lu Qing had flipped through the entire 100 herbs scripture, his superpower indicated that the download was complete. At the same time, a new message popped up. Lu Qing immediately chose to learn. The next moment, a flood of information surged through his mind, like an enlightening baptism, swiftly committing the contents of 100 herbs scripture to memory. From the outside, Lu Qing simply appeared to be zoning out with a book, unaware of the changes happening in his mind. This path of herbal medicine is indeed vast and profound. After some time, Lu Qing came back to his senses, his face showing wonder. At this point, he had memorized the entire 100 Herbs scripture. And he had gained a basic understanding of its contents. He could now recite the names and properties of the various herbs detailed in the book by heart. Of course, this understanding was still theoretical. Next, he would need to compare what he learned with actual herbs to truly master the 100 Herbs scripture. However, this round of memorization alone had made Lu Qing realize the profoundness of the path of herbal medicine. The 100 Herbs scripture recorded hundreds of herbs, which is but a fraction of the herbs in the world. The combination of these herbs could create various formulas to heal and treat illnesses, truly miraculous. With the marvels of herbal medicine revealed, Lu Qing's interest intensified. Although he had memorized the whole book, he continued to flip through the 100 Herbs scripture, seeking to gain new insights from reviewing what he knew. Old Dr. Chen had been inside the house all this time, waiting for Lu Qing to seek his guidance. After waiting for a long time and still not seeing Lu Qing come in, he decided to go out into the courtyard to see what was happening. He then saw Lu Qing engrossed in the 100 Herbs scripture. Little Yen was, on the other hand, was catching butterflies in another corner, not bothering her brother. The elder doctor felt a secret relief upon seeing this. It seemed that Lu Qing's interest in herbal medicine wasn't just talk, otherwise, how could he be so engrossed in a dry book like the 100 Herbs scripture? However, the 100 Herbs scripture is not so easy to understand. Just as Elder Chen was about to ask Lu Qing if there was anything he didn't understand, suddenly, several anxious shouts came from outside the courtyard. Elder Dr. Chen, are you at home, Elder Dr. Chen? I'm here. Elder Chen heard the panic in the outside voice and hurried out to meet them. Lu Qing was also startled and stood up with his book in hand. Immediately afterward, he saw several villagers carrying an unconscious man in. As Elder Dr. Chen directed them to place the person in the center of the courtyard, Lu Qing recognized the unconscious man at a glance, as he too was a villager, someone he should address as Uncle Zhao. At that moment, Uncle Zhao was completely drenched, his face a ghastly shade of blue, his abdomen swollen, already deep in a coma. Come on, you all back off, let me take a look. After having the man laid down, Elder Dr. Chen waved to clear the villagers away. No one dared to defy Elder Dr. Chen's words, so they immediately stood far away. One of them happened to retreat in front of Lu Qing. Lu Qing gently tapped his shoulder. Brother Dian, the villager jumped with fright, turned his head, saw it was Lu Qing, and was immediately surprised. Lu Qing, what are you doing here? Never mind that for now, Lu Qing said softly. What happened to Uncle Zhao? He fell into the water. If we hadn't been nearby, he probably would have been washed away by the river, Dian replied. How did he end up in the water? Lu Qing was astonished. Don't you all usually fish together? Today he didn't join us, instead he went to another place to fish alone. Where? Dian's expression became somewhat uneasy. He glanced around and whispered, it should be the same place where you caught the big fish yesterday. Lu Qing fell silent for a moment before saying, but that shouldn't have led to falling in the water. I fixed that spot to be quite even. I don't know about that. We only heard his cries for help, and by the time we got there, he was already in the river. Swept far away, nearly sinking. As Dian recounted the events, he suddenly seemed to remember something, adding, right, when we rescued old Zhao, he was still tightly clutching his fishing rod, though the line had long since broken. Lu Qing fell silent again, an assumption suddenly forming in his heart. However, he still asked, does Uncle Zhao not know how to swim? No, he doesn't. If he could swim, how could he have drowned? The current wasn't even strong where he fell in. Lu Qing was speechless, failing to swim, yet going alone to fish by the river, even daring to wade into the water to grab the rod. Uncle Zhao was far too careless, with many years of fishing experience. Lu Qing had pretty much guessed the reason for Uncle Zhao's fall into the water, but whether that was indeed the case would have to wait until he regained consciousness to know for sure. Lu Qing looked towards the center of the courtyard. By this time, old Dr. Chen had also learned from other villagers that old Zhao's coma was caused by falling into the water. He immediately pried open old Zhao's mouth to check whether there was any foreign object blocking it. After confirming there were no obstructions, he immediately placed his hands on old Zhao's chest and abdomen. No one knew what technique he used, but with a gentle press of his hands, in the next instant, old Zhao spat out a large mouthful of murky water.
Then Elder Dr. Chen pressed again, and old Zhao spat out another mouthful of murky water. Just like that, Elder Dr. Chen continued pressing, and with each press, old Zhao would spit out a mouthful of murky water. After 7 or 8 presses, the murky water he spat out dwindled, and by a dozen or so presses, old Zhao, who had been unconscious all this time, suddenly coughed a few times and slowly opened his eyes. He's awake. He's awake. Old Zhao is alive. Elder Dr. Chen is truly amazing. The villagers shouted in surprise and joy. They were profoundly impressed by old Dr. Chen's medical skill. When they had carried old Zhao in, they saw his chest was almost not moving, and feared that he might have been lost. But Elder Dr. Chen, with his miraculous skills, managed to revive him. Old Zhao coughed for a while and then slowly regained consciousness. He looked around at the people with a somewhat bewildered gaze. Where am I? Chapter 27, Falling Ill, Where am I? Old Zhao awoke and looked around at the people, asking somewhat bewilderedly, Old Zhao, have you forgotten? You fell into the water, nearly drowned, and we rescued you. Exactly, we heard your cries for help, and when we arrived, you were almost fully submerged. If it weren't for old Dr. Chen's excellent medical skills, you'd be meeting your old dad by now. How did you end up in the water? Were you pulled in by a fish? Amidst the villagers' clamorous questions, old Zhao finally began to remember some of what had happened. Then it hit him. Right, the fish. Where's my fishing rod? You're still thinking about your fishing rod? When we saved you, you were clinging onto it for dear life. It was such a hassle we chucked it on the riverbank. A villager responded, Ouch, how could you just throw my rod away? Where did you throw it? Old Zhao became anxious. Now the villager was displeased. What's with that, old Zhao? We went out of our way to save you and you haven't even thanked us yet, instead you're blaming us? That's right, had we known, we wouldn't have saved you, maybe just let you drown. Source.com, updated on N0new.omicron, ungrateful, after we bothered to drag you out of the river and even made the effort to carry you to the elder doctor's place. The other villagers also became discontented. Well. I was just worried about my fishing rod. I did put a lot of effort into making it. Don't take it the wrong way, and thank you all for saving me. He hastily expressed his gratitude, realizing his fault. The villagers had their pride but a soft heart. Seeing old Zhao apologize, their expressions softened somewhat. Alright, stop fussing over your broken rod. You should hurry up and tell us how you ended up in the water. I remember you never wade into the river. Another villager pressed. I jumped in myself, old Zhao muttered, then finally came clean. You jumped in yourself? A villager incredulously asked, Don't you know you can't swim? How could you dare jump into the river? How was I to know the water would be that deep? I thought it would at most reach my thighs, old Zhao defended himself, but why would you jump into the river? Well, that's because. Hesitating for a moment, old Zhao confessed, in a moment of carelessness, a fish pulled away my rod. My head got hot, and I wanted to snatch back my rod, so I just jumped in. Not far away, Qing. Just as expected, when Dian recounted the incident earlier, he had guessed that old Zhao had fallen in while trying to grab his fishing rod. He had seen such incidents too many times in his past life. He had even done the same himself, but he hadn't expected that old Zhao, not even knowing how to swim, would be so reckless. You're such a fool. The other villagers had not anticipated that old Zhao could have nearly lost his life for such a reason. That rotten fishing rod isn't worth much. Just go up the mountain, chop down a bamboo, and you could make another one easily. For that thing, you nearly threw your life away. Have you been goaded by a pig? A villager who was on good terms with old Zhao immediately began to scold him. Old Zhao dared not speak. He dared even less to admit that when he jumped in, it wasn't just because he was fond of the fishing rod. More so, he couldn't bear to let go of the big fish that had bitten the bait and could easily drag away his rod. He had coveted the 2 big fish that Qing caught yesterday, green with envy. Such big fish that could be eaten for several meals. Now that he finally had the chance to catch a big fish himself, how could he let it slip away? However, this incident confirmed for him that there indeed were big fish at that spot. Next time, as long as he was more careful, he would surely catch one. The villagers didn't know old Zhao's thoughts, or they would have scolded him thoroughly. At this moment, old Zhao tried to stand up but found himself weak and powerless. Unable to exert any strength, with his head also feeling heavy and dizzy, unable to move his body properly, he was suddenly alarmed. Old Dr. Chen, what's wrong with me? Why can't I move? Old Dr. Chen sighed. You were in the water too long. The cold has seeped into your body.
and you drank a lot of the contaminated river water, damaging your internal organs. You even stopped breathing for quite a while. Although I've expelled the contaminated water from inside you and awakened you, your body has sustained injuries. What should I do then, elder doctor? You must save me, save me. Upon hearing this, old Zhao was utterly terrified and pleaded desperately. The thought of catching a big fish had long since been cast away. Don't be anxious, I am a doctor, and of course, I will treat you, the elder doctor said soothingly. However, you are not young anymore, and your body won't recover as easily. You must rest and recuperate peacefully for a while. Will I be able to walk again in the future? Old Zhao asked with hope. Walking shouldn't be a problem, but as for how much you'll recover, that depends on how you rest, the elder doctor replied. As long as I can walk, that's good enough. Old Zhao's heart relaxed a bit. He was genuinely afraid that he would become paralyzed. Where's my dad? Where is he? Just as old Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly, a commotion arose from outside in the courtyard. Followed by a group of people rushing in, leading them were two young men, a woman, and an elderly woman. Others, too, were villagers who had heard the news and come. Dad. The older of the young men, seeing old Zhao lying there, rushed over. I heard Dashan shouting that you had fallen into the water and were being brought here to the elder doctor. What in the world happened? It turned out that when Dian and others were bringing old Zhao over, they also sent someone to old Zhao's home to notify his family. I'm fine now. Old Zhao said to his son, with a guilty conscience. What do you mean fine? A villager bluntly exposed his lie. Ming, your dad went fishing alone. Jumped into the river himself, and nearly drowned. Then he recounted the entire incident thoroughly. As soon as the villager finished speaking, the elderly woman, old Zhao's wife, burst into tears and scolding. You good for nothing, I told you not to go fishing, but you insisted. You can't swim, so why go to the riverbank, let alone jump into the river? Do you wish to die and drag me along with you? Old Zhao's son, Zhao Ming, also looked uneasy, but as his son, he didn't feel it was his place to scold his father. He could only advise, Dad, let's not go fishing anymore, okay? We don't lack that bit of fish at home, so why insist on doing it? His second son also said, Yeah. Dad, in the future, just tell us whatever you want to eat. No matter how much trouble it is, I'll get it for you. Just don't do such dangerous things again. I won't go anymore, I won't go at all in the future. Old Zhao, red-faced from his wife's and son's admonishing, could only agree. Don't worry, Ming. Even if your dad wanted to go fishing again, he can't now. Another villager chimed in. Old Dr. Chen said that your dad got a severe soaking this time and it's left him with ailments. If he doesn't rest and recover properly, he might even find walking difficult in the future. What? The Zhao family was immediately shocked. Chapter 28, Elder Doctor's Merit. In the end, old Zhao was carried away by his two sons amid his wife's scolding. Old Dr. Chen had given him an acupuncture treatment and prescribed some medicine, and old Zhao's complexion had already improved a lot when he left. Once old Zhao's family left, the villagers, having nothing exciting left to see and not daring to disturb old Dr. Chen further, began to disperse. Are you leaving, Qing? Brother Dian said to Lu Qing. Lu Qing, why are you here, and little Yan too? It was then that the other villagers noticed Lu Qing and little Yan standing in a corner. I've been here the whole time, it's just that everyone was concerned about Uncle Zhao's health and didn't notice me. Lu Qing said with a smile. Brother Dian, you guys go ahead, I still have some things I want to ask Grandpa Chen. Ask for advice? It was only then that Brother Dian noticed the book in Lu Qing's hand, suddenly realizing. You're here learning from old Dr. Chen? Yes, I'm learning a bit about herbal medicine from Grandpa Chen, Lu Qing didn't deny. At this remark, the villagers were all astonished. Could it be that Lu Qing was so highly regarded by the elder doctor? Source.com, updated on Omicron New.0. After their surprise, what followed was envy. The elder doctor's medical skills were well known, he could even save those on the brink of death. Many had seen the state Lu Qing was in when he was ill. But ultimately, it was the elder doctor's prescription that had cured him. Earlier, when old Zhao fell into the water, they said his complexion was ashen and he was breathless. Then, with just a few manipulations by the elder doctor, the man was revived. To say his medical skills could bring the dying back to life was no exaggeration. Now that Lu Qing had the opportunity to learn medicine from the elder doctor, how could they not be envious? But though they envied him, the villagers knew. That such things could not be envied into existence. Learning medical skills was clearly not easy, and one had to be extremely intelligent, otherwise, one wouldn't even manage to start. See how Lu Qing was holding a book? All the characters known by everyone in the village combined probably wouldn't fill a basket. Only Lu Qing, who had been taught by his grandfather from a young age, could recognize some characters. Perhaps this was also why old Dr. Chen valued Lu Qing. Thinking this, the envy in many villagers' hearts lessened somewhat, because they knew that even if such good fortune fell on them, they wouldn't have the capability to seize it. An elderly villager stepped forward and patted Lu Qing on the shoulder. "Good for you, Lu Qing. You must learn well from the elder doctor and try to master all his skills." The sudden encouragement left Lu Qing a bit bewildered. He wanted to say that he was really only learning a bit about herbal medicine from old Dr. Chen, but seeing the earnest look in the old man's eyes, he could only nod. "I will try my best." Even after the villagers had left, Lu Qing still felt somewhat perplexed. He had thought that everyone would be envious and jealous to see him studying medicine with the elder doctor, but he had just seen it. There was envy among the villagers, and jealousy too, but it wasn't as intense as he had imagined. Instead, beyond the envy and jealousy, it seemed they genuinely hoped he could indeed master the elder doctor's medical skills. Lu Qing did not like to assume the worst about others, but he also knew that the human heart is unpredictable, and sometimes jealousy comes without any obvious reason. "Do you feel puzzled?" Old Dr. Chen came up beside Lu Qing. "What?" Lu Qing asked, not understanding. "Don't you understand why the people in the village hope so much that you can learn my medical skills?" Old Dr. Chen said with a smile. Lu Qing nodded. He didn't quite understand. Did the elder doctor know the reason? "Lu Qing, do you know how many doctors there were in this village and the nearby villages when I settled here?" The elder doctor didn't directly answer Lu Qing's question but asked instead. Lu Qing shook his head. When the elder doctor came to the village, the original host was young and didn't have many memories of this, not even one. The elder doctor gave an answer that surprised Lu Qing. "Before I came to this village, none of the nearby villages had a single doctor. When villagers fell ill with minor illnesses, they would generally pick some herbs they recognized and boil them to drink, or they would go to the midwife or witch for some medicine. The rest depended largely on enduring the illness. Only when they couldn't bear it anymore would they go to the city to seek medical help. But the serious illnesses in this world mostly evolve from minor ones. By the time they couldn't endure anymore and went to the city to seek medical help, it was often already a serious illness. Serious illnesses are difficult to treat, even for city doctors who aren't sure they could cure all illnesses. Moreover, living in the city is not easy, let alone seeking medical help. Even if city doctors were confident in their treatment, the excessive medical fees were not something ordinary villagers could afford. Therefore, for ordinary villagers, a serious illness often meant that their life was soon to end. Before I came to the village, the number of people who died from illnesses every year in your nearby villages was far from small. Lu Qing recalled, and indeed, there seemed to be funerals every year in the village before the elder doctor's arrival. When I traveled here years ago and saw many people in nearby villages suffering from diseases without recourse to medical help, I couldn't bear it and decided to stay, hoping to give these villagers a chance at life. Little did I expect that this stay would last for 10 years. In these 10 years, I can't say I've saved countless people, but at least I provided a place for the villagers to seek medical help when they fell ill, preventing minor illnesses from turning into serious ones." Lu Qing felt deeply moved, following what the elder doctor had said. For these 10 years, he really had been a living bodhisattva, ensuring safety for the area. "So everyone hoped that I could learn medicine from you, so I could also treat and heal people in the future?" Lu Qing asked. "Yes, probably everyone is tired of the days when there was no access to medical help." The elder doctor nodded. "But isn't Grandpa Chen still here?" "But I am already very old," the elder doctor said. "Although I rarely mingle in the village, I still occasionally hear private discussions about what they would do if I suddenly died one day, where they would go for medical treatment." Lu Qing. He thought of the elder doctor's identity as a cultivator. Those critical villagers surely would not have expected an old man to have such keen hearing. Now Lu Qing fully understood why everyone, despite being envious and jealous when they saw him learning medicine from the elder doctor, still reminded him to study hard. It turned out that everyone was scared of returning to the days without a doctor, afraid that if one day the elder doctor was no longer around, they would return to how things were before. "Grandpa Chen, does that make you angry?" Lu Qing asked. "What do I have to be angry about?
Elder Dr. Chen chuckled. It's just human nature, and besides, I really am very old, almost 1 foot in the grave. But I see you're still in very good health, Lu Qing thought to himself. He remembered the red light that he had seen emanating from the elder doctor. Lu Qing, you are a smart boy. You should understand now what everyone meant earlier, right? I understand a little, Lu Qing nodded. Then, would you like to learn medicine from me? The elder doctor suddenly asked. Chapter 29, Test, delighted, looking for followers on Tuesday, what? Lu Qing looked at the elder doctor in surprise, somewhat doubting if he had misheard just now. Grandpa Chen, did you just say that you want me to study medicine with you? How so, are you not willing? The elder doctor asked. No, it's just that you said before you only wanted me to follow you and learn some herbal knowledge, didn't you? I've changed my mind.
Mr. Wang's words earlier reminded me that the village will indeed need a doctor in the future. Since you're the only person in the village who can read, perhaps I should give you this opportunity. Mr. Wang was the elder who had earlier patted Lu Qing on the shoulder. Urging him to follow old Dr. Chen and study medicine diligently, Lu Qing was stunned. He had thought it would be a long time before he'd have the opportunity to study medicine. Unexpectedly, the situation had changed so quickly. A look of joy crossed his face, and he was about to give thanks when Source.com updated on Omicron New. Old Dr. Chen continued, however, don't be too pleased with yourself just yet. The path to learning medicine requires talent. If you don't have the talent, even if I'm willing to teach, you might not be able to learn. What counts as having talent? Asked Lu Qing. 1 month, the elder doctor replied. As long as you can memorize all the names and properties of the herbs recorded in the 100 Herbs scripture in your hands within a month. I will formally take you on as an apprentice. If you can't do it, then you might as well honestly learn some herbal knowledge and make a living as an herb gatherer. Grandpa Chen, I will definitely try hard to memorize the entire 100 Herbs scripture. Lu Qing said excitedly. It was just memorizing the 100 Herbs scripture, something he could do right now. However, Lu Qing knew that if he really recited the entire 100 Herbs scripture in front of the elder doctor now, what awaited him might not be the elder doctor's surprise but fear instead, so he couldn't rush this matter. He needed to give the elder doctor time to accept it. After all, he had previously told people that he could only recognize some characters. Not that he was extensively read. Following that, Lu Qing took the 100 Herbs scripture and started asking old Dr. Chen about some questions in it, mainly about some rare characters and the pronunciation of the names of medicinal materials. Though superpower had helped him memorize the entire 100 Herbs scripture, there were some meanings of words that he wanted to understand more deeply. It was also a good opportunity to confirm whether they were different from his understanding. To this, the elder doctor naturally had all the answers, explaining in detail to Lu Qing, and it was during this process of explanation that old Dr. Chen was amazed to discover Lu Qing's excellent memory. Many words, after just explaining them once or twice, he could basically remember and didn't require further elaboration. Lu Qing, you truly are a very smart child, the elder doctor said with great satisfaction. Lu Qing's performance greatly exceeded his expectations. At this rate, perhaps he really could memorize the entire 100 Herbs scripture within a month. It's because Grandpa Chen teaches so well, Lu Qing said modestly. At the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Internally, this was the first time he felt pretending to be confused could also be tiring. Even though he already understood many things, he still needed to ask several times and couldn't let the elder doctor notice any loopholes. It was a great test of his acting skills. Alright, let's stop here for today. Learning characters shouldn't be done too much at once, otherwise, it's easy to get them mixed up. Take the 100 Herbs scripture back with you, have a good look at it tonight, and come back up tomorrow. I'll test your progress then. Grandpa Chen, don't I need to wait until the next acupuncture session to come back? Lu Qing asked in surprise. Now that you're going to study the 100 Herbs scripture, why wait so long? If more than 3 days pass, I'm afraid you'll have forgotten what you learned today. The elder doctor said with a laugh and a scolding tone. Then we'll come back up tomorrow to see you. Elder, Lu Qing said joyfully. Grandpa Chen, does that mean little Yan can still come up to play with you tomorrow? Little Yan also said happily, of course, I'll make you some new pastries tomorrow for you to try. The elder doctor picked up the little tyke. Little Yan's eyes lit up. New pastries? Will they be as delicious as the yam cake? They won't be any worse than the yam cakes. The little tyke suddenly felt like she was about to drool. After leaving the half-mountain small courtyard with little Yan, Lu Qing's heart was still joyous. his gains for the day were still enormous. The red moon carp he had intended to give to Elder Dr. Qin turned out to be such a precious strange fish. After Elder Dr. Qin sells the red moon carp, even after deducting the stew medicine fee he owed to the elder doctor, there should still be some silver tail left. It just so happens that he is very poor right now, and with the silver tail, many urgent matters can be resolved. What's more important is that he learned about the red moon carp's habit of enjoying blood apricots. If that river outside the village could yield one red moon carp, there surely must be others. As long as he is patient, maybe he can catch another. When that time comes, it will be another fortune. Besides the red moon carp, the biggest gain was the opportunity bestowed by old Dr. Chen. Next, as long as he proceeds step by step, thoroughly studies the 100 herbs scripture, and gains the elder doctor's approval, he will truly obtain the opportunity to learn medical skills. Lu Qing believes that with his superpower and diligent study, he will definitely master medical skill. Moreover, the sudden discovery of this function today also made Lu Qing realize his superpower is even more powerful than he imagined, with many more functions still waiting for him to uncover. With an excited heart, the siblings walked toward their home. Meanwhile, the events that occurred today at the elder doctor's house had already spread throughout the entire village, especially the fact that Lu Qing was learning medical skills from Dr. Chen was drawing the attention of almost all the villagers. Under the large tree in the center of the village, a group of villagers was discussing, "Do you guys think Lu Qing is really learning medical skill from old Dr. Chen?" A villager asked in surprise. Of course, it's true. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Lu Qing was reciting from a medical book right there. Another villager responded, "Yes, and when we asked Lu Qing, the elder doctor didn't deny it. Isn't that the truth?" Another villager added, "Does that mean our village will have a doctor of its own in the future?" An old man said excitedly, "It's too early to say. Lu Qing is just learning from the elder doctor for now. It's hard to say when he will be ready to treat patients. No matter what, it's a hope at least. If there's no doctor in the village, we'd have to go back to the way things were before." Hearing this, the villagers fell silent. Yes, before the elder doctor arrived, when they had any kind of ailments, they could only endure on their own. Some minor ailments might get better after enduring, but the fear was that enduring might lead to bigger problems. In the past, quite a few people in the village had passed away like this. After old Dr. Chen arrived, life became better. No matter the illness, the elder doctor could treat it in some way, even if he couldn't cure it. Right away, he could relieve the pain, making it less unbearable for the patient. What's most crucial is that the elder doctor's fees for treating were not expensive. Even if someone couldn't pay the fee temporarily, he still helped out and allowed it to be owed. Where else could you find such a good doctor? Therefore, everyone truly respected old Dr. Chen from the bottom of their hearts, but everyone also knew that the elder doctor was getting on in years. Hence, sometimes they couldn't help but think, what would they do if one day the elder doctor was no longer there? No one wanted to return to those days when they were sick but had no doctor to see. Now, hearing that Lu Qing was studying medical skill from the elder doctor, people genuinely felt happy. Just as everyone was chatting under the tree, suddenly, no one knew who shouted out, "Lu Qing is back!" Chapter 30, Simple Folk Customs and Bedtime Stories. When Lu Qing brought little Yan back to the village and saw the residents gathered under the large tree chatting, he was greeted with smiling faces. "Chang and little Yan are back?" One of the villagers said cheerfully, "Yes, we just came back from Grandpa Chen's place." Lu Qing nodded, slightly puzzled. "What are you all doing here? Did something happen?" "Not at all," the villagers shook their heads repeatedly. Qing, you are learning from Elder Dr. Chen. You must study hard and diligently." An elderly person then said, "Yes, if you have any difficulties, just talk to us. We're all from the same village, no need to be so formal. It's rare that Elder Dr. Chen is willing to teach you medical skills. You must grasp the opportunity well." Other villagers also chimed in. Looking at the concerned expressions on the villagers' faces, Lu Qing felt somewhat dazed. He remembered what the elder doctor had told him before he had descended the mountain. "Lu Qing, do you know why I chose to settle in your village among the nearby villages?" Source.com, updated on Omicron New 0. Omicron, Lu Qing does not know. "It's because I really like the local customs of your village. I've wandered around for decades, traveling north and south, having seen and lived in countless villages, if not 1,000, then 800. Among these villages, some are wealthy, some are poor, some are righteous, some are xenophobic, all kinds. But the local customs of your village are rarely so simple. Uniting and helping each other, neighbors living harmoniously, supporting one another. Although villagers here occasionally quarrel, they don't hold grudges,
and when someone is in need, help is still provided.
Such a harmonious village is rare, even in the extensive travels of my life. When I first came to your village, it was this simplicity that attracted me, and ultimately, I decided to settle here.
After listening to the elder doctor's words, Lu Qing had thought deeply at that moment. Indeed, even he could feel that the villagers were very simple. Otherwise, in a village with a slightly worse atmosphere, he and little Yen would probably have been treated coldly and even bullied. Where else would they still be able to live peacefully in their own home? Grandpa Chen, you just mentioned that the villages outside seem different from ours?
Lu Qing had asked then. Very different. Other villages, even if harmonious, do not support each other or have the spirit of righteousness like your village.
Why is our village different from others?
Well, I'm not very clear on that.
Perhaps you can ask some of the older villagers later.
Reflecting on the conversation with the elder doctor, and looking at the villagers with eager concern, Lu Qing suddenly smiled and nodded seriously. Don't worry everyone, I will definitely study medical skills diligently with Grandpa Chen. After saying goodbye to the villagers, Lu Qing held little Yen's hand and walked home, feeling very cheerful. He felt somewhat fortunate. Luckily, he had been reborn in today's village. If he had been reborn in those villages with poor customs that the elder doctor spoke of, he would have faced a bunch of troubles. Now, although life was a bit tough, there weren't so many frustrations. Moreover, as he became more familiar with this world, he believed that, even if life was tough, it would continue to get better for him. After returning home, Lu Qing let little Yen go play, and he took out the 100 Herbs scripture and continued to read. Knowing the value of the red moon carp, he was no longer in such a hurry to find ways to make money. Once Elder Dr. Chen helped sell the red moon carp, he would have a sum of silver incoming, enough for him and little Yen to live on for a while. Now, what he valued most was the test from the elder doctor. As long as he passed the test, he would officially follow the elder doctor to learn medicine, and he must seize this opportunity. Therefore, even with the help of his superpower, he had already memorized the entire 100 Herbs scripture. Lu Qing still did not relax, continuing to study the content diligently. Time slowly elapsed while Lu Qing read. In the meantime, some villagers came over, wanting to ask about fishing. After all, the 2 big fish he had caught yesterday were quite shocking to everyone. Some people wanted to come over and learn from his experience. However, seeing Lu Qing reading in the courtyard, they didn't dare to disturb him and quietly left. For dinner, Lu Qing still made fish, adding a bunch of wild vegetables picked from the yard. After dinner, as the sky darkened, Lu Qing read for a while longer until it was completely dark. The household couldn't afford to light an oil lamp now, so as soon as it darkened, he put away the book. Yet, after an afternoon of revision, his familiarity with the 100 Herbs scripture had further improved. Except for some words he still didn't fully understand, there were almost no doubts left. After all, the 100 Herbs scripture was only a book introducing herbal medicine, belonging to a kind of popular science medical book, and did not delve into medical theory, so it was not difficult to understand. Not to mention, Lu Qing had the help of his superpower. He believed that even if Elder Chen wanted to test him right now, he would be able to pass completely. After putting the book away, Lu Qing prepared to coax little Yen to sleep. This other world was not like the brightly lit world of his former life, where nightlife began in the early morning. Here, staying up until 10 o'clock at night was already considered staying up late. Usually, everyone went to bed around 8 or 9 o'clock after dark. Brother, little Yen is not sleepy yet. The little one was lying in bed, covered with a small quilt. Moonlight shone through the window onto the bed, illuminating the child's round eyes perfectly. Little Yen, be good and sleep early. Tomorrow we need to go to Grandpa Chen's place, Lu Qing coaxed. But little Yen can't sleep. The little one acted stubbornly. What should we do then? Lu Qing was somewhat at a loss. Brother, tell me a story. I want to hear about that little monkey from last time. The little one revealed her true intention. All right, Lu Qing sighed. Where did we leave off last time? He was somewhat regretful. The last 2 nights, after little Yen woke up crying in the middle of the night, no matter how he tried to soothe her, she wouldn't stop. In the end, he could only tell her a story, and unexpectedly the little one instantly got hooked. Last time, we left off where the little monkey wanted to become the king. Little Yen remembered quite clearly. Okay, so that day, as the monkeys were frolicking in the mountain stream, they stumbled upon a Shualian cave. Indeed, the story Lu Qing was telling was that of the great sage equaling heaven. However, he hadn't read the original work in his previous life, and his memory of the specific details of the story was quite vague. He could only rely on his impressions to improvise and organize the language. Luckily, the story of the Monkey King was endlessly fascinating for children. Even though he skimmed over a lot of details, little Yen still listened with great interest, but ultimately, she was
Just a child, who fell asleep quickly, influenced by the calming and soul-stabilizing effects of the green armor fish stone. Little Yen couldn't stay awake to hear the little monkey officially become king. As her eyelids battled, and she fell into a deep sleep, Lu Qing gently covered her with the quilt, preparing to return to his own bed. Suddenly, he heard a noise coming from outside. Chapter 31, Strange Sounds. The sudden noise startled Lu Qing at first, and then made him somewhat cautious. What was that sound? Human, beast, or rat? He thought of the mysterious little beast that had stolen 2 large chunks of fish meat the night before. Could it be that the critter had come back, but he had already brought the fish meat inside his house? Surely this creature wouldn't have the audacity to barge in, would it? Recalling the information he had gathered with his superpower. That morning, the mysterious little beast seemed to have sharp claws. Lu Qing couldn't help but tighten his grip on a stick that was by the bedside. At this moment, he missed the electricity of his previous life immensely. If this were a house from his previous life, no matter what kind of beast it was, simply turning on a light would likely scare it away. Unfortunately, he could hardly afford to light an oil lamp at the moment, let alone use bright lights to scare off wild animals. The noise outside persisted, sounding like something scratching at the door. Despite Lu Qing's usual courage, his heart felt a bit fuzzy at that moment. He gripped the stick tightly and quietly stepped out of the room, entering the hall. Suddenly, the stick struck the door with a loud bang. The noise outside immediately ceased. Lu Qing stood in the hall holding the stick, forcing himself to stay calm. It was a long time before he heard that noise again. But he dared not open the door to rashly check. After a long while, when he was certain there was no more movement outside, Lu Qing finally returned to his room. There was no denying the sedative and calming effects of the green armor fish stone were quite good. Even such a loud noise hadn't woken little Yen. Otherwise, Lu Qing would have had to spend a long time comforting her. That night, however, Lu Qing did not sleep well. Fearing that the creature might return, he hardly slept at all, only dozing off a little as dawn approached. As a result, when he arrived at old Dr. Chen's place the next day, Lu Qing was sporting 2 large dark circles under his eyes and looked utterly listless. Seeing him like this, the elder doctor immediately furrowed his brows. Lu Qing, I know you want to master the 100 herbs scripture as soon as possible, but learning is about balancing work and rest. Sometimes, burying yourself in your studies can be counterproductive. Besides, if you wish to become a doctor, you must take good care of your own body. If you can't even look after yourself, how can you maintain a clear mind to treat and heal others? The elder doctor mistakenly thought Lu Qing's haggard appearance was from staying up the previous night reading. Grandpa Chen, it's not what you think, Lu Qing said with a wry smile. I didn't sleep well last night for another reason. He then told of the previous night's events. So you're saying there was a wild beast trying to get into your house last night, and that's why you didn't sleep well? The elder doctor exclaimed in surprise. Yes, because I was worried it might sneak in and harm little Yen. I didn't dare to sleep. Lu Qing rubbed his eyes and said, Brother, how come little Yen didn't know anything about it? The little tyke had been completely unaware of the previous night's events and her eyes suddenly widened. You slept like a little pig last night, so of course, you wouldn't know. Lu Qing reached out to tap her little nose, but this is no solution. You can't stay up every night on guard. The elder doctor thought for a moment, then turned and went back into his house. Not long after, he came out with a package and handed it to Lu Qing. Take this herbal powder. Master Chen, what is this? Lu Qing asked, holding the item. This is a medicinal powder that I blended myself. It contains a variety of herbs that repel insects and beasts. When I walk through the mountains, I usually use it for protection. From what you've said, the wild beast shouldn't be too large. Once you return, scatter the powder around your house. The beast will surely be wary and it won't come to bother you again. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing was overjoyed. Thank you, Grandpa Chen. Elder Doctor's medicinal powder really came at the right time, otherwise, Lu Qing would have considered setting traps to catch that mysterious little beast. However, some information previously obtained through his superpower made him hesitate to act rashly. After all, the mere footprints of that mysterious little beast were already at a white light level. Who knows how formidable it could be as the creature itself. Upon storing the medicinal powder, Lu Qing took out the 100 herbs scripture and continued to seek elder doctor's guidance. This time, old Dr. Chen was even more surprised. He found that Lu Qing was learning the 100 herbs scripture very quickly. Not only had he completely remembered what was taught yesterday, he had also reviewed the remaining content, managing to infer other principles from one fact. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for him to master the entire book. Very good, I can see that you really did put in the effort after going back yesterday, said the elder doctor, stroking his beard and nodding with satisfaction. I dare not forget the advice Grandpa Chen gave me, responded Lu Qing respectfully. Well, let's stop here for today. You have gradually become familiar with the 100 Herbs scripture, but just being familiar with a medical book is not enough, said elder doctor, whether as a doctor or a herb gatherer. One must be able to identify and select real medicinal herbs. I remember that there are some common medicinal herbs growing near the village. On a regular basis, you should observe them more, comparing them to what's in the 100 Herbs scripture to see if the actual herbs match the descriptions in the book, instructed the elder doctor. Yes, I've noted that down, replied Lu Qing. Oh, and tomorrow, you and little Yen won't need to come up here. I'll be heading into the city and will take the opportunity to sell that red moon carp for you. You can stay home and review the material, the elder doctor added. Grandpa Chen, are you going into the city? Lu Qing asked excitedly. Indeed, a drugstore in the city has ordered some medicinal materials from me, which I need to deliver, explained the elder doctor. Why, is there something you need me to buy for you? With the sale of the red moon carp, you will have a tidy sum of money. Yes, replied Lu Qing immediately. He indeed had items he wished elder doctor could help him buy. Oh? What would you like to buy? I want to buy a cast iron pot, said Lu Qing. Grandpa Chen, you know that our family encountered a misfortune recently, and I sold many of our things. The only cast iron pot we had was also sold, so I want to get a new one. A cast iron pot. That's doable, the elder doctor pondered for a moment and then agreed. Anything else? Also, we're almost out of salt at home, and I'd like to stock up on some more. Do you need to buy anything else? No, let's just buy these two items for now. Lu Qing shook his head. In truth, there were many things he wanted to buy: oil, grain, clothes, shoes, and more. He wanted to purchase many items, but he knew that there was a limit to everything. The elder doctor was his senior and his willingness to help carry items was already quite rare. It would be inappropriate to ask for too much, to be overstepping and lacking propriety. If it wasn't for the fact that cast iron pots and salt could only be bought in the city, he wouldn't have bothered elder doctor even for these two things. As for the rest, he could buy them himself at the market fair sometime later. Upon returning from old Dr. Chen's place, Lu Qing immediately sprinkled the medicinal powder around the perimeter of the house. He thought that would put an end to all troubles, and he could finally have a good night's sleep. However, after night fell and little Yen fell asleep, he once again heard that sound. Chapter 32, Red Light Spiritual Beast. When Lu Qing heard the familiar scratching at the door, he could hardly believe his ears. Old Dr. Chen hadn't said that his medicinal powder was very effective, that even a jackal, upon smelling it, would still keep its distance. Why was this creature still coming? Lu Qing felt somewhat overwhelmed. Was he to get no sleep tonight again? This couldn't go on. If he didn't resolve this matter, he feared he wouldn't sleep well in future. Having had poor sleep for 2 consecutive nights, Lu Qing's temper was also becoming a little explosive. He wanted to see just what it was that dared to be so bold. Creeping stealthily to the door with a stick from beside his bed, he suddenly flung the latch and threw the door open. This sudden action clearly startled whatever was outside too. A dark shadow instantly darted out into the courtyard. Ever since awakening his superpower, Lu Qing's eyes had undergone some subtle changes that were not easy to notice. Firstly, his vision had improved immensely, allowing him to see things clearly even from a great distance. Source.com, updated on Omicron new.Omicron. Secondly, his sensitivity to light sources had sharpened, though he couldn't yet see in complete darkness. As long as there was a bit of light, he could make things out with considerable clarity. Now, with the help of the rather bright moonlight overhead, Lu Qing could clearly see what had been troubling him these 2 nights. It was a small black beast, about 2 feet in length. It resembled both a cat and a leopard, with 2 large eyes like light bulbs. At the moment, its fur was slightly bristly, its tail raised, limbs low and tense, puffing up its fur as it warily watched Lu Qing. Seeing the appearance of the black beast, Lu Qing let out a sigh of relief. It was lucky that the beast seemed small in stature and didn't appear very fierce. Besides, it could be the creature whose courage was not great enough to come back after he had slammed the door on it the previous night. For some reason, this time, the black beast didn't run away but kept crouching and watching Lu Qing. Lu Qing stood quietly confronting it, unwilling to rashly drive it away. He wanted to use his superpower to ascertain information about the little beast before making a decision. Lu Qing tried to stay calm, his gaze on the little beast. However, his eyes soon widened in shock. A faint red light emerged from the mysterious little beast. Black Knight Spirit Fox, young, female mountain spiritual beast, extremely fast, with razor-sharp claws that can shatter stones and split metal. Rumors say the Black Knight Spirit Fox is fond of fish but has a natural aversion to water, able only to yearn from afar. A red light level beast. Lu Qing almost jumped in surprise. The superpower radiating from this mysterious beast had already reached the red light level. Wasn't that the same level as old Dr. Chen? No wonder the medicinal powder had been ineffective. Taking several deep breaths, Lu Qing struggled to compose himself. A sense of relief suddenly surged in his heart. It was fortunate he hadn't acted rashly just now. Who would have thought that this little thing was a red light level spiritual beast? And what were the floating words saying? Extremely fast. Claws that could shatter stones and split metal, such exaggerated lethality, even tigers and leopards might not match up, right? Thankfully this little beast was timid, otherwise, he probably would already be lying on the ground, quietly hiding the stick behind his back. Lu Qing put on an innocuous smile. Little fellow, did you come here wanting to eat fish? The little black beast was still watching Lu Qing cautiously, seemingly not understanding what he was saying. Lu Qing hadn't expected a wild animal to understand his words. He gently shifted his footsteps, trying not to startle the little black beast, and quickly took 2 pieces of dried fish from the kitchen. When Lu Qing appeared at the door holding the fish, he clearly saw the little black beast's eyes light up for a moment. Indeed, this guy was here for the fish. Lu Qing recalled the description in the third note. He held the fish in front of him and shook it. I'm sorry I scared you just now. These 2 pieces of fish are my apology. In the night, the little black beast's eyes, like light bulbs, followed the moving fish. Seeing this, Lu Qing felt certain. Take it. He tossed the fish pieces into the yard, intentionally throwing them a bit farther from the beast to avoid startling it. The fish pieces landed on the ground, startling the little beast, which took a few steps back and kept a close eye on Lu Qing. Lu Qing didn't move, standing quietly, feeling that Lu Qing had no intention to attack. The little black beast's tense fur relaxed a bit. It glanced at the fish on the ground, sniffed a few times, then suddenly moved. Lu Qing only saw a blur as the little beast dashed past. The next moment, the fish on the ground had disappeared. Shortly afterward, the little beast's figure also jumped over the fence and rapidly vanished into the night fog. After waiting quietly for a while and confirming that the little beast had gone, Lu Qing finally closed the door and returned to his room. Once he lay in bed, Lu Qing's heart could no longer be controlled. It began to pound violently. There was no helping it. The situation had indeed been somewhat perilous. Although the black little beast seemed rather timid, who knew if it would attack people when provoked? As the saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when cornered, and that was no rabbit, but a spiritual beast with powerful attacking capabilities. Its claws were sharp enough to break stone and split metal. If they could tear through stone and metal, what chance did flesh and blood stand? Therefore, Lu Qing really dared not provoke it. Fortunately, this black little beast was not only timid but also showed no signs of aggressiveness. Otherwise, whether Lu Qing could have survived just now was debatable. What kind of fearsome beast is this, and how have I never heard people in the village mention it? As he calmed down, Lu Qing harbored a doubt. He then recalled the description superpower had detected. That little beast seemed to be still a juvenile. Could its parents be nearby? They probably weren't. If its parents were around, they likely would have already arrived in a group. Lu Qing hadn't forgotten that the note also mentioned that the Black Knight Spirit Fox particularly enjoyed eating fish. Had it migrated from another place, been driven away by its parents, or had some accident befallen them? Lu Qing made several guesses but got nowhere. However, he had a premonition that after tonight, this black little beast would likely visit him again. He had no basis for it. It was just a feeling. It seems I can't give up fishing after all. Lu Qing thought somewhat helplessly. He had originally planned to put fishing on hold and devote himself fully to studying medical skill. After all, once Elder Dr. Chen sold the red moon carp, he would have a sizable amount of money, enough to ensure a worry-free life for him and little Yen for quite some time. But now, with this black little beast depending on him, he had no choice but to change his plans. That was a red light level spiritual beast. Not one he could afford to provoke. He could only prioritize appeasing it for now. What kind of situation is this? Lu Qing couldn't help but lament. Chapter 33, Not Knowing. That night, Lu Qing finally had a good sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, he took little Yen to fish by the river. This time, he noticed there were far fewer people at the riverside. The earlier bustling scene where 7 or 8 people jostled for a fishing spot was gone. It made sense. Lately, it was the busy farming season. There was still much work to be done in the fields, and not everyone truly had the leisure to fish every day. After all, fishing was just a pastime. It might occasionally improve the diet, but it was the crops from the fields that were vital, the lifeline of the farmers.
This time, Lu Qing did not go to the miracle fish fishing spot. With strange fish, it's fine if you catch them once in a while. It would raise suspicions if you caught several every few days. Any fool would realize something was amiss. Moreover, even if he caught any strange fish now, he had nowhere to sell them. He couldn't always expect old Dr. Chen to help sell them. As for eating them, he was too reluctant. Ever since learning of the strange fish's value, Lu Qing had planned to treat them as an important source of income, so he decided to fish for strange fish either periodically or when he was more capable of protecting himself. Source.com, updated on Omicron New Omicron. Lu Qing chose another bright fishing spot he discovered the first time he came to the riverside. After repairing the fishing spot a bit, Lu Qing started casting his line. This fishing session was uneventful compared to the previous two. Within an hour, he had nearly half a bucket of fish. The fish varied in size, the biggest being a grass carp weighing 2 or 3 pounds, and the smallest still being those little white ones. After catching nearly half a bucket full of fish, Lu Qing began to pack up. These fish should be enough to feed the Black Knight spirit fox for several nights. After returning home with the fish, Lu Qing waited for little Yan to fall asleep that evening. And sure enough, he heard the familiar scratching at the door. This time he was not panicked. He took out the fish he had prepared earlier from the kitchen and calmly opened the door of the house. As the door opened, there stood the little black beast in the middle of the courtyard. However, its mood was visibly much more stable than before. Although still wary in its eyes, it did not bristle all over like it did the previous night. "I've been expecting you," Lu Qing said with a smile, making his aura as calm and friendly as possible. Then he brought out a wooden basin filled with fish from behind him. Slowly walking towards the courtyard, the little black beast saw him coming and quickly backed away a few steps. Letting out a slight warning sound, Lu Qing immediately stopped. "Don't be nervous, I mean no harm." He gently placed the wooden basin on the ground and slowly retreated. Only after he went back into the house did the little beast calm down. Sniffing a few times, it swiftly darted to the basin. In the next moment, it had already disappeared with the biggest fish, vanishing to some place to eat. Lu Qing wasn't surprised. He quietly waited inside the doorway. As expected, after a while, the little beast reappeared in the courtyard, took another fish, and disappeared once again. The little thing was quite cautious. Lu Qing laughed to himself, with no interest in watching a wild animal eat. There were plenty of little fish in the bucket, and with the little beast running to and fro to feed, there was no telling how long it would take. He didn't want to wait around. Lu Qing closed the door and returned to his room, his heart completely at ease. This matter was now perfectly concluded. Although it cost some fish, it wasn't much for him, who loved to fish. Every time he went fishing, he caught more than he could eat in one sitting. Having the Black Knight spirit fox help consume the surplus was not a bad thing. It was like the old rural life, when leftover scraps at home were eaten by cats and dogs. With a relaxed mindset, Lu Qing slept quite well that night. The next morning, he went out to the courtyard and saw the wooden basin was completely empty. The little beast had eaten all the fish, even the ones over 2 pounds. It had quite the appetite. After cleaning and putting away the basin, Lu Qing started to prepare breakfast. After finishing a meal with little Yan, Lu Qing decided to visit old Dr. Chen. He took more than a pound of freshly slaughtered small fish with him, and set out with little Yan. Last time, the elder doctor had mentioned he liked eating small fish, and since Lu Qing had caught quite a few yesterday, he brought some along. Walking up the mountain path, Lu Qing's face showed a hint of anticipation. Elder Chen had gone into town yesterday to help him sell the red moon carp, and Lu Qing was uncertain about the outcome. Although Master Chen had said that the red moon carp was a priceless and precious strange fish that was easy to sell, Lu Qing felt somewhat uneasy until he actually saw the silver tails. Upon arriving at Half Mountain Small Courtyard, Lu Qing saw that old Dr. Chen had just finished his morning exercises. "Grandpa Chen." Little Yan ran up to him. "Little Yan, it's been a day, did you miss Grandpa?" The elder doctor picked up the little girl. "I did," little Yan sweetly replied. "Ha ha ha ha." "Hello, Grandpa Chen." Lu Qing also stepped forward to greet him. You look well today." "So, that beast hasn't been bothering you again, has it?" In the elder doctor's view, his herbal powder was always effective. No matter what kind of wild beast it was, it should keep its distance upon smelling it. He gave Lu Qing such a big bag that even tigers and leopards would think twice before coming near. He assumed a mere unknown beast wouldn't be an exception. However, at this moment, Lu Qing seemed a bit embarrassed. "Grandpa Chen, the powder doesn't seem very effective. That beast has come to our house on the last 2 nights." "Oh, how can that be?" Old Dr. Chen was taken aback. "I don't know what's going on, but it seems like that creature isn't afraid of the powder," Lu Qing answered honestly. "How did you manage to drive it away?" Then,
Old Dr. Chen looked over Lu Qing's complexion again, confident he hadn't misjudged and that Lu Qing didn't look like someone who had been up all night. I didn't do anything special. I found out that the creature seemed to be coming for the fish, so I threw some fish to it, and after eating, it left.
Likes eating fish?
The elder doctor pondered for a moment.
What does the beast look like?
Did you get a good look?
It's a black little beast, about 2 feet in length, with a pitch black body, but its paws and the area around its neck are white.
Grandpa Chen, do you know what kind of beast this is?
A 2-foot-long black little beast? The elder doctor thought for a while and shook his head. I've traveled far and wide for many years but have never seen a beast with this appearance.
Even you, Grandpa Chen, don't recognize it?
Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. What are you talking about?
The elder doctor laughed.
This world is vast and boundless, and there are countless living creatures. I may have wandered for decades, but the places I've seen are but a fraction of this expansive world.
Isn't it normal that there are creatures I don't recognize?
Grandpa Chen has a point, Lu Qing nodded. He had hoped to get more information about the Black Knight Spirit Fox from the elder doctor, but it seemed that was not going to happen. However, based on what you said, that little beast seems to have a spiritual nature. Since it has no intention of attacking people and only comes seeking a meal, there's no need to think about driving it away, at least for now. The elder doctor, with his wide experience, knew that there were very special living creatures in this world. Listening to Lu Qing's description, the black little beast could very well be one of them. I had the same thought. Since we can't finish all the fish at home, it doesn't hurt to share some with it, Lu Qing said with a smile. Even if he had to drive it away, he wouldn't dare. That creature was formidable. Little Yan, who had been quietly listening to the conversation, finally understood some of what was being talked about. Her eyes immediately lit up.
Brother, can you let little Yan watch the next time you feed that little beast fish?
I'm afraid that might be difficult, Lu Qing said.
It seems to only come over after you've fallen asleep.
Why is that? The little one felt somewhat aggrieved.
Does it dislike little Yan?
I don't know about that. Maybe the little beast is timid. Once it gets more familiar with us, it should be willing to meet you. Then you should quickly make friends with it, brother.
Little Yan also wants to see what the little beast looks like, Little Yan said expectantly. I'll try my best, was all Lu Qing could say, nodding in agreement. By the way, Grandpa Chen, this is for you. I caught some small fish yesterday.
Didn't you say last time you wanted some?
I don't know if this will be enough.
Lu Qing handed over the prepared fresh small fish to the elder doctor. The elder doctor looked at them and was quite satisfied. Put them inside. Also, I've brought back the items you asked me to buy. They're in the house.
Chapter 34, Luck and Change. As soon as he entered the room, Lu Qing saw a brand new large iron pot placed there. Old Dr. Chen then returned to the inner room and took out a cloth bag. This silver is from the sale of the red moon carp.
Keep it safe. The elder doctor handed the cloth bag to Lu Qing. When Lu Qing received it, he felt its hefty weight and was startled. So much, Grandpa Chen, how much did the red moon carp sell for?
You're quite lucky, the elder doctor said.
The nobleman to whom I delivered the medicinal herbs, his wife has been weak recently and needed nourishment. Upon hearing that I had a red moon carp, he didn't hesitate to offer a price of 100 silver taels.
100 silver taels?
Lu Qing's eyes widened.
Grandpa Chen, didn't you say before that my red moon carp was too big and had decreased in value?
He remembered the elder doctor had mentioned before that even the best red moon carp were priced at no more than 100 silver taels each. That's why I said you were lucky, the elder doctor, stroking his beard, replied. Normally, indeed, only the best red moon carp would be worth 100 silver taels. But that nobleman is quite fond of his wife. Apart from the red moon carp's exceptional taste, it also has excellent nourishing effects, which is why the nobleman directly offered me the highest price to secure it. Such a coincidence. After hearing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but agree with the elder doctor's words. Source.com, updated on N0no-omicron. His luck truly wasn't bad at all. This 100 silver taels, I've given you all in cash. After deducting the 10 silver needed for your past medical treatment and medicines, and the 5 silver for the iron pot and salt, there are still 85 silver left. Lu Qing opened the cloth bag to look inside. and the white silver tail shone brightly. Almost all were silver ingots, both large and small, with the large ones being 10 taels per ingot, the small ones 5 taels per ingot, along with some broken silver. Clearly, the elder doctor had considered his daily needs and thus exchanged some of it for broken silver. As for the 15 silver spent, Qing didn't pay it much mind. The elder doctor's fee of 10 silver for the consultation and medicine might seem expensive, but based on his understanding of the elder doctor, he suspected that old Dr. Qin had actually undercharged him, and the expenses for the iron pot and salt, putting salt aside, but the cost of the iron pot was to be expected. After all, he remembered that the original owner had sold the family's iron pot for quite a sum even. Now, there were not many families in the village that could afford to use an iron pot, a testament to the value of an iron pot, yet even if the iron pot was expensive, Qing was determined to buy one. Having been in this world for so long, he was tired of eating food that was either boiled or stewed. He was craving for some flavor. With the iron pot, the variety of dishes he could cook would substantially increase. Clothing of lesser quality wasn't a big deal, but food was something he could not skimp on. That was one of Qing's life principles. Also, I've already seasoned the iron pot for you last night. You can use it directly when you get back, no need to season it yourself, the elder doctor added. Looking at it, Qing noticed that the inside of the iron pot was indeed well seasoned, shiny with oil. Grandpa Qin, seasoning a pot requires a lot of oil, right? I'll pay you for it. Qing said as he opened the cloth bag. No need, Elder Qin waved his hand. It's just a matter of 2 pieces of fat pork, it doesn't cost much, and I can't be bothered to cut more silver for you. Seeing that the elder doctor refused to take the money, Qing had to drop the matter. He knew that in this world, there was a certain disdain for pork, especially the upper-class nobility considered pork to be lowly, something only the poor and humble would eat. Even moderately wealthy families preferred beef and mutton. Therefore, the price of pork in this world wasn't considered expensive. Of course, not expensive was relative to beef and mutton, for the commoners at the bottom of society. Meat was always expensive, so even pork was not something that could be eaten often. It was only during festivals, or when there was extra money, or when guests came to the house, that they would buy some to eat. However, Qing knew that old Dr. Qin was clearly not short of money, and to him, 2 pieces of fatty pork were probably of little concern. Thank you, Grandpa Qin. Alright, don't fuss over such a small matter, the elder doctor said indifferently. You lie down on the bed, and I'll give you the acupuncture treatment. Qing did as he was told. Taking off his shirt and lying on the wooden bed, old Dr. Qin took out the silver needle. He said, Today is the 3rd time I'm giving you acupuncture. And it will be the last. After this session, there will be no need for further treatments. Grandpa Qin, are you saying that my body is all healed? Qing asked excitedly. I can't say it's fully recovered, but your primordial qi has stabilized for the most part. In the days to come, you just need to eat well and rest enough and you'll slowly get back to full health. There won't be a need for more strengthening needles. Thank you, Grandpa Qin. Alright now, relax your heart and spirit, and don't move. Elder Qin began the treatment, and soon after, the acupuncture was complete, and Qing fell into a deep sleep. The elder doctor looked at the sleeping Qing, his brow slightly furrowed. Although Qing had been recuperating under his care for some time and had made a very good recovery, he still hadn't found the reason why Qing had suddenly started to get better in the first place. During this time, while taking the opportunity to administer the acupuncture, he had thoroughly examined Qing's body. Indeed, there was nothing abnormal inside, nor any lingering illnesses. It truly baffled him. After pondering for a while and still not making any headway, old Dr. Qin eventually let go of his concern. If he couldn't find the reason, it didn't matter. The important thing was that Qing's health had been restored, and his efforts had not been in vain. Grandpa Qin, is my brother asleep? Little Yan asked quietly from the side. Having seen Qing receive acupuncture several times, the little guy was no longer as scared as before. Still, she dared not watch while Master Qin was inserting the needles. Yes, he's asleep. Let's not disturb your brother's rest. Let's go outside. Yesterday, your grandpa bought some pastries from the town, and they are said to taste quite good. Really, what kind of pastries? They're called osmanthus cake. When Qing woke from his deep sleep, he felt his whole body filled with vitality, and he was sure that it wasn't the same illusion as the first time he had the acupuncture. His body had indeed nearly fully recovered. All this, he owed much to Elder Qin. Just as he was thinking this, Qing heard little Yan's laughter coming from the courtyard. He smiled lightly, put on his shirt, walked out into the yard. He saw Elder Qin and little Yan still sitting on the stone bench.
with the little one holding a piece of osmanthus cake in her hand, laughing joyfully about something, kicking her feet and looking up in high spirits. This scene was almost exactly the same as when Lu Qing first woke up from the acupuncture, only then, he had been weak, having nothing, even survival had been difficult, but now, his body was nearly fully restored, and he had just earned more than 100 silver tael. Plus, he had the chance to study medicine with Elder Chen in the future. Everything had changed. Chapter 35, Stir-fried dishes and plans. In the Lu family's kitchen, Lu Qing was tending to the fire, a brand new iron pot perched atop the stove. He had originally planned to carry the pot back home discreetly once night fell, but then he pondered, everyone was from the same village, how low profile could he get? Even if he managed to sneak the pot home, the secret would come out as soon as he started cooking. After all, the aroma of stir-frying is far different from that of steaming or boiling, and he couldn't just block off the kitchen to prevent the smell from spreading. So, he decided to just carry the pot back openly and uprightly. This naturally caused a small commotion in the village. An iron pot, for them, was certainly a luxury item. Even now, some households in the village couldn't afford an iron pot. That Lu Qing shouldered such a large pot back home was bound to attract everyone's attention. Regarding this, Lu Qing simply claimed that the pot was a gift from old Dr. Chen, which once again made the villagers envious and jealous. They were also amazed at the elder doctor's generosity. Source.com, updated on Omicron New 0. Omicron, an iron pot could be worth several silver taels, yet Elder Chen gave it away so readily, showing great kindness to Lu Qing. This also convinced everyone that Elder Chen truly regarded Lu Qing as his disciple, and a highly valued one at that. Otherwise, why would he give such a large iron pot to Lu Qing? It was always said that disciples should honor their teacher, not the other way around, with the teacher giving such valuable gifts to their disciple, unless, of course, the teacher held immense affection for the disciple. Especially when they later saw that the iron pot had already been seasoned, everyone became even more sure of their speculations. Thinking back on the villagers onlooking, Lu Qing felt a bit fortunate. Fortunately, he had the foresight to leave the silver taels with Elder Chen, only carrying a couple of pieces of broken silver back home with him. Otherwise, that big bundle of silver would definitely not escape the villagers' eyes. If someone, out of curiosity, opened his bag when he was not paying attention, that would be troublesome. The fire had started, and soon the pot began to smoke. Lu Qing grabbed the oil jar and scooped out a large spoonful of lard into it. Watching the lard melt in the pot, his heart welled up with a sense of satisfaction. He had money now, no longer needing to scrimp and scrape on oil. In the past, each time he cooked, he had to figure out how to use the least amount of oil to make dishes that weren't too bad, which was quite difficult for him. With his heart filled with happiness, Lu Qing quickly prepared 2 dishes and 1 soup: pan-fried green armored fish, a fish soup, and a serving of stir-fried greens. Even with limited seasonings, these 3 dishes still seemed simple, but when Lu Qing tasted the first bite of the greens, he was so moved that he almost wanted to cry. It was not easy. This taste was the one he had dreamed of for so long. Brother, the dishes cooked in the big iron pot are so delicious. On the other side, little Yan also ate with great relish. Even she, who usually didn't like greens much, now found them extraordinarily tasty. Of course, this big iron pot is a great asset for cooking. Otherwise, why do you think your brother has always wanted one? The big iron pot is so nice. That meal, the siblings ate with exceptional sweetness. All the food was polished off, not a trace of soup left. After eating their fill, little Yan rubbed her slightly swollen belly, her face brimming with contentment. Brother, shall we cook with the big iron pot from now on? Yes. Lu Qing nodded without hesitation. The reason he insisted on buying the pot was just this. However, there was no need to eat stir-fried dishes every meal, for even the tastiest food can grow tiresome over time. Trying other styles of cuisine occasionally wouldn't be a bad idea either. After dinner, Lu Qing looked at his books for a while. As the sky began to darken, he put his books away. He moved the old recliner out into the yard, reclining on it and gazing at the sunset on the distant horizon. Though he seemed lost in thought, he was actually considering something. He was pondering over what Brother Dan had mentioned before, about the fare. The oil at home, after his squandering tonight, was truly next to nothing. A replenishment was indeed necessary. There were also a few items he'd rather not have old Dr. Chen buy for him, which he hoped to purchase himself. And there was the matter of returning things he had borrowed from the villagers. It was time to settle these debts, thus, his attendance at the big market was imperative. Let's go tomorrow then. Brother Dinan said there are some rules to follow when going to the big market. It's a good opportunity to ask him tomorrow. Lu Qing made up his mind quickly. Brother, will the little beast come to our house tonight? At this moment, Little Yen suddenly asked, "It should, I guess." Lu Qing wasn't sure. "Then Little Yen will wait for it tonight." The little one was extremely curious about the little beast her brother mentioned and was eager to know what it actually looked like. "Alright, but if it's late and it doesn't come, you'll have to go to bed obediently," Lu Qing said. "Okay." With her mind made up, Little Yen decided to stay alert tonight and was determined to wait for the little beast's arrival. Unfortunately, the willpower of a child isn't so strong. Accustomed to going to bed early, Little Yen's eyelids grew heavy as the night wore on. Also, the presence of the green armored fish stone played its part. Ultimately, the little one held out for a while but not for long before she fell asleep. Not long after Little Yen had fallen asleep, Lu Qing heard the familiar scratching at the door. He was taken aback. Could it be that this little thing really waited for Little Yen to fall? Asleep before it showed up, carrying the fish he had prepared in advance, Lu Qing opened the door of the house, and there it was, the shadow of the black little beast. This time, the little thing retreated to the middle of the courtyard. But its demeanor was much more relaxed. It no longer appeared as wary as before. Lu Qing even thought he saw a glint of expectation in the little creature's eyes when it saw him come out, or was that just his imagination? Could this fellow truly be turning into a spirit? Lu Qing muttered to himself, placed the fish on the ground, and then stepped back toward the doorway. As soon as he reached the entrance, the black little beast immediately moved forward, snatched up a fish, and ran off. Alright then, although a tad less cautious, it was only a tad. Watching the black little beast repeat last night's pattern, eating a fish and then running off, going back and forth, Lu Qing couldn't help but smile. He didn't bother with the creature anymore, closed the door, yawned, and headed back to his room. He had a lot to do tomorrow and certainly didn't have time to entertain this little beast. A night went by without incident. When Lu Qing got up the next morning, he saw the wooden basin was once again completely empty. Who knew how this little thing digested? It seemed so small, yet its appetite was startling. 2 or 3 pounds of fish were devoured casually, eating more than an adult. "Brother, did the little beast come last night?" Little Yen woke up and immediately ran out of her room to ask. "It did. See, the fish in the basin are all gone." Lu Qing pointed at the wooden basin. "Ah. Brother, why didn't you wake Little Yen up?" The little one was quite vexed. "I said, if you fell asleep, I wouldn't wake you." "Brother, Little Yen has decided, I won't sleep tonight, and I will wait for the little beast." Little Yen said seriously. "Okay, give it your best shot," said Lu Qing nonchalantly. By now, he was convinced that the green armor fish stone was indeed miraculous. With it around, even if Little Yen wanted to stay up late, she wouldn't be able to. When the time came, she would unavoidably feel sleepy and obediently fall asleep. Quite a relief for him. It saved him a lot of trouble. "Little Yen, how about you go play at Grandpa Zhang's house today? Brother has to step out for a bit." "Where are you going, brother?" "You'll know when I get back." After entrusting Grandpa Zhang next door to watch over Little Yen, Lu Qing pocketed a piece of silver and headed to Dian's house. Chapter 36, Rules for Going Out. Brother Dian, are you home?" In front of a mud house, Lu Qing shouted, "Who's there? Who's calling me?" A tall figure sprinted out from the house and, seeing Lu Qing, he was immediately overjoyed. "Is that you, Ah Qing? What brings you here today?" "Dian, who is it?" Before Lu Qing could answer, an elderly voice floated out, and an old man holding a bamboo pipe also emerged from the house. "Grandpa, it's Ah Cheng who's come." Wang Dian called out directly. "Grandpa Wang." Lu Qing greeted the old man. "Well, if it isn't Ah Cheng, come in, have a seat inside." The old man, seeing Lu Qing, was also pleasantly surprised and eager to pull him inside for a drink of water. "No need, Grandpa Wang, I am here to see Brother Dian for something." "I won't disturb you further by coming in," Lu Qing hastily declined. "Right, what did you need me for?" Wang Dian asked. "I was thinking of going to the market." "Didn't you say last time, Brother Dian, that if I wanted to go to the market, I should come see you first? There are some customs I need to know about." "You're going to the market?" Wang Dian was surprised, but then he remembered. "Oh right, today is the market day." Source.com, updated on Omicron New.Omicron, the market was held every 5 days, and today was precisely the 5th day since the last one. Ah Cheng, what do you plan to do at the market? Sell fish? Wang Dian inquired. "The fish aren't urgent, I just want to check the market out first to get the lay of it, and maybe pick up a few things while I'm there." "I see. I don't have an issue with that, it's just that Grandpa was thinking of asking me to go cut some pigweed," Wang Dian said, scratching his head. After puffing on his pipe a couple of times, Grandpa Wang spoke. "Well then, Dian, you might as well take Ah Cheng with you.
He's now head of a household and should learn about going out and the customs involved.
Sure, Grandpa, you can count on me to teach Qing.
Wang Dian said cheerfully. He was quite happy to avoid cutting pigweed. That was a much too tedious task. Let's go, Qing.
We'll talk as we walk.
Wang Dian started leading Lu Qing out. When they got to the entrance of the village, Wang Dian pointed to a large tree. Qing, the first rule of heading to the market begins right here.
Here?
Lu Qing looked at the tree, somewhat puzzled. Of course, he knew of the tree. It wasn't very tall, but it was sturdy with thick branches and lush leaves. The trunk was so thick, several men would be needed to wrap their arms around it. It somewhat resembled the banyan trees of his previous life. Moreover, this tree seemed to hold particular importance. Not only was it common for people to offer incense to it, but village children were also warned from a young age to avoid playing near it, much less climbing it. Anyone caught breaking this rule would, at the very least, receive a sound thrashing, and at worst, be made to kneel in the ancestral hall on an empty stomach. As a result, village kids treated this tree with a mix of respect and distance, preferring to play with mud elsewhere rather than near it. However, Lu Qing's memory did not supply the real purpose of the tree. He had simply thought it was for worship and protection. Now it appeared, according to Brother Dian, that the tree had another use. That's right, this tree is our village's divine tree, as well as a letter tree. Every person who leaves the village for business, whether for the market or heading to the city, must leave a sign here indicating their destination. In that way, if someone doesn't return on time, the village can use the marker they left to know where they've gone. This tree has such a purpose? Lu Qing was surprised. He had never considered that the tree he had been fearful of in the original owner's memories had such a history. How does one leave a mark on it, then?
Lu Qing asked. Right here.
Wang Dian stepped forward and lifted a stone slab at the base of the tree. When he returned, he was holding 2 pieces of red rope. Brother Dian handed one of the red ropes to Lu Qing and pointed to the tree, saying, "Do you see those old branches on the divine tree? The one on the left, it represents the market, the middle one represents inside the city, the right one signifies setting out for places farther away. Whenever you want to leave for somewhere, just wrap a red rope around the corresponding branch, so the villagers will know someone has left. And when you return, just take down the red rope."
Is that all there is to it?
Lu Qing was taken aback. He had thought it would be more complicated, but it was surprisingly simple. That's right. What else could there be?
Brother Dian was somewhat puzzled by the question. Don't you need to hang up a sign or some other kind of marker? How will everyone know who is left?
Lu Qing asked. Why hang up a sign? Brother Dian was even more baffled. You can write names on it or something. As Lu Qing spoke, he suddenly realized something. He had forgotten most people in the village were illiterate. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Brother Dian cracked a smile. You think everyone is like you, Qing, knowing so many characters, who would write their own name? Besides, it's not so troublesome. The village is only so big. If the red rope isn't taken down, just ask around in the village, and you'll know who hasn't returned. On reflection, Lu Qing thought this made sense. It was him who hadn't adjusted his thinking, expecting it to be as easy to leave for faraway places as it was in his previous life. In fact, in an ancient world like this one, the villagers were very cautious about leaving home. They wouldn't go out unnecessarily. Some villagers might never have left the village in their entire lives. Children were especially forbidden from running around outside. Under these circumstances, there actually weren't many people who would leave the village on a regular basis. There was no need for it to be complicated. However, this made Lu Qing understand why everyone always offered incense under this tree. Apart from worshipping the gods, the villagers were more often praying for the safety of those who had left. Come on, let me tie it on for you. Brother Dian tied 2 red ropes on the branch that represented the market. Also, the village has another rule. The market isn't far from our village. If you want to go there, 1 person is enough. Just tie a red rope here. But if you're going to the city or somewhere even farther, then you must leave with at least 2 people so you can look out for each other. If there's no one from our village going to the city, you can call out to the neighboring village, see if anyone wants to go together. The rules for leaving in our neighboring villages are pretty much the same.
Going to the city is not like going to the market.
With more people, it is safer to take care of each other.
Brother Dian, is the road to the city very dangerous?
Lu Qing couldn't help asking when he heard these rules. Brother Dian paused for a moment before saying, I wouldn't say it's dangerous. In recent years, the road has been pretty peaceful, but my grandfather told me there were mountain bandits on the road in the past, and someone from the next village was captured.
It took several years for him to escape and return.
Everyone thought he had died out there. It wasn't until he escaped back that they realized he had been captured by the mountain bandits. But I heard that later.
That group of mountain bandits was wiped out by the county lord and the city lord, so the roads have become peaceful again.
It was from then on that our villages gradually established the current leaving rules. Mountain bandits, Lu Qing's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, this world was not as tranquil as he had thought. The term Lord County Master also caught his attention. However, Lu Qing did not ask further. There was plenty of time. He would inquire slowly in the future. After explaining the rules of leaving the village and tying on the red rope, Brother Dian finally led Lu Qing in the direction of the market.
Chapter 37, At the Grand Gathering, Two Cultivators. Is this the big market?
Lu Qing looked at the bustling scene in front of him, somewhat surprised. This market was even busier than he remembered. The stalls on both sides were well organized, exactly like the markets he had seen in some small towns in his previous life. That's right, this is the big market, Brother Dian nodded, pointing ahead. Do you see those stalls there? Those are for long-term rent. Only those who are in the business for the long haul rent those stalls. Lu Qing noticed that the stalls Brother Dian was pointing to were mostly selling meat, cloth, or grain. Brother Dian continued, further back is an empty space, where one doesn't need to rent a stall, but if you want to sell something there, you must pay a copper coin in stall fees. If you want to sell fish, Qing, you don't need to rent a stall, just go directly to that empty space.
Who should I give the money to? Lu Qing asked. Magu, Brother Dian pointed to a certain place. Do you see that man wearing blue cloth?
He's Magu, the person responsible for collecting temporary stall fees here. Following his gaze, Lu Qing saw a middle-aged man in blue cloth, slightly thin, smiling as he walked through the market. At the same time, he noticed a few other men in similar attire patrolling the market, maintaining order. It seemed Lu Qing and Brother Dian's gazes had attracted Magu's attention. The man suddenly turned his head, his gaze somewhat piercing. Seeing that they were just two young peasants in old clothes, his expression softened, and he casually moved his gaze away, continuing to stroll. Lu Qing's heart tightened. Being able to sense their gaze from so far away, Magu was no ordinary man. He dared not stare directly at him anymore, just keeping him in the corner of his eye. Soon, he saw a rich white light emanating from Magu. Magu, deeply thoughtful, fair in his actions, with a sharp eye, he commands respect from people at the market. Cultivation, physically strong, newly entered the postnatal muscle bone realm, receiving the information provided by the superpower. Lu Qing's face showed no change, but his heart was stirring. A cultivator, Magu was a cultivator. No wonder his senses were so keen. He was indeed an extraordinary cultivator. This was the second cultivator Lu Qing had encountered since coming to this world. The first was naturally Elder Dr. Chen. However, even though both were cultivators, Lu Qing noticed a difference. Firstly, the superpower light emanating from Magu was still white, while that of Elder Dr. Chen was red. Clearly, in terms of cultivation, Elder Dr. Chen must be more profound than Magu. Was the difference in their realms? Lu Qing noticed that according to the superpower's evaluation, Magu's cultivation was just entering the postnatal muscle bone realm, and Elder Dr. Chen's was in the postnatal internal organ realm. Did this mean the internal organ realm was stronger than the muscle bone realm? Were there other realms between these two? Lu Qing's thoughts shifted as he slowly calculated. How about it, Qing, you've seen the big market, didn't you say you wanted to buy something? What are you planning to buy? At this moment, Brother Dian interrupted Lu Qing's musings. Lu Qing set aside his thoughts and smiled. I need to buy quite a few items. I might need your help. Brother Dian, you need to buy a lot of items. Qing, did you strike it rich? Brother Dian's eyes widened. Lu Qing just smiled and did not answer. Brother Dian also realized it wasn't appropriate to discuss this matter there. He didn't ask further, but patted his chest. Don't worry, no matter how much you buy, I can carry it all back for you. Then thank you in advance, Brother Dian. Lu Qing walked towards the stalls ahead. He first headed to the meat stall. The stall was selling pork, and the quality of the meat, naturally, did not look as good as the meticulously bred pork from his previous life, but in Lu Qing's eyes, it still looked exceptionally enticing. It had been a long time since he had eaten large pieces of meat. He picked 2 large chunks of fatty meat and a few pieces of partially lean meat, ready to pay. However, the stall owner looked troubled when he saw the silver pieces Lu Qing took out. Young master is probably joking with me. How can I make change for these silver pieces? Can't make change? Lu Qing was stunned.
Can't make change. I just opened my stall today and haven't had much business yet. These silver pieces of yours must weigh nearly half a tael. I don't have enough copper coins to give you change, the stall owner honestly said. Brother Din was also taken aback by the silver Lu Qing had taken out, and he quickly covered Lu Qing's hand that was holding the silver, pulling him aside. Chung, where did you get this silver? Grandpa Chan gave it. Lu Qing directly used Elder Doctor as a shield. Anyway, when they came down the mountain yesterday, Elder Doctor had instructed him that if anyone asked about the origin of the silver, to say that it was given by him. Elder Doctor is really good to you. Brother Dayan immediately showed envy, wondering why he couldn't be the doctor's disciple, but he quickly realized something. No, even if the silver was given by Elder Doctor, you shouldn't have just taken it out like this. Who comes to the market to buy things with silver? But I don't have any copper coins, just this piece of silver. Lu Qing of course knew the value of silver, but who could blame him when his home was almost out of food, and he wanted to buy many items this time. Not to mention not having copper coins at home. Even if he did, it would have been inconvenient to carry them. It seems to make sense. Knowing the situation of Lu Qing's family, Brother Din scratched his head, not knowing quite what to say. Young master, do you still want the meat? The butcher on the other side called out. It was a rare business opportunity with such a big order, and he didn't want to miss it. I would like to, but didn't you say you couldn't make change for this silver? Lu Qing replied helplessly. The butcher paused. Now, both sides were having difficulty. What's going on here? At that moment, a gentle voice spoke up. Lu Qing turned around and saw the middle-aged man Brother Din and referred to as Mr. Ma, standing behind them. Mr. Ma. The butcher and Brother Din both quickly bowed to greet him. I heard some noise over here. What happened? Mr. Ma asked. It's like this, Mr. Ma, the butcher spoke first. This young master took out a piece of silver to buy meat. I couldn't make change, and everyone was having trouble. Oh? Mr. Ma immediately looked towards Lu Qing. People coming to the grand market with silver were rare even for him. When he saw what Lu Qing was wearing, Mr. Ma's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Lu Qing, indeed, did not look like someone who would have silver. Young man, may I know where your silver comes from? Mr. Ma asked. Why, do I have to explain the source of my money when I come to the grand market to shop? Lu Qing asked indifferently. That's not it. I was impolite. Mr. Ma slightly bowed, as an apology, his face smiling. I was just curious. You, as a young man, don't seem like someone who would possess silver. While Mr. Ma was smiling, the butcher and Brother Din nevertheless felt an inexplicable pressure, and sweat began to seep from their foreheads. Lu Qing also seemed to be pressured. A nervous expression appeared on his face. He hesitated for a moment, but finally said, This silver was given by my master. Oh, may I know who was the young master's teacher? Mr. Ma's face remained smiling. I don't know my master's name, but everyone calls him Elder Chen. What, that elder doctor? Mr. Ma's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 38, Mutual Probing, Major Purchasing. Young master, you said your teacher is old Dr. Chen? Old Master Ma's face, which had previously held a smile, became somewhat solemn. It seems that the villagers all call him that, Lu Qing replied with slightly less tension on his face. Yes, old Master Ma, my young brother here goes to study and read with old Dr. Chen every day. At this moment, Brother Din found an opportunity to chime in. Old Master Ma scrutinized Lu Qing and Brother Din with a look, then suddenly, his smile returned. So you're old Dr. Chen's esteemed pupil. I have been disrespectful. Old Master Ma proceeded to bow to Lu Qing with great formality, which seemed to frighten Lu Qing as he took 2 steps back. Lu Qing waved his hands somewhat frantically. I am not worthy of being called an esteemed pupil. I've only learned a bit about herbs from my teacher, and I still can't even treat illnesses. Seeing Lu Qing's sincerity, old Master Ma couldn't help but smile gently. No matter what, I was disrespectful to the young master just now. Let's do this. I'll pay for the meat you were buying at this stall. How can that be? Lu Qing shook his head repeatedly. Unearned rewards should not be accepted. My teacher has taught me not to take things from others lightly. But I indeed was disrespectful to the young master just now. Could we consider this meat an apology to you, young master? Source.com, updated on Omicron Nude. No matter what old Master Ma said, Lu Qing just shook his head, firmly unwilling to accept old Master Ma paying for him. Brother Din beside him was astounded. It was his first time seeing old Master Ma being so polite to someone, and that person was his young brother, Lu Qing. Seeing that Lu Qing was continuously refusing old Master Ma's offer, Brother Dayan was becoming somewhat anxious. It was over 10 pounds of meat. To refuse when someone is
offering it free of charge. What was Qing thinking, however? Despite feeling anxious, Brother Dian didn't speak up for Qing. He knew that Qing could read and had the guidance of the elder doctor, surely knowing more than he did. Since he was unwilling to accept, he must have his reasons. Seeing that Qing still did not want to accept his apology, old Master Ma had a sudden inspiration and laughed again. The young master is truly magnanimous, befitting of being old Dr. Chen's esteemed pupil. How about this? Since you seem to be troubled by this silver, let me help you change it. Upon hearing this, the meat stall owner hurriedly said, "Indeed, young master, the only one here capable of changing your silver, I fear, is old Master Ma." Upon hearing this, Qing hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble old Master Ma." Saying so, he took out the silver, and old Master Ma, upon seeing the fine snowflake pattern on it, believed in Qing's words a bit more. A regular country boy wouldn't be able to get his hands on such good quality silver. After weighing it for a moment, he laughed and said, "This silver should weigh about 6 chen, which translates to around 600 copper coins." Old Master Ma removed a cloth bag from his person and fished out 2 small strings of copper coins before handing the cloth bag to Qing. "The copper coins in this bag should be equivalent to your silver. Count them and see." Qing took the money bag without hesitation and began counting right away. Brother Dian wanted to help, but knowing he was not good at counting and that it would be more of a hindrance, he could only worry from the side. Qing began counting the copper coins quickly. Old Master Ma's eyes narrowed as he watched Qing count the money. It's rare for country folk to be literate, and being able to recognize numbers within 100 was already quite a feat. It was clear from Qing's counting speed that numbers posed no difficulty for him. Old Master Ma grew more and more convinced that Qing was indeed the disciple of that elder doctor. In no time at all, Qing had finished counting the money. He looked up. "It seems there is extra." There were a total of 650 copper coins in the cloth bag. Given the exchange rate of 1 tael of silver for 1,000 copper coins, there were 50 extra coins. It's not too much. "Your silver is of very good quality, so it's right to give you an extra 50 coins, old Master Ma laughed. Qing thought for a moment, then did not refuse again. He knew that Mr. Ma was trying to befriend him, but he had already turned down the man's offers several times, and he couldn't really deny him any face. Moreover, for Qing, this was an opportunity to learn about the outside world. "The money has been exchanged. Young master, you can rest assured in making your purchases. By the way, I still don't know the young master's name?" Mr. Ma took the opportunity to ask. "I'm Qing," Qing replied, pointing to Wang Dian at his side. "This is Brother Dian, from the same village as me." "Mr. Ma, my name is Wang Dian," Wang Dian said somewhat ingratiatingly. "Wang Dian, not bad." Mr. Ma could obviously tell that Wang Dian was just an ordinary rural youth. Nevertheless, he nodded at Wang Dian with great composure. But just this much was enough to excite Wang Dian, his face flushing red. "Qing, my young friend, I wish you a pleasant time here. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now." Mr. Ma was a man who understood proportion and did not take the opportunity to follow Qing around, but chose to keep his distance instead. Qing, of course, was pleased with this outcome. While he did have the intention of making a connection with this Mr. Ma, now was not the time. After all, their strengths were not yet equal. Right now, the other party had only taken a higher interest in him because of his status as elder Dr. Chen's disciple. Once Mr. Ma had left, Qing returned to the meat stall. "Boss, can I buy the meat now?" "Of course." The meat stall owner was all smiles. "Young master, so you're a disciple of elder Dr. Chen? No wonder you're so presentable." Qing looked at his patch-covered clothes and was somewhat speechless. "Is this considered presentable? How about you, boss? Do you also know of elder Dr. Chen?" Wang Dian asked curiously. "Young man, who around here doesn't know elder Dr. Chen? Last year, my wife had a post-childbirth cold that nearly took her life, and it was the elder doctor who cured her. He's a famous divine doctor around these parts. Given that, shouldn't you, boss, give us a discount on the meat?" Wang Dian quickly asked. "A discount? Of course a discount." In the end, the meat stall owner rounded down the price, charging Qing 3 copper coins less. After buying the meat, Qing and Wang Dian continued to wander around the market. It wasn't long before they had bought a lot of things. Mostly they bought food and some daily necessities. Grain was the bulk of the purchase. Apart from these, Qing also bought some vegetable seeds and thread. He wanted to plant more vegetables in the yard. He couldn't always go foraging for wild vegetables. As for the thread, it was because the fishhook made with a large iron needle at home was already struggling to hold up. He planned to make more fishhooks as backups. Lu Qing also saw fish for sale at the market, asked about the price, and found it to be somewhat cheaper than pork, but that made sense. As for the lower class citizens of this world, fat was very important, hence even pork fat was more expensive than lean meat. Fish, which hardly contain any fat, didn't satisfy hunger as well. Only those wealthy nobles and gentry who desired delicacy were willing to pay a high price for fish. For the commoners, if given a choice, they would even prefer pork over fish. After purchasing these items, the 650 copper coins that Lu Qing had were mostly gone. He then bought 2 large bamboo baskets, and together with Wang Dian, carrying and lifting, they managed to take everything with them. Then the two set off with somewhat heavy steps, leaving the market behind and heading toward their village. Chapter 39, Ma Gu's thoughts. Lu Qing and his companion were making big purchases at the fair, which naturally attracted quite a bit of attention. Therefore, when the two left, several people gathered outside the fair, whispering secretly, "Boss, those 2 kids bought quite a lot of stuff. They look like easy targets, don't they? Should we go and relieve them of some silver?" A young man with shifty eyes was the first to suggest this, but as soon as he spoke up, he was met with disdain from the others, especially the man known as the boss, who looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see even Ma Gu was polite to that kid, and you want me to rob them?" The shifty-eyed young man felt a bit wronged after being scolded for no reason. "I just saw that they were loaded. Look at the stuff they're carrying. It's not less than a few hundred won in value. Just snatching a little from those big fat sheep could keep us happy for days." Hearing this, the boss fell silent. How could he not be tempted? Not to mention, the meat those young men carried was enough to make him drool. Lately, they had been struggling a bit and hadn't tasted meat for several days, but the thought of Ma Gu in the fair made him hesitate. Source.com, updated on Omicron. He was not someone to mess with. Offending him would lead to trouble for all of them. Yet, the thought of the load on Lu Qing's back made the boss's heart stir again. Just as these men hesitated, inside the fair, Ma Gu was summoning one of his men. "Xiao Tian, I remember, old Dr. Chen lives in Jiuli village, right?" "Yes, the elder doctor resides on a hillside near Jiuli village. And everyone from the neighboring villages knows it." The man known as Xiao Tian replied respectfully, "Take some time to visit Jiuli village and find out if that elder doctor has recently taken a disciple named Lu Qing." "Yes," Xiao Tian answered respectfully. Ma Gu wanted to check on the young man who had come to the fair to buy items with silver. With this thought, Xiao Tian suddenly recalled something and hurriedly reported, "Ma Gu, when I came in just now, I seem to have seen Chen San and his gang lurking outside. They seem to have some designs on the young man named Lu Qing." "Chen San? What are those lowlifes doing in my territory?" Ma Gu's eyes narrowed. "I heard they stole some things from Damu village a while ago. And the elders there have banned them from approaching the village, so now they hang around here. Those fools, always up to no good, just skilled at petty thefts and bullying the locals," he said. "Go out there and warn them. If they dare harass any guest from our fair, I'll break their legs." "Yes, Ma Gu." Xiao Tian excitedly went out. He had disliked Chen San and his small-time thugs for a while, always up to no good and causing trouble. His cousin, who lived in Damu village, had even complained about them, claiming they had stolen several chickens from her home. Previously, he had no chance to deal with them, but now with Ma Gu's support, he could really teach them a lesson. After Xiao Tian left, loud noises and cries for mercy soon echoed from outside. Ma Gu ignored these trivial matters and settled into his chair, deep in thought. The appearance of Lu Qing today was quite a surprise. If this young man really was old Dr. Chen's disciple, it would be big news for him. The local folk only knew the elder doctor's extraordinary medical skills and his benevolent healing, considering him a divine doctor. What they didn't know was that in the city, the elder doctor had a tremendous influence as well. Many influential people and wealthy merchants considered him an esteemed guest. Not only was his medical skill extraordinary, but he himself was a martial arts master. Even the county lord had once praised his deep cultivation, almost reaching the grandmaster realm at the postnatal peak. Such a character was someone he had wanted to connect with, but he had never found a good opportunity. But now, the appearance of Lu Qing gave him a glimpse of hope. If he could befriend Lu Qing and connect with old Dr. Chen, maybe he might even find his way back to the city. In this godforsaken marketplace, he had truly had enough, if it weren't for the trouble he had caused earlier, and the order his father had given him to stay here for 5 years, he would have left long ago. Ma Gu was quietly making his calculations alone. Lu Qing and Brother Din, however, had no idea what had happened at the market after they left. But Lu Qing was always vigilant. He knew their purchases at the market had attracted some attention,
but there was nothing he could do. He had many things to take care of next, and couldn't afford to travel to the market every few days, so he had taken a risk. Fortunately, nothing unexpected had happened by the time they returned to the entrance of the village. The two men took down the red rope from the big tree and placed it back under the stone slab, continuing to carry their items toward Lu Qing's house. It was nearly noon by then, and most of the villagers were at home resting, with few people walking around the village. So, by the time Lu Qing got home, he hadn't run into anyone. Phew, finally back. Having put down the items, Brother Dayan breathed heavily. Thank you, Brother Dayan. Without your help, I couldn't have carried back so much stuff, said Lu Qing gratefully. The heavier items, the grains and meat, were all carried by Brother Dayan. Lu Qing had carried the lighter daily necessities. Thanks for what? This is what I should do, and actually, I should thank you. Today was the first day I spoke with Ma Gu so closely, and he even remembered my name. Brother Dayan got excited again mentioning this. Is Ma Gu really that impressive? Lu Qing asked curiously. Of course. Brother Dayan said. You know, he manages the entire market and has a bunch of subordinates. Around here, he is the most impressive person. This made Lu Qing even more puzzled. He thought that, although the bustle of the market was beyond his expectations, at the end of the day, it was just a not-so-large market. The items sold there weren't luxury goods, mostly, they were agricultural and sideline products. Such a market surely wouldn't make too much money, and considering Ma Gu's impressive setup, he didn't seem like someone who would care about such a small amount of money, so why would he stay in the large market? Could there be some hidden secrets? Lu Qing couldn't figure it out. Brother Dayan? Has Ma Gu always been managing the market? Not really. Before, it was managed by an old man whom everyone called Uncle Li. It has been about 2 years since Ma Gu took over. I see. Lu Qing pondered. Alright, I have to go back now. Take a rest, Ah Chang. You must be tired from carrying all this stuff back. Seeing that Brother Dayan was leaving, Lu Qing quickly stopped him. Wait a moment, Brother Dayan. Then, from his basket, he took out a piece of pork that was half fatty and half lean. Take this piece of meat back and cook something tasty tonight. Let Grandpa Wang try some too. You really shouldn't. Brother Dayan immediately waved his hands. This meat is not cheap. You should keep it for yourself and little Yen. I have plenty here, as you can see, and you show me the way plus carried so much stuff back for me. Think of this meat as a thank you gift. It's too much, it's worth more than 10 won. Just take it. Lu Qing forcibly stuffed the meat in Brother Dayan's hands. If you don't, I'll feel embarrassed to ask for your help next time. Well. Alright then. Seeing that Lu Qing insisted so, Brother Dayan had no choice but to accept the meat. Alright, don't be embarrassed, hurry back. We've been out for so long, Grandpa Wang might be getting worried. You should go back and reassure him. After Brother Dayan had taken the meat and still seemed a bit reluctant, Lu Qing pushed him out. Once Brother Dayan had left, Lu Qing cut another small piece of meat, then, holding the meat, he headed next door to Grandpa Zhang's house to pick up little Yen. Chapter 40, The Aroma of Rich Meat. In the kitchen, a rich aroma of meat was filling the air. Little Yen, who was squatting in front of the stove to help tend to the fire, couldn't help but salivate uncontrollably when she smelled the meat. Brother, when can we eat? The little one couldn't hold back any longer. Just a little longer, he replied. Lu Qing also felt somewhat unsteady on his feet. In his previous life as a carnivore, he had only eaten fish since coming to this world, not any proper meat. Now, smelling the rich meaty scent, he almost let his cravings get the better of him. Lu Qing was cooking braised pork. Of course, due to the lack of seasoning, he was cooking a simplified version of braised pork. Or perhaps it was more fitting to call it stewed meat. He decided to make braised pork because, at the big market, he had seen someone selling bean paste. It was sold by a farm woman, initially placed in a jar, which he almost missed noticing. After tasting a bit, he found the flavor surprisingly similar to soy sauce, only lacking a bit in saltiness, which was a pleasant surprise. He immediately bought quite a lot, making the farm woman very grateful. Source.com, updated on Omicron New.0, Lu Qing took the opportunity to inquire about the origins of the sauce and learned that the recipe had been left by the farm woman's grandfather. Her grandfather had originally been a chef in the back kitchen of a restaurant in a distant city but had drifted here due to certain changes. After she got married, her in-laws were poor, so she thought of making some bean paste to supplement the household income. Since beans were cheap, even if the sauce was ruined, the loss wouldn't be too great. However, the local people didn't seem to have a high acceptance of bean paste. She had been selling at the big market for a long time, and Lu Qing was still her biggest customer. After hearing her story, Lu Qing, moved by sympathy, bought another jar of the sauce, leading to another round of heartfelt gratitude from the farmwoman. With the unexpected gain of the bean paste, Lu Qing then thoroughly browsed through the big market. Unfortunately, there were no more surprises like the bean paste. He did see an old man selling sugar, which he bought some of. The sugar was much more expensive than the bean paste, but when it came to food, Lu Qing was always willing to spend. With these gains, Lu Qing decided to make a meal of braised pork. He cut the half-fat and half-lean pork belly into pieces, blanched them first, and then fried them until golden brown. Then he removed the meat and started to fry the sauce. After bringing out the scent of the sauce, he added the slightly fried meat pieces and stir-fried them together. Then he added sugar, salt, water, and simmered everything. This was certainly not the authentic version of braised pork, but given the limited conditions, this was the best Lu Qing could do. Fortunately, even though the method was simple, meat was still meat. After simmering for a while, the scent of the meat wafted out, still making the siblings salivate. When Lu Qing felt it was about time, he opened the pot lid, ready to start reducing the sauce. The moment the lid was opened, steam rose, and the intense meat aroma filled the entire kitchen at once. The smell of meat even drifted outside, enticing passing villagers to stop in their tracks. After sniffing for a while, they realized the scent of meat was coming from Lu Qing's house, and were immediately astonished. With such a strong scent of meat, how much meat is Lu Qing cooking at home? They thought about going in to have a look but felt it might be impolite. Eventually, as their stomachs grew hungrier, they quickly headed home. If they stayed any longer, they feared they might not be able to resist going in to beg for a meal. The scent of the meat drifted further, reaching several nearby households. Confirming the fragrance came from the Lu family's home, they couldn't help but exclaim, "The Lu family's days are getting better. What kind of meat are they cooking that smells so delicious?" After Lu Ming and his wife passed away, I thought Lu Qing and little Yan would have a very hard time being orphans, but now there's no need to worry. I heard that Lu Qing and Dayan went to the big market this morning and bought a lot of things back. Lu Qing even returned the grain and condiments he had borrowed from everyone. Old Dr. Chen is really good to his disciples. It's a shame my boy isn't competitive, otherwise, I'd also want the elder doctor to take him as a disciple. Drop it, your boy can't even recognize a single character, let alone understand a medical book. Don't just talk about my family, your kid is just the same, can't even count past 10, let's not scold my kid by comparing him to yours. Lu Qing was unaware of the villagers' discussions. At the moment, he was concentrating on thickening the meat sauce and beginning to serve the meat. The perfectly stewed meat was trembling as it sat in the bowl, looking extremely tempting. Watching the color of this braised pork, Lu Qing could hardly resist. He quickly stir-fried some greens and then announced that it was time to eat. "Little Yan, this is for you, eat slowly, be careful, it's hot." At the dinner table, Lu Qing first picked up a piece of meat for little Yan and placed it on her rice. "I got it, brother." Little Yan obediently responded and then started blowing on the meat in her bowl, trying to cool it down. After serving little Yan, Lu Qing also picked up a piece of braised pork for himself. He slightly cooled it before taking a bite, and his eyes lit up immediately. The meat, having been stewed for a long time, was thoroughly infused with flavor. It was tender yet slightly chewy, an excellent texture. Swallowing a piece of braised pork, Lu Qing showed a satisfied expression. It was worth the time he had spent cooking it. Although due to a lack of seasonings, this braised pork was not as layered in flavor compared to what he had made in his previous life. Being able to enjoy such meat under current conditions was satisfying enough for him. "Brother, this meat is delicious." At that moment, little Yan, her mouth greasy, cheerfully told Lu Qing, "Huh, of course, your brother put a lot of effort into making this," Lu Qing said proudly. "Brother cooks so deliciously, little Yan wants to learn cooking from you, then I can make lots and lots of yummy food." The little foodie expressed her grand ambitions. "Then little Yan needs to eat well, and when you grow a bit older, brother will teach you how to cook." "Okay." The siblings then enjoyed a lovely dinner. After cleaning up, Lu Qing, holding a piece of fabric, went next door to Grandpa Zhang's house. "Grandpa Zhang. What is it, Ah Qing?" Grandpa Zhang came out of the house. "Is Aunt Zhang at home?" Aunt Zhang, who was Grandpa Zhang's daughter-in-law, was well known in the village for her sewing skills. "She's inside, you looking for her?" Grandpa Zhang shouted into the house. "Wife of my second son, come out, Ah Qing is looking for you." "What do you need?" Ah, Chang?
A woman came out of the house. It's like this: I bought a piece of fabric at the market this morning. I'd like to make 2 pieces of clothing for little Yen, but I can't so I thought of asking Aunt Zheng for help, and I will pay for the work.
Lu Qing showed the fabric he held. You child, what are you talking about paying?
We're neighbors, helping each other is natural. Give me the fabric, I'll think it over, and have little Yen come over tomorrow. I'll take her measurements and have it done in a couple of days. Aunt Zhang took the fabric. That's right, bringing over such a large piece of meat at noon was already too polite, Grandpa Zhang added. I can't let Aunt Zhang work for nothing.
Lu Qing laughed. Well, that's settled then, I need to go back and read.
Of course, studying is important, you better head back.
Upon returning home, Lu Qing looked at little Yen playing in the yard and smiled. The little one's clothes were made from his old ones and were now full of patches. These days, while washing clothes, he noticed some seams were coming apart. Today, at the market, he saw fabric for sale. Although the quality was average and the price high, Lu Qing still bought some, intending to have someone help make a couple of new garments. He didn't tell little Yen about the new clothes yet, planning to surprise her tomorrow. That night, little Yen, as usual, fell asleep without the black little beast's visit. The next morning, she woke up feeling gloomy, but her gloom soon vanished when she learned about the new clothes. 2 days later, when the new clothes were finished and the little one put them on, she was overjoyed and showed them off for several days. Because he had stocked up at the market, they had plenty of supplies. In the following days, Lu Qing stayed in the village and didn't go out. Every day, he went to old Dr. Chen's to study and then did some farm work, like planting vegetables in the yard, and in the afternoon, he thought about how to make tasty meals under limited conditions. Sometimes, he would go fishing to feed the Black Knight spiritual fox. Life was exceedingly regular. Finally, one morning when he and little Yen were at Half Mountain's small courtyard again, the elder doctor told him that he no longer needed to read the 100 Herbs scripture. Chapter 41, Assessment, requesting follow-up reads on Tuesday. Grandpa Chen, you're saying I don't need to study the 100 Herbs scripture anymore?
Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. Correct, your learning speed has surpassed even my expectations. As for the 100 Herbs scripture, you have already read it thoroughly. From now on, it will suffice to review it periodically. There's no need to continue dedicated studies, old Dr. Chen said, stroking his beard. During this period, he was extremely satisfied with Lu Qing's performance. Lu Qing's intelligence had exceeded his expectations. In just half a month, he had fully learned the contents of the 100 Herbs scripture. Initially, old Dr. Chen thought that if Lu Qing could get a smooth grasp of the 100 Herbs scripture in a month's time, that would have been quite impressive. It's thanks to Grandpa Chen's excellent instruction. Lu Qing felt much more relaxed in his heart. Finally, he no longer needed to study this 100 Herbs scripture. Heaven knows he had read that 100 Herbs scripture so thoroughly during this time, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he knew it backwards and forwards. But he couldn't just suddenly reveal that he had already completely memorized the 100 Herbs scripture. Even if he wanted to showcase his intelligence, there had to be a process that people would accept. Source.com, updated on Omicron no Omicron. Otherwise, if he came off too strong and showed just how much of a devil he was, it could very well backfire. Now, he had finally reached this moment. Lu Qing, although your intelligence has exceeded my expectations, the assessment we agreed upon before must still be carried out, old Dr. Chen said. Lu Qing understands. Please proceed with the assessment, Grandpa Chen, Lu Qing replied respectfully. You may have memorized the 100 Herbs scripture, but the medical book is not simply about remembering, you need to connect it with practical use to truly understand it. My assessment is quite simple. It is to limit you to find 10 kinds of medicinal herbs recorded in the 100 Herbs scripture within 1 hour in the vicinity of the village and bring them to me. Remember, you cannot take the book with you to search, nor can you pick the wrong ones, and you mustn't damage the herbs while harvesting. Lu Qing silently noted the elder doctor's words, and after he finished speaking, he then asked, Is that all, Grandpa Chen? Correct, that is all. If you can accomplish these points, I will formally accept you as my disciple. The senior and only disciple. Don't worry, I definitely won't disappoint you. Lu Qing said with full confidence, Take this medicine basket and medicine hoe with you. Remember, you only have 1 hour's time. If you exceed the time limit, even if you've gathered enough herbs, it would still not be considered passing. The elder doctor handed over 2 tools to Lu Qing. Then I shall set off now. Lu Qing took the medicine basket and medicine hoe and headed directly down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he spotted a medicinal herb, thunder rootgrass, superior quality, suitable for medicinal use, cooling and detoxifying. It's quite effective in treating heat in the lungs and cough. This thunder rootgrass was precisely recorded in the 100 Herbs scripture. Seeing that his superpower indicated its superior quality, Lu Qing immediately bent down to dig it out. The medicine hoe given by old Dr. Chen was quite sharp, so Lu Qing was very careful. He was afraid of harming the herb by accident. After all, one of the assessment rules given by old Dr. Chen was not to damage the herbs. Cautiously, he dug up the thunder rootgrass and placed it in the medicine basket. After estimating the time it took, Lu Qing felt a tightening in his chest. Just digging up this single thunder rootgrass had already taken nearly a quarter of an hour. By this rate, wouldn't it take 10 quarters to dig up 10 herbs? Old Dr. Chen had only given him 1 hour for the assessment. I can't afford to be so leisurely, I need to speed up. Initially, Lu Qing thought that having a superpower would make finding 10 medicinal herbs quite simple, but now, he realized that he could indeed fail the assessment if he wasn't careful. Shelving his relaxed attitude, Lu Qing started to quicken his pace to other areas. Along the way, his eyes constantly searched the grass on both sides of the path. As soon as he saw any plants that resembled those in the 100 Herbs scripture, he would immediately use his superpower to gather information, once confirmed as a medicinal herb recorded in the 100 Herbs scripture. He would start digging right away. Dandelion, xanthium, plantigo. One by one, the herbs recorded in the 100 Herbs scripture were dug up by Lu Qing and placed into the medicine basket. While digging for herbs, his forehead was covered in sweat, and a casual wipe left several streaks of mud. Passing villagers who saw Lu Qing like this started to chuckle. "Ah, Qing, what are you up to, making yourself look like a mud monkey?" "Uncle Wang, I'm digging up herbs." "This is a task assigned by Grandpa Chen. I dare not be careless," Lu Qing responded. "It's a task given by the elder doctor, then you must be serious." "Do you need my help?" Uncle Wang's expression immediately became serious. The villagers' respect for the elder doctor came from the heart. As soon as they heard the task was assigned by him, they did not dare to joke around. No need. This is something only I can do. It's Grandpa Chen's assessment of my learning in this period." Lu Qing waved his hand to decline. "I see, then Ah Qing, you have to work hard. You can't disappoint the elder doctor." Upon hearing Lu Qing say this, Uncle Wang's expression became even more solemn. After all, whether Lu Qing could learn well was also related to the future medical issues of the village. "All right, I will do my best." Lu Qing waved his hand. "Uncle Wang, I must go now. Grandpa Chen has only given me 1 hour for the assessment. And I need to go dig up herbs over there." Watching Lu Qing's departing figure, Uncle Wang immediately ran toward the village. Before long, almost everyone in the village knew that Lu Qing was fulfilling the assessment task assigned by the elder doctor. As a result, everyone, even upon seeing Lu Qing, did not dare to disturb him, fearing that he would not be able to complete the elder doctor's assessment and might be expelled from the mountain. Even the little rascals were ordered not to go near Lu Qing so as not to disturb his herb gathering. The focused Lu Qing did not notice these actions of the villagers. He only found it strange that today the village seemed much quieter than usual. Usually, at this hour, the rascals would be running around everywhere and creating chaos, never resting until they had caused a commotion. However, this thought only flashed through Lu Qing's mind before he cast it aside. He did not have time to think about such things right now. He had already dug up 8 herbs and was still short by 2, but a large portion of the time had already passed. If he did not hurry, this assessment would indeed be in jeopardy. At this time, Lu Qing also felt a twinge of regret. During regular days, he had not paid much attention to what herbs were nearby the village. If he had, he wouldn't have made his time so tight. It seemed that relying too much on his superpower was not always a good thing. Wasn't it because he felt that, with his superpower at hand, he could always find herbs easily, that he had been negligent? Fortunately, Lu Qing was in luck and quickly found another herb recorded in the 100 Herbs scripture. Just one last herb to go. After digging up this herb completely, Lu Qing let out a breath, but he knew that time was running short. Where should I find the last herb? Lu Qing pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead. That's it. How could I forget it? It's been right under my nose all along, and I nearly missed the most obvious place, he said before sprinting toward his own home. Some villagers saw Lu Qing running and immediately got startled. "Ah Qing, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the assessment?" "No problem, my assessment is fine." Lu Qing didn't have time to think about why the villagers knew about his assessment, and while running, he casually replied, "Soon,
He arrived at his home and then looked at the corner of the yard where a small patch of robust plants was growing and smiled. "It's you, cow bone grass." Chapter 42, The Ceremony of Becoming a Disciple. "Grandpa Chen, I have gathered all the herbs," Lu Qing said breathlessly as he displayed the medicine basket to old Dr. Chen in the half-mountain small courtyard. After digging up the cow bone grass, he had run all the way back, fearing he wouldn't make it in time. The elder doctor glanced at the herbs in the basket and nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, very good. It must have been hard for you to gather all these herbs." "Grandpa Chen, what do you mean by that?" Lu Qing was somewhat puzzled. It seemed the elder doctor had more to say. "Do you know why I set the range of the test near the village?" The elder doctor asked. "I don't know," Lu Qing shook his head. "It's because the herbs growing near the village are not many, barely a dozen types," the elder doctor said, stroking his beard. "That you could dig up these herbs and bring them here intact within an hour tells me you have been quite attentive to these herbs on ordinary days." Hearing this, Lu Qing felt embarrassed. In daily life, he truly had not paid special attention to what herbs were around the village. Perhaps subconsciously, he thought the busy village surroundings wouldn't have any precious medicinal materials, so, unless he encountered them while out, he would check with his superpower. Source.com, updated on Omicron new.omicron, but to really say he actively searched for how many kinds of medicinal materials were near the village, he had not. It seemed his attitude had been too casual. Even the elder doctor knew what kinds of medicinal materials were around the village, and he, endowed with a superpower, had not achieved this, which was truly inappropriate. Lu Qing began to reflect on himself. Seeing that Lu Qing was silent, old Dr. Chen thought he was acknowledging it. He smiled a little and said, "All right, you've passed this test. Now, go invite the village elders up here." "Invite the village elders up here?" Lu Qing was a bit stunned. "Yes, I intend to formally take you as my disciple. There ought to be witnesses present, otherwise it would be too unserious." "Yes, I'll go right now." Lu Qing was pleased and ran down the mountain again. The villagers, knowing that Lu Qing was to undergo old Dr. Chen's test today, had been paying close attention. Seeing Lu Qing running down from the mountain and learning that the elder doctor had invited the village elders to witness the ceremony of officially accepting Lu Qing as a disciple, everyone was overjoyed. "Very good, very good. Our village is finally going to have a doctor. Good job, Ah Qing, truly worthy of being the smartest child in our village, really passed the test." "Ah Qing, go tell old Dr. Chen, we'll be right there." The villagers had seen Lu Qing go to old Dr. Chen's place daily to learn and had once thought he was already the elder doctor's disciple, but later Lu Qing told them that he could only be considered an apprentice of old Dr. Chen and was not yet qualified to formally become a disciple. Now hearing that Lu Qing had finally passed the test and was to be officially taken as a disciple, they couldn't help but be excited. Lu Qing returned to the half-mountain small courtyard. And before long, the village elders, each neatly dressed, arrived at the mountain. Some of the elders had even worn the clothes they usually saved for the new year. Besides the elders, other villagers at home also followed to watch the excitement. Some villagers brought offerings of rice, flour, eggs, and meat. Old Dr. Chen was already waiting at the gate of the small courtyard. Seeing everyone arriving, he stepped forward and performed a courtesy. "Thank you, fellow villagers, for honoring me by attending this disciple acceptance ceremony," said Elder Chen. "Elder Doctor, you are really flattering us," replied village leader Zhang hurriedly. "It is we who should be thanking you. Ever since you arrived in Zholi village, you have relieved us of many ailments. We have always kept your kindness in our hearts." "Old Zhang, you overstate things. I merely fulfilled my duty as a physician. It does not warrant such gratitude." Elder Chen replied with a smile, "Whether it warrants gratitude, we know in our hearts." Zhang then took a basket from a young man behind him. "Elder Dr. Chen, we are poor villagers and do not have anything valuable to offer. These few eggs and pieces of cured meat, and the bags of rice and flour here, are intended as a gift for Ah Qing's apprenticeship ceremony. We hope you won't look down upon them." After he finished speaking, two young men brought up 2 bags of flour and rice. This scene left not only Lu Qing stunned, but also Elder Dr. Chen. Zhang continued, "It is rather shameful to say, but most of us in Zholi village fled from other places seeking refuge from famine. It was a difficult era. Had it not been for Ah Qing's grandfather's support and leadership, we might not have survived that disaster. We managed to make our way here, finding this place to settle and grow roots. One could say, without Ah Qing's grandfather's leadership back then, Zholi village might not even exist today."
Unfortunately, Qing's grandfather fell ill during the escape, and without proper treatment, passed away early. And we also failed to protect his son and daughter-in-law, allowing them to be deceived and meet misfortune, leaving only Qing and little Yen as orphans. Today, it's Qing's great fortune to be chosen by you as a disciple. We ask that, considering his lonely and difficult life, you would forgive his future blunders and grant him several chances. With those words, Zheng deeply bowed to Elder Dr. Chen. The other elders and villagers followed suit, also bowing to Elder Dr. Chen. Watching the lines of villagers bowing deeply before him, even with decades of Qi cultivation technique, Elder Chen couldn't help but feel moved. As for Lu Qing, he was already full of astonishment. Firstly, the stories told by Zhang were all things the original host didn't remember. And he had never anticipated that the villagers would go to such lengths for him. Elder Dr. Chen snapped out of his daze and quickly helped Zhang to his feet. Please, fellow villagers, stand up. You're making me feel utterly ashamed, he said. Then, addressing Zhang, he added, Old Zhang, Lu Qing is a very smart child. It is also my good fortune to take him as a disciple, so rest assured, I will instruct him well. Zhang's face lit up with excitement. Then on behalf of his grandfather and parents, I thank you deeply, Elder Doctor. He handed the basket to Elder Dr. Chen. These modest gifts, I hope you won't disdain to accept them. I couldn't possibly accept, Old Zhang, replied Elder Dr. Chen. I know life is hard for you, no need for such formalities. A gift cannot be refused. Since it's an apprenticeship, how can there be no gifts for the ceremony? After several refusals, Elder Dr. Chen eventually accepted a few eggs and a piece of cured meat from the basket as the apprenticeship gifts prepared by the villagers. As for the rest, he couldn't accept anything more. Watching this scene, Lu Qing took a mental note, planning to repay them with money later. Honestly, he had not anticipated this aspect of the apprenticeship at all. He thought it was only about kowtowing a few times to Elder Dr. Chen in front of everyone, but he had overlooked that this was akin to an ancient ceremony in Otherworld. The formal apprenticeship ceremony was more complicated than he imagined. After this interlude, Elder Dr. Chen finally invited the villagers into the courtyard. With everyone witnessing, Lu Qing began the formal apprenticeship ceremony. Chapter 43, Becoming a Disciple, Hidden Circumstances. Lu Qing's apprenticeship ceremony was far from complicated. Old Dr. Chen was not one for extravagance, choosing to keep everything straightforward. Hence, Lu Qing merely followed the procedure, kowtowing to the ancestors in the presence of onlookers, bowing, offering tea, and saying, Master, please drink the tea. Old Dr. Chen, seated on a chair, took the tea, had a sip, and with that, the ceremony of taking on an apprentice was complete. All right, get up now. Old Dr. Chen uttered to Lu Qing after finishing the tea, Yes, Master. Lu Qing stood up and took his place at the side with his arms by his side. Old Dr. Chen also rose to his feet, addressing the villagers gathered in the courtyard with a bow. Thank you all, my fellow villagers, for witnessing the ceremony of accepting my new disciple. Today, having acquired a beloved student brings me immense joy. Our courtyard is humble and our house small, so I could not prepare a feast for you, just little tokens of appreciation for everyone. Ending his speech, he picked up a tray from the table behind him laden with rows of small cloth bags. These are sachets of medicine I crafted in my spare time. Some help promote peaceful sleep and repel mosquitoes. If you don't mind, take 1 or 2 home with you, hang them by your bed. It should protect your household from mosquitoes for a fortnight if not more. Really? That powerful? The villagers gazed at the medicine bags, surprised and delighted. Now was the season when mosquitoes were most bothersome. If the sachets worked as well as old Dr. Chen claimed, it was indeed a tempting proposition. For a moment, the villagers, who initially intended to be polite, found them hard to refuse. Seeing their reaction, old Dr. Chen chortled and directed Lu Qing, Qing, go and hand these sachets out to our neighbors. Yes, Master. Lu Qing took the tray and moved among the villagers, distributing sachets one by one. Here, Grandpa Zhang. Lu Qing began by handing one to Elder Zhang. Good lad, remember to learn well from old Dr. Chen. Elder Zhang, his face brimming with satisfaction, accepted the sachet. I will, Grandpa Zhang. Lu Qing nodded earnestly. The other villagers, upon smelling the sachets, only felt a pleasant medicinal fragrance that enlivened the spirit, rich yet subtle, and immediately knew they were of excellent quality. Hastily, they tucked away the sachets safely. These were hand-prepared by the elder doctor himself, not something one could easily purchase elsewhere.
they would indeed be well cared for. My dear villagers, when you return home, remember to hang the sachets inside your room. After a fortnight, once the scent fades, the sachets will lose their effect. Old Dr. Qin couldn't help but remind them as he saw the villagers tucking the sachets away with great care. Hearing the old doctor thus, some villagers abandoned their idea of keeping the sachets hidden when they got home. After witnessing the apprenticeship ceremony, Elder Zhang and the others began to take their leave one by one. However, before leaving, Elder Zhang pulled Lu Qing aside to remind him to find time to pay respects to his ancestors and parents, to share the good news with them. Content with Lu Qing's sincere promise, Elder Zhang departed down the mountain. When all the villagers had left, Lu Qing remained standing in front of the courtyard, watching the retreating figures heading down the mountain. Qing, your grandfather once forged a good bond, which is why you have such good neighbors today. Elder Chen stood beside Lu Qing, looking down at the people near the foot of the mountain and speaking with admiration. Master, I've never known about these things. My grandfather and parents never spoke of them, said Lu Qing. This just shows that your grandfather was a man who did good without expecting anything in return, a person of noble character and integrity. It's a pity I came here too late to have the fortune of meeting such an esteemed scholar. Elder Chen expressed with some regret. He had a feeling that if he could have arrived here earlier, perhaps he and Lu Qing's grandfather could have become good friends. Master, do you know exactly how my parents died? Lu Qing suddenly asked, because of Grandpa Zhang's words earlier? Yes, I had always thought that my parents died in an accident, but from what Grandpa Zhang said, it seems there might be more to it. Lu Qing nodded. In the original host's memories, it was also believed that their parents had died accidentally. Now it seemed that things might not be so simple. Old Dr. Chen fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. I do not know about this either. When your parents died, I was in the city treating a noble, and by the time I returned, I only heard that they had unfortunately drowned. But I never saw the bodies myself. I do not know if that is true. You may have to ask Grandpa Zhang and the others if you want to know the truth. Lu Qing remained silent. Indeed, in the memory of the original host, this was the information received. The parents had drowned, and when the swollen bodies were carried back, it was a horrific sight, enough to terrify and confuse the original host. What followed happened while the original host was in a state of shock, selling off their fields, collecting the bodies, mourning, and keeping vigil. There seemed also to have been some trouble caused by someone during this time. By the time the original host came to his senses, his parents were already laid to rest. Looking back now, there were all sorts of doubts. Unfortunately, the original host was too traumatized during that time, and many memories were confused, preventing Lu Qing from unraveling much. However, I do not recommend you go asking Grandpa Zhang for the truth just yet. Old Dr. Chen observed Lu Qing's silent demeanor, then suddenly spoke. Why is that, Master? If Grandpa Zhang and the others have kept this a secret from you, it must be for your and little Yan's sake, afraid that learning the truth might lead you to impulsively do something wrong. Surely, you do not believe that Grandpa Zhang would harm you? Lu Qing thought back to the attitudes of the village people towards him and little Yan since he had woken. And then he shook his head. Grandpa Zhang and the others would surely not be such people. Most crucially, in his superpower-induced insights, there was never any indication that someone in the village harbored such dark intentions. If that's the case, then you should trust Grandpa Zhang. If they have not told you the truth now, it is obviously because they believe the time is not yet right. So what you should be doing now is not seeking the truth, but rather dedicating yourself to learning. Once you have enough ability, I am sure Grandpa Zhang will disclose the truth to you. Lu Qing fell silent once more. In truth, his desire to know the truth was not about acting on impulse. After all, although he had inherited the original host's memories, he did not have any deep feelings for the parents he had never met. His concern was whether the true circumstances surrounding his parents' death could pose a threat to him and little Yan. But as Master had said, he was still too weak at present. Even knowing the truth would serve no purpose. It would be better to calm himself and focus on learning from Master first. I understand, Master. Realizing this, Lu Qing finally spoke. Seeing that Lu Qing seemed to have come to an understanding, Elder Chen smiled. His disciple was perceptive and clever. He did not want him to fall into so-called hatred at such a young age. That would only warp his mind, so he actually approved of what Grandpa Zhang and the others had done. Noticing that Lu Qing's face still bore some solemnity, the elder doctor decided to redirect his attention. Qing, now that you have become my disciple, there are some things you should be made aware of. Lu Qing looked up. Seeing this was effective, the elder doctor smiled. he continued, Qing, do you know what it takes to become a good doctor? Chapter 44, The Concept of Cultivation Realms, Qing, do you know what one should possess to become a good doctor? Hearing his master's question, Lu Qing hesitated for a moment before answering, superior medical skills? That's only part of it, old Dr. Chen said. In addition to that, an outstanding doctor should also possess a calm demeanor in the face of change and a healthy physique. A calm demeanor in the face of change and a healthy physique? Lu Qing muttered to himself, that's right, the elder doctor nodded. As a doctor, having a calm demeanor is very important. Because as a doctor, you will inevitably encounter all kinds of patients with various conditions. These patients could be wailing in unbearable pain, at death's doorstep, with conditions so frightening they would send shivers down your spine, and even those with violent tempers, ready to yell and lash out at the slightest provocation. If you come across such patients and you lack a calm and collected mindset, it will be difficult to accurately diagnose their conditions and treat them. So you must remember, when your medical skills are honed, no matter what kind of patient you face, you must maintain a calm demeanor. Only then can you help treat them more effectively. I will bear that in mind, Lu Qing said respectfully. As for having a healthy physique. Old Dr. Chen paused, then continued, as I've just mentioned, being a doctor means you'll encounter some troublesome patients. Source.com updated on Omicron News. Some patients, not only are they ill-tempered themselves, but their family members are also unreasonable. Sometimes, the slightest dissatisfaction triggers an outburst, and they can even vent their fury on the doctor. In such situations, as a doctor, you should no longer be thinking of treating the patient but prioritize your own safety first. This is why having a strong and healthy body is essential, otherwise, you may not be able to handle those irrational patients and their families. The elder doctor's face showed an indescribable expression, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. It seems that the master has also encountered many troublemakers in the past, Lu Qing thought to himself. Old Dr. Chen shook his head, casting aside the bad memories, and continued, besides dealing with difficult patients. Gathering herbs in the mountains and traveling far and wide, all these also require a strong body. Therefore, to be an excellent doctor, not only is medical skill important, but equally important are a calm demeanor in the face of change and a robust constitution. Then, Master, how can one develop a strong physique? Lu Qing asked earnestly. You've hit the nail on the head, old Dr. Chen smiled. Do you remember the boxing techniques I demonstrated when you first came to me? I remember. Lu Qing thought, not only do I remember, but I almost managed to emulate it. This was the first time his master had actively mentioned anything about cultivation, and he couldn't help but feel excited. This set of boxing techniques was something I happened upon in my youth, and it is precisely because of it that I, even at this age, still maintain a fine physique. Now that you are my disciple, it is time for me to teach you this technique. Master is going to teach me martial arts? Lu Qing said with surprise and delight. So Master also understands martial arts? I have a modest understanding. You are quite frail, and whether you want to gather herbs in the mountains or travel around in the future, you need to exercise more. We doctors must not only know how to heal others but also how to maintain and strengthen our own bodies. If even we are constantly in poor health, how can we be in good condition to diagnose and treat others? Elder Chen knew that someone as intelligent as Lu Qing would not give up pursuing the truth about his parents' death. He had no reason to stop his disciple. After all, it is a natural duty for a child to want to know the true circumstances of his birth parents' deaths, given that, what he could do was increase his disciples' ability to protect themselves. Back in the courtyard, the master and disciple stood in the middle, while little Yan cheerfully ate pastries at a nearby stone table. Watching them, Qing, before I formally teach you boxing, I must first tell you about some common knowledge regarding martial arts cultivation. Old Dr. Chen said with a solemn face, Yes, Master. Lu Qing suppressed the excitement in his heart. He was finally about to learn about cultivation. Martial arts cultivation, as those among the martial arts circles speak of, is divided into several realms. Old Dr. Chen began to explain leisurely. There are two major realms, the innate and the postnatal. As for the minor realms, just the postnatal realm alone is divided again into three realms, the Qi blood realm, the muscle bone realm, and the internal organ realm. In the Qi blood realm, those who are just beginning martial arts training mainly enliven the Qi blood and regulate the breath. With lively Qi blood and smooth breath, the body naturally becomes robust, strength increases, and one's spirit becomes vigorous.
Thus, martial artists with great success in the Qi blood realm, each one sturdy and strong with astonishing strength, can easily fling away 3 or 5 big men holding onto them. The muscle bone realm is where martial artists consciously temper their own muscles and bones. Using various secret techniques and mental methods to temper muscles and bones, they achieve a strengthening and transformation akin to rebirth. Martial artists with great success in the muscle bone realm have strength far surpassing that of the Qi blood realm, able to pull wild horses and throw cows with their bare hands, which is quite frightening.
As for the internal organ realm,
the elder doctor paused before continuing. Martial artists in this realm have muscles and bones that are powerful to a peak, difficult to break through further, so they start to seek a further physical transformation from the outside in. And this transformation lies within the inner organs. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels of a person are always frail, and even slight damage may threaten one's life. But martial artists in the internal organ realm can cultivate their viscera to extraordinary strength, achieving harmony inside and out, with enduring breath and great stamina. Martial artists with great success in the internal organ realm have powerful inner breath, able to gallop for thousands of miles without losing stamina, and can stay underwater for several hours without exhausting their breath. To train martial arts to this realm goes far beyond ordinary imagination and reaches the postnatal limit of humans. To reach such a realm is truly 1 in 10,000, worthy of being called a dragon among men. Hence, martial artists with great success in the internal organs realm are also crowned with the title of Grandmaster by those in the martial arts world. This series of explanations was both satisfying and shocking for Lu Qing to hear. The practitioners of this world's cultivation were stronger than he had imagined, what with pulling wild horses, tossing cows with bare hands, rushing for thousands of miles. All these feats were practically inhuman. No wonder he felt such intense pressure from that Mai before. So, he possessed such formidable strength. Master, if the postnatal realm is already this powerful, what about the innate realm?
Lu Qing asked eagerly. The might of the innate realm, your teacher does not know. The elder doctor shook his head. Those strong in such a realm are like elusive dragons, some of whom enjoy wandering the world, while others are supreme figures upholding a nation, beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. Lu Qing's eyes flickered as he asked, then what about Master? Which realm are you in now?
Ha ha ha. Old Dr. Chen burst into laughter. Your master is old now, weakened by age, and the realm doesn't matter anymore. Besides, I am just a doctor, concerned with treating illnesses and saving lives, not with competing for strength. High or low realm, it's of no consequence.
Alright, Lu Qing understood that the old man did not wish to reveal his cultivation. However, although your teacher may not be a fighter, teaching you some techniques for strengthening the body and maintaining health is still possible. The boxing technique I'm about to teach you, make sure to learn it well. Chapter 45, Cultivation Technique Simulation 100%. The boxing technique I'm going to teach you is something I chanced upon in my youth. It's easy to learn but hard to master. Getting started isn't too difficult. I'll demonstrate it once, and you watch closely. Having said that, the elder doctor assumed the boxing stance and began to demonstrate the set of boxing techniques that he practiced every morning. Lu Qing watched intently. He had just seen the elder doctor complete the first move when a prompt appeared in his field of vision, discovery of a cultivation technique. Would you like to simulate? Staring at his master's figure, Lu Qing silently chose to simulate, starting simulation. Current progress, 1%, 2%, 3%. As the elder doctor practiced each move, Lu Qing's progress bar rapidly advanced. 97%, 98%, 99%, 100%. Finally, as the elder doctor's boxing reached the final move and began to close the form, Lu Qing's progress bar also reached 100%. Simulation of cultivation technique successful. Name of cultivation technique, Nourishing Body Boxing, source.com, updated on Omicron. No Omicron. Origin, developed and completed by Qin Songqing based on a nameless, incomplete cultivation technique he obtained in his youth. Effects, strengthens the body and nourishes the health. Regulating qi blood, fortifying tendons and bones with remarkable effects. When cultivated to a profound level, there is a certain probability to break through to the internal organ realm. Would you like to begin cultivation? Lu Qing did not choose to cultivate immediately. Instead, he was drawn to some of the information inside. So, this boxing technique was created by his master from an incomplete cultivation technique he had obtained when he was young. Being able to independently deduce and refine a cultivation technique, his master's skill would surely earn him the title of a martial arts genius in the Jianghu. It seemed that his master's abilities were even more
Formidable than he had imagined, Lu Qing couldn't help but think to himself, how about it, Qing, did you clearly see the moves I just practiced? Asked the elder doctor with a smile after finishing. I didn't quite understand, Lu Qing honestly replied. Lu Qing was telling the truth. If it hadn't been for his superpower, he really wouldn't have understood the elder doctor's boxing technique at all. Aside from a particular rhythm that he could sense, everything else was murky to him. It's normal not to understand, the elder doctor laughed heartily. What I just demonstrated was merely the form of the boxing technique. The real essence lies in the mental method and mantra of moving qi blood and forging tendons and bones, which I haven't taught you yet. Come, I will now teach you the mental method for moving qi blood in this boxing technique. Following that, the elder doctor began to explain the boxing technique to Lu Qing move by move. How to regulate breathing, how to move qi blood, how to focus the mind in the dantian. He explained all the key points of training in great detail. This went on for 2 hours. That will be enough for today, said the elder doctor after he had explained up to the 9th move and saw that Lu Qing was able to assume the stance and posture quite well. This boxing technique consists of 36 moves in total. The main effect of the first 9 moves is to invigorate qi blood and regulate the breath. In the days to come, as long as you persevere and diligently practice, the day you truly master them will also be the day you officially step into the qi blood realm. As for the moves that come after, with your current constitution, you can't withstand them, so there's no need to cultivate them for now. Master, do you mean that once I've mastered these 9 moves, I'll be able to increase my strength and become robust like those martial artists you talked about? Lu Qing asked excitedly. Indeed, as long as you step into the qi blood realm, you'll naturally be comparable to them. The elder doctor nodded. He then cautioned, however, you must also remember that too much of something is just as bad as too little. In cultivating boxing, moderation is important. You must not be impatient for quick results nor harbor any delusions of instant success. Otherwise, you might end up harming your body. Disciple understands, Lu Qing nodded earnestly. Also, martial arts training consumes a great deal of energy, so you need to keep up with your nutrition. Don't skimp on the silver you earned from selling the red moon carp. On a daily basis, eat more meat to avoid depleting your qi blood and weakening your body. Disciple understands, Lu Qing nodded again. The silver he had received from the sale of the red moon carp he had already retrieved from his master and hidden in a secret corner of his home. It seemed that it was time to use that silver. It's a pity that I'm lacking a few medicinal herbs and haven't been able to gather them. Otherwise, if I had all the ingredients, I could prepare you a few doses of qi blood nourishing soup, and that might greatly shorten the time for you to enter the qi blood realm, the elder doctor said with some regret. There's no need, master. You've already helped your disciple enough. How can I ask for more without having repaid your kindness so far? Lu Qing hurriedly said, very well, I may go into the mountains someday if I have the time, and then see if I can find those herbs, the elder doctor responded. Seeing that his master seemed unwilling to give up, Lu Qing was incredibly moved. He didn't know what to say and could only silently remember this kindness in his heart. Alright, that's enough for today. When you go back, don't forget to practice boxing. Tomorrow when you come up, I'll check whether you've been slacking off or not. After a brief conversation, the elder doctor waved him off. Lu Qing hesitated, then said, Master, why don't I stay and serve you? No need, I'm still in good health and not at the point of needing someone to look after me. Besides, my place is cluttered with medicinal herbs, and there's no extra space for you in Little Yen. It's better you go back to your own home. The elder doctor refused without hesitation. Then, I will take my leave first and come back tomorrow to greet you, Lu Qing said. Seeing his master's firm stance, Lu Qing had no choice but to give up. He picked up Little Yen, who was already dozing off, and prepared to descend the mountain. Hold on a moment. Just as he was about to descend the mountain, the elder doctor suddenly came out from the courtyard and handed a book to Lu Qing. This 100 herbs scripture you've already read thoroughly. Next, read this acupuncture points theory. Memorize the acupuncture points on the body first. I'll test you later. By the time Lu Qing, carrying the book and holding Little Yen, reached the foot of the mountain, his face wore a look of bewilderment. He had thought that after taking the elder doctor as his master, he and Little Yen would be living at the half-mountain small courtyard from now on. After all, serving one's master and managing his daily life is a disciple's bounden duty, but the elder doctor didn't seem to have any such plans and wanted him to continue living in his own home at the foot of the mountain. While this was a good thing for Lu Qing,
he still felt it was somewhat strange. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it and carried the sleeping little Yin home. When he got home, the first thing he did was take some money and go find Elder Zhang. Then, despite the latter's protests, he made up the money that the villagers had prepared for him as a gift for his master. After all, he was not short of money now, and how could he have the heart to let the already not-so-wealthy villagers bear the cost of his tuition? After giving the money to Elder Zhang, Lu Qing returned to his own courtyard, ready to start practicing boxing. However, this time, he would be utilizing his superpower for cultivation. Chapter 46, Getting Better, Begin Cultivation Now? Lu Qing looked at the prompt in his superpower vision and this time, he chose yes. In the next moment, a flood of information surged into his mind. Various insights about nourishing body boxing emerged like enlightenment, surfacing in his heart. Combining the guidance he received previously at the half-mountain small courtyard from his master, Lu Qing couldn't help but start practicing nourishing body boxing. First move, second move, third move, his master apparently hadn't named each move, so Lu Qing could only refer to them in order. He practiced slowly and somewhat clumsily, and after the 9th move was complete, he thought about performing the 10th move, only to find his body aching. Even though his mind knew every point of cultivation for the 10th move, attempting to practice it physically was incredibly challenging. Lu Qing recalled his master's admonition and realized that the moves following the 9th were too much for his current body to handle. Forcing the practice might even injure him. He immediately stopped practicing the 10th move and returned to start again from the first move. Thus, Lu Qing repeatedly practiced the first 2 9th moves of nourishing body boxing. Source.com, updated on Omicron new. Omicron, following the insights in his mind, his moves, initially clumsy, gradually became more fluid. If someone had been watching, they would have noticed. During Lu Qing's first iteration, his actions were very stiff, his moves skewed, hardly maintaining balance, but by the second iteration, his movements became noticeably more coherent, and the moves, considerably more precise. By the third iteration, he had garnered some form, no longer appearing clumsy. Fourth iteration, fifth iteration, with each iteration, Lu Qing displayed visible improvement. By the 9th iteration, his moves were incredibly fluid, each move intertwining naturally and executed precisely, offering a pleasing aesthetic. It was as if he had been immersed in this boxing technique for a long time. When the 9th iteration was complete, Lu Qing felt blessed and did not continue. Instead, he slowly concluded his practice. After finishing, Lu Qing exhaled a warm breath. He felt his breathing smooth and his spirit calm, his body warmly comfortable and exceedingly pleasant feeling. Surprised in his heart, he realized he had grasped some tricks of the nourishing body boxing from the first to the 9th move. Now, as long as he persisted in his practice, it wouldn't take long before he could enter the Qi blood realm, as his master had mentioned. Meanwhile, Lu Qing also understood a bit more about how the superpower's ability to simulate cultivation techniques worked. Simply put, after the superpower had successfully simulated a cultivation technique, it didn't allow him to master that technique directly. Instead, it served more as a guide by presenting the essential points and insights of the technique within his mind. This allowed him to comprehend the technique more swiftly with these insights. However, to truly master the technique and embody it, he still needed to dedicate himself to rigorous cultivation. Just like now, his mind was filled with many insights on the cultivation of nourishing body boxing, but he still needed to practice repeatedly, digesting these insights to enhance his strength. Gurgle. A rumbling came from Lu Qing's stomach. Feeling the hunger in his belly, he knew the boxing practice had taken a toll on his body. Recalling his master's earlier advice, he returned to his room and picked a piece of cured meat prepared a few days ago. Then, he went to the kitchen bucket and caught a river fish, weighing about 2 or 3 pounds, freshly caught yesterday. Afterwards, he went outside to pick a handful of wild greens. His recently planted vegetables had just begun to sprout their green shoots, otherwise, he wouldn't need to eat wild vegetables. After preparing the ingredients, Lu Qing was ready to cook. First, he washed the pot and started steaming the rice. When the rice was almost ready, he began cooking the dishes. It wasn't long before a dish of wild greens with cured meat and steamed fish was ready. Just as he set the food on the table, he saw little Yen rubbing her eyes as she walked out of the room. Little Yen is awake. Are you hungry? Brother was just about to come and wake you. The little one touched her stomach and seriously replied, I think I'm hungry. If you're hungry, come eat, Lu Qing said with a smile. Children are magical creatures. Just before going to sleep, she had eaten some snacks at her master's place, yet, she hadn't slept long before she started to feel hungry again. After a bowl of rice, Lu Qing felt his hunger significantly reduced and heaved a long sigh. Except for the first couple of days after waking up, it had been a long time since he had felt this hungry. It was evident how much energy his recent boxing training had consumed. In this meal, Lu Qing had several bowls of rice and ate all the vegetables, leaving nothing behind. After the meal, as usual, Lu Qing reclined in his chair, digesting his food while starting to think about the day's events. There were quite a few incidents today, and he needed to sort them out. First was the change in his status. Now that he had finally become the elder doctor's disciple, he had established a bit of a foundation in this other world. He wasn't like a rootless duckweed, unsure of the path ahead. Then there was what his master had said about martial artists. The martial artists in this world were even stronger than Lu Qing had imagined. Simply from his master's descriptions of a few levels of postnatal realm martial artists, Lu Qing could sense that these martial artists were almost non-human, each possessing immense strength and an extraordinary ability to survive, not to mention the even higher level innate martial artists. According to his master, innate martial artists seemed capable of suppressing the national destiny of a country. The fact that martial arts could cultivate an individual to such power made it impossible for Lu Qing not to aspire to it. Thus, he decided that in the coming days, martial arts cultivation would be his focus, with medical skill learning secondary, since he possessed superpowers. Balancing the two wouldn't be too difficult for him. Since he decided to practice martial arts, he had to consider everything thoroughly. After this meal, Lu Qing estimated that as he gradually mastered nourishing body boxing, once he officially stepped into the Qi blood realm, his appetite would probably increase dramatically. In that case, the nutrition of his daily meals needed to keep up. As the saying goes, the poor write while the rich fight, maintaining the daily consumption needed for martial arts training would be costly, and he didn't know how long the silver he earned from selling red moon carp could last. Lu Qing decided that in a few days, he would try his luck again at the miracle fish fishing spot. If he was fortunate and caught one or two more strange fish, he wouldn't need to worry about money. After pondering these matters, Lu Qing remembered the issue concerning his original parents. From what Mr. Zhang had said, the death of his original parents clearly had some hidden truths. However, for the time being, Lu Qing didn't intend to inquire about it. Unless he achieved some success in his martial arts cultivation and became strong enough, perhaps for little Yan's sake, he might investigate the truth. For now, he better just peacefully live his own life. After contemplating in the recliner for a while, Lu Qing mulled over everything he had thought of, feeling that his digestion was mostly complete. He finally took out the book his master had taught him before he came down the mountain. Chapter 47, Return Gift of the Black Little Beast, Acupuncture Points Theory, a book that records a multitude of theoretical knowledge about human acupuncture points. Thorough reading of this book may provide a clear and comprehensive understanding of many acupoints on the human body. Would you like to download? After Lu Qing had flipped through the book Acupuncture Points Theory for a while, not surprisingly, such information appeared in his view. He didn't hesitate and chose to download immediately. Downloading in progress, current progress, 1%, source. Updated on Omicron no Omicron. Lu Qing began to turn the pages from the beginning. As he flipped through the book page by page, the progress bar in his vision also jumped. 0.97%, 98%, 99%, 100%. Download of Acupuncture Points Theory complete. Would you like to learn? As soon as the last page was turned, the superpower indicated that the book had been downloaded. Lu Qing chose to learn without a second's delay. The next moment, a vast amount of knowledge about human acupoints surged from the depths of his mind. He tilted his head back and closed his eyes, silently receiving the knowledge. After a long while, he opened his eyes, and a look of amazement appeared in them. The acupoints of the human body are truly magical. According to the statements in this acupuncture points theory, the major acupoints around a person's body govern various orifices and are closely related to one's life condition. A capable doctor, by properly utilizing the theory and applying needles to the symptoms, can eliminate the disease and bring the dying back to life, saving one in times of peril even without relying on medicine stone. At this moment, Lu Qing had already completely memorized the whole acupuncture points theory. Of course, he had just memorized it. That didn't mean he now understood how to perform acupuncture on people. He possessed theoretical knowledge but not a bit of practical experience. If he were really given a patient to treat, he did not know whether he could cure the disease, but he was certain he could make things worse. To thoroughly master acupuncture points theory, he still had a lot to learn. However, just the understanding he had gained made Lu Qing feel that the art of medical skill was indeed extraordinary. Whether it was medicine or acupuncture, both disciplines were profound and complex, with intricate knowledge where each was difficult to master well. If it weren't for his superpower, just masters 2 medical books alone, he didn't know how long it would have taken to understand. Gently flipping through the book, Lu Qing began to review, although he had memorized the contents. He still preferred the feeling of browsing through pages. In the twilight sunlight, Qing kept reading. He continued to read until the sunset sank westward and the sky dimmed before he finally put the book away. That night, little Yen did not wait for the black little beast she yearned for. The little creature seemed to indeed possess some special ability, as it only showed up after little Yen had fallen asleep, and here, just as Qing had tucked in the sleeping little one and covered her with a blanket, he heard the familiar scratching sound outside the door. He went to the kitchen and took out the fresh live fish he had prepared earlier, then opened the door. He then saw a black figure. Nimbly hopping backward, with its front paws together, it sat down elegantly and quietly, looking at Qing, waiting for him to put down the fish. You're getting more and more casual, you. Qing shook his head. After placing the fish down, he stepped back a few paces. The black little beast immediately approached and started feasting on the fish in the wooden basin. Qing simply watched it eat in silence, not disturbing it. Compared to more than 10 days ago, the body of the black little beast had grown a little. Its demeanor had changed from the initial dubious and wary to the current calmness, able to face Qing very peacefully. When eating fish, it no longer took one fish to hide and eat, then came out for another. Instead, it ate directly from the basin like it was doing now. Of course, even though its attitude had softened a lot, Qing was still unable to approach it, let alone touch it. But Qing didn't plan on touching the creature. If the little beast suddenly got excited and scratched him, his hand would probably be useless. He didn't believe that his hands and feet were as hard as iron stone. Not to mention, even the iron stone could be torn apart by this creature, so each time after putting down the fish, he would step back to avoid accidentally provoking this little ancestor, and every time after eating the fish, the black little beast would leave without any attachment. However, this time, there seemed to be a difference. After eating the fish, the black little beast turned and left the fenced courtyard. Just as Qing was about to move forward to pick up the wooden basin, he saw its figure appearing in front of him again. What's wrong? You haven't had enough? Qing couldn't help but ask. That shouldn't be the case. Today, he had added even more fish than yesterday. Even if the little one's body had grown a bit, its appetite shouldn't have increased so much all of a sudden. Hearing Qing's words, the black little beast showed a hint of an inexplicable expression in its eyes. If Qing had been paying attention, he would have noticed it seemed to be a disdainful look. Unfortunately, Qing hadn't noticed it because his attention was caught by something else. What are you holding in your mouth? It turned out that the black little beast was holding something in its mouth at that moment. That object seemed to be grayish in color, but Qing couldn't see it clearly. Tonight's moonlight was not bright, and the sky was only adorned with a slight crescent moon. The black little beast stepped forward, placed the object in its mouth on the ground, and then retreated a few steps. Is this for me? Qing was surprised. The black little beast made no movement but just quietly watched Qing. Qing, however, understood its will. The object was indeed meant for him. Is it really for me? Qing was truly astonished now. Feeding this little creature for so long, it was the first time he had received a gift in return. What is this thing? Qing moved forward and gently picked up the object. Once in hand, he immediately judged it to be some plant's rhizome. It had leaves on top and many roots, with some earth still on it. Using the dim moonlight, he started to examine the object in his hand. The more he looked, the wider his eyes grew. Having memorized the entire 100 Herbs scripture, the more he looked, the more certain he became that the object in his hand resembled a certain herb. This couldn't possibly be. Before the thought had fully taken shape in Qing's mind, the superpower had already given him the answer. A faint superpower light floated up from the plant in his hand, and the most crucial part was that this superpower light was not simply white, but within the white, there was also a faint red light. Ginseng, a precious herb, edible, non-toxic. This ginseng plant has grown for many years and seems to have exceeded a century. Legend has it that ginseng possesses various magical effects and that ginseng of enough age seems to also have the ability to become spiritual, giving birth to spiritual wisdom. Century-old ginseng. When he clearly saw the information provided by the superpower, Qing's eyes instantly widened. Chapter 48, 100-year-old ginseng. Century-old ginseng. When Qing finished reading the information about the plant root in his hand, he was shocked. To his astonishment, it was ginseng, a very precious medicinal herb recorded in the 100 Herbs scripture, and its age had already surpassed a century. Little thing, the gift you've given is truly a massive one. Qing looked at the ginseng in his hand, then at the little black beast, and couldn't help but exclaim, "You must know, among the several 100 herbs recorded in the 100 Herbs scripture, ginseng is definitely one of the most precious, and its value increases with age. Ginseng that's several decades old already has excellent medicinal effects and is quite valuable. Like this one in his hands, over a century old,
that was indeed a rare find. In many herb shops, it could be treated as the treasure of the establishment. It wasn't a waste of my effort to catch you all those fish after all. Lu Qing was very pleased, although he didn't know the specific value of the century-old ginseng in his hand. Clearly, it had to be higher than that of the red mooncarp. After all, even though the red mooncarp also has a nourishing effect, those nobles buy it at a high price more for the taste than anything. But this century-old ginseng is truly life-saving. Such precious medicine often doesn't have a set price tag, and the moment it appears, it prompts a frenzy of eager buyers. Not to mention the superpower light emanating from the ginseng in Lu Qing's hand, tinged with a hint of red. This showed that the ginseng had already fatally acquired some characteristics of a spiritual medicine. Such precious medicines are probably even more valuable than ordinary ginseng. Compared to it, the fish he had fed the little black beast these past few days were completely insignificant. Looking at the black night spirit fox already leisurely licking its paws and washing its face by the side, Lu Qing's gaze shifted, and he squatted down, attempting to coax it. "Little guy, let's make a deal. If you come across something like this again, bring it to me. Whatever kind of fish you want to eat, I'll catch them for you, deal?" If someone saw Lu Qing now, they would find his smile to be just like that of a weird uncle trying to bribe a child with candy. The little black beast didn't seem to understand what Lu Qing said. After licking its paws, it just glanced sideways at Lu Qing, then elegantly walked over to the fence, lightly leaped, and disappeared into the night. This time, Lu Qing saw its gaze clearly. He felt as if he had just been scorned by a little beast. Lu Qing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Although he was scorned by a little beast, his mood was still very pleasant. Taking the wooden basin back to the kitchen, Lu Qing unusually lit an oil lamp and found a damp cloth. Then, sitting in the hall, he started to clean the mud off the ginseng by the lamplight. With his meticulous cleaning, the ginseng in his hand gradually revealed its complete appearance. The main body of the ginseng was quite plump, resembling a little radish. The roots were very long, and from a general look, it nearly had the shape of a human body. Had it grown any further, it might truly have taken the form of a tiny person. Somewhat regrettably, some of the roots were clearly broken. This made the appearance less perfect. Clearly, it was the little black beast that had forcefully broken them when it dug up the ginseng. Although Lu Qing felt a sense of disappointment, he also knew not to be too dissatisfied. To be honest, for the black little beast to have dug up a ginseng was already enough to amaze people. You surely couldn't expect it to dig up the ginseng as perfectly as an herb gatherer would, could you? After admiring the century-old ginseng for a while, Lu Qing carefully stowed it away. He planned to take the ginseng to his master the next day to see how to maximize its value. After all, although he had read the 100 Herbs scripture thoroughly, when it came to knowledge of herbs, he was nowhere near his master, the divine doctor. The next morning, Lu Qing got up and, following his master's example, performed the nourishing body boxing twice in the courtyard, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Before he went to make breakfast, after breakfast, he took little Yen to the half-mountain small courtyard. Upon seeing the elder doctor, he immediately took out the century-old ginseng wrapped in cloth. "Master, last night your disciple unexpectedly came upon a herb and would like for you to take a look and suggest how best to deal with it," he said. "Oh, what herb is it?" The elder doctor was somewhat puzzled. Had his disciple gone out to gather herbs late at night? "It's this herb." Lu Qing unfolded the cloth, revealing the ginseng inside. "Is this ginseng?" When the elder doctor saw the herb clearly, his eyes immediately widened. Surprised, the elder doctor immediately took the cloth bundle from Lu Qing and carefully inspected the ginseng. Indeed, it is ginseng, and not only that, but it's also an exceptionally good, fresh century-old ginseng with wonderful appearance. After a thorough examination, the elder doctor finally let out a long sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Ah Qing, where did you get this ginseng? Did you venture into the mountains last night?" The elder doctor looked at Lu Qing with great astonishment. A century-old ginseng of such quality would generally only grow in remote deep forest areas where people seldom tread. Ordinary herb gatherers would find it difficult to venture into such regions. Even he, with his many years of experience in gathering herbs, had rarely encountered such specimens. Given the freshness of this ginseng, it must have been dug up not long ago. How had Lu Qing obtained it? Could it be that he ventured into the deep woods last night? But that was clearly impossible. Facing the elder doctor's puzzlement, Lu Qing smiled. "Master, you would never guess who gave me this ginseng." "Someone gave it to you? Who?" The elder doctor became even more curious. Who would be so generous to give away such a precious century-old ginseng as a gift? "It was the black little beast I mentioned to you before. Last night, after I fed it fish, it brought me this ginseng." "It was that black little beast?" The elder doctor was extremely surprised. Lu Qing then elaborately recounted the events of the previous night. Not only did it surprise the elder doctor greatly, but little Yen beside him also widened her eyes in disbelief. It seems that this black little beast truly possesses a high degree of spiritual nature, having reached the level of understanding human behavior, remarked the elder doctor after hearing Lu Qing's story. Disciple thinks so too. I feel it might even understand what we're saying, Lu Qing agreed. The contemptuous look in the Black Knight Spirit Fox's eyes as it left last night. This is the benefit of doing good deeds and accumulating virtue. The elder doctor stroked his beard and said, if you had not been kind-hearted that day and had not chased it away, but instead fed it fish every night, how could you have this good fate today? Was I kind-hearted for not chasing it away? I didn't dare to shoo it. Hearing his master's words, Lu Qing felt somewhat embarrassed. That little thing was very formidable, no one dared to provoke it. Master, as you said, this ginseng is more than 100 years old, so how much is it worth? Lu Qing asked. Chapter 47, Return Gift of the Black Little Beast, Acupuncture Points Theory, a book that records a multitude of theoretical knowledge about human acupuncture points. Thorough reading of this book may provide a clear and comprehensive understanding of many acupoints on the human body. Would you like to download? After Lu Qing had flipped through the book Acupuncture Points Theory for a while, not surprisingly, such information appeared in his view. He didn't hesitate and chose to download immediately. Downloading in progress, current progress, 1%, source.com, updated on Omicron no Omicron. Lu Qing began to turn the pages from the beginning. As he flipped through the book page by page, the progress bar in his vision also jumped. 0.97%, 98%, 99%, 100%, download of Acupuncture Points Theory complete. Would you like to learn? As soon as the last page was turned, the superpower indicated that the book had been downloaded. Lu Qing chose to learn without a second's delay. The next moment, a vast amount of knowledge about human acupoints surged from the depths of his mind. He tilted his head back and closed his eyes, silently receiving the knowledge. After a long while, he opened his eyes, and a look of amazement appeared in them. The acupoints of the human body are truly magical. According to the statements in this acupuncture points theory, the major acupoints around a person's body govern various orifices and are closely related to one's life condition. A capable doctor, by properly utilizing the theory and applying needles to the symptoms, can eliminate the disease and bring the dying back to life, saving one in times of peril even without relying on medicine stone. At this moment, Lu Qing had already completely memorized the whole acupuncture points theory. Of course, he had just memorized it. That didn't mean he now understood how to perform acupuncture on people. He possessed theoretical knowledge but not a bit of practical experience. If he were really given a patient to treat, he did not know whether he could cure the disease. But he was certain he could make things worse. To thoroughly master acupuncture points theory, he still had a lot to learn. However, just the understanding he had gained made Lu Qing feel that the art of medical skill was indeed extraordinary. Whether it was medicine or acupuncture, both disciplines were profound and complex, with intricate knowledge where each was difficult to master well. If it weren't for his superpower, just masters 2 medical books alone, he didn't know how long it would have taken to understand. Gently flipping through the book, Lu Qing began to review. Although he had memorized the contents, he still preferred the feeling of browsing through pages. In the twilight sunlight, Lu Qing kept reading. He continued to read until the sunset sank westward and the sky dimmed before he finally put the book away. That night, little Yen did not wait for the black little beast she yearned for. The little creature seemed to indeed possess some special ability, as it only showed up after little Yen had fallen asleep. And here, just as Lu Qing had tucked in the sleeping little one and covered her with a blanket, he heard the familiar scratching sound. Outside the door, he went to the kitchen and took out the fresh live fish he had prepared earlier, then opened the door. He then saw a black figure, nimbly hopping backward, with its front paws together. It sat down elegantly and quietly, looking at Lu Qing, waiting for him to put down the fish. You're getting more and more casual, you. Lu Qing shook his head. After placing the fish down, he stepped back a few paces. The black little beast immediately approached and started feasting on the fish in the wooden basin. Lu Qing simply watched it eat in silence, not disturbing it. Compared to more than 10 days ago, the body of the black little beast had grown a little. Its demeanor had changed from the initial dubious and wary to the current calmness. Able to face Lu Qing very peacefully, when eating fish, it no longer took one fish to hide and eat, then came out for another. Instead, it ate directly from the basin like it was doing now. Of course, even though its attitude had softened a lot, Lu Qing was still unable to approach it, let alone touch it. But Lu Qing didn't plan on touching the creature. If the little beast suddenly got excited and scratched him, his hand would probably be useless.
He didn't believe that his hands and feet were as hard as iron stone, not to mention, even the iron stone could be torn apart by this creature, so each time after putting down the fish, he would step back to avoid accidentally provoking this little ancestor, and every time after eating the fish, the black little beast would leave without any attachment. However, this time, there seemed to be a difference. After eating the fish, the black little beast turned and left the fenced courtyard. Just as Lu Qing was about to move forward to pick up the wooden basin, he saw its figure appearing in front of him again. "What's wrong? You haven't had enough?" Lu Qing couldn't help but ask. That shouldn't be the case. Today, he had added even more fish than yesterday. Even if the little one's body had grown a bit, its appetite shouldn't have increased so much all of a sudden. Hearing Lu Qing's words, the black little beast showed a hint of an inexplicable expression in its eyes. If Lu Qing had been paying attention, he would have noticed it seemed to be a disdainful look. Unfortunately, Lu Qing hadn't noticed it because his attention was caught by something else. "What are you holding in your mouth?" It turned out that the black little beast was holding something in its mouth at that moment. That object seemed to be grayish in color, but Lu Qing couldn't see it clearly. Tonight's moonlight was not bright, and the sky was only adorned with a slight crescent moon. The black little beast stepped forward, placed the object in its mouth on the ground, and then retreated a few steps. "Is this for me?" Lu Qing was surprised. The black little beast made no movement but just quietly watched Lu Qing. Lu Qing, however, understood its will. The object was indeed meant for him. "Is it really for me?" Lu Qing was truly astonished now. Feeding this little creature for so long, it was the first time he had received a gift in return. "What is this thing?" Lu Qing moved forward and gently picked up the object. Once in hand, he immediately judged it to be some plant's rhizome. It had leaves on top and many roots, with some earth still on it. Using the dim moonlight, he started to examine the object in his hand. The more he looked, the wider his eyes grew. Having memorized the entire 100 herbs scripture, the more he looked, the more certain he became that the object in his hand resembled a certain herb. This couldn't possibly be. Before the thought had fully taken shape in Lu Qing's mind, the superpower had already given him the answer. A faint superpower light floated up from the plant in his hand, and the most crucial part was that this superpower light was not simply white, but within the white, there was also a faint red light. Ginseng, a precious herb, edible, non-toxic. This ginseng plant has grown for many years and seems to have exceeded a century. Legend has it that ginseng possesses various magical effects and that ginseng of enough age seems to also have the ability to become spiritual, giving birth to spiritual wisdom. Century-old ginseng. When he clearly saw the information provided by the superpower, Lu Qing's eyes instantly widened. Chapter 48, 100-year-old ginseng. Century-old ginseng. When Lu Qing finished reading the information about the plant root in his hand, he was shocked. To his astonishment, it was ginseng, a very precious medicinal herb recorded in the 100 herbs scripture, and its age had already surpassed a century. "Little thing, the gift you've given is truly a massive one." Lu Qing looked at the ginseng in his hand, then at the little black beast, and couldn't help but exclaim, "You must know, among the several 100 herbs recorded in the 100 herbs scripture, ginseng is definitely one of the most precious, and its value increases with age. Ginseng that's several decades old already has excellent medicinal effects and is quite valuable. Like this one in his hands, over a century old, that was indeed a rare find. In many herb shops, it could be treated as the treasure of the establishment. It wasn't a waste of my effort to catch you all those fish after all." Lu Qing was very pleased. Source.com, updated on Omicron Nude. Although he didn't know the specific value of the century-old ginseng in his hand, clearly, it had to be higher than that of the red moon carp. After all, even though the red moon carp also has a nourishing effect, those nobles buy it at a high price more for the taste than anything. But this century-old ginseng is truly life-saving. Such precious medicine often doesn't have a set price tag. And the moment it appears, it prompts a frenzy of eager buyers, not to mention the superpower light emanating from the ginseng in Lu Qing's hand, tinged with a hint of red. This showed that the ginseng had already fatally acquired some characteristics of a spiritual medicine. Such precious medicines are probably even more valuable than ordinary ginseng. Compared to it, the fish he had fed the little black beast these past few days were completely insignificant. Looking at the black knight spirit fox already leisurely licking its paws and washing its face by the side, Lu Qing's gaze shifted, and he squatted down, attempting to coax it. "Little guy, let's make a deal. If you come across something like this again, bring it to me. Whatever kind of fish you want to eat, I'll catch them for you, deal?" If someone saw Lu Qing now, they would find his smile to be just like that of a weird uncle trying to bribe a child with candy. The little black beast didn't seem to understand what Lu Qing said. After licking its paws, it just glanced sideways at Lu Qing, then elegantly walked over to the fence, lightly leaped, and disappeared into the night. This time, Lu Qing saw its gaze clearly. He felt as if he had just been scorned by a little beast. Lu Qing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Although he was scorned by a little beast, his mood was still very pleasant. Taking the wooden basin back to the kitchen, Lu Qing unusually lit an oil lamp and found a damp cloth. Then, sitting in the hall, he started to clean the mud off the ginseng by the lamplight. With his meticulous cleaning, the ginseng in his hand gradually revealed its complete appearance. The main body of the ginseng was quite plump, resembling a little radish. The roots were very long, and from a general look, it nearly had the shape of a human body. Had it grown any further, it might truly have taken the form of a tiny person. Somewhat regrettably, some of the roots were clearly broken. This made the appearance less perfect. Clearly, it was the little black beast that had forcefully broken them when it dug up the ginseng. Although Lu Qing felt a sense of disappointment, he also knew not to be too dissatisfied. To be honest, for the black little beast to have dug up a ginseng was already enough to amaze people. You surely couldn't expect it to dig up the ginseng as perfectly as an herb gatherer would, could you? After admiring the century-old ginseng for a while, Lu Qing carefully stowed it away. He planned to take the ginseng to his master the next day to see how to maximize its value. After all, although he had read the 100 Herbs scripture thoroughly, when it came to knowledge of herbs, he was nowhere near his master, the divine doctor. The next morning, Lu Qing got up and, following his master's example, performed the nourishing body boxing twice in the courtyard. Feeling refreshed and invigorated, before he went to make breakfast. After breakfast, he took little Yen to the half-mountain small courtyard. Upon seeing the elder doctor, he immediately took out the century-old ginseng wrapped in cloth. Master, last night your disciple unexpectedly came upon a herb and would like for you to take a look and suggest how best to deal with it, he said. Oh, what herb is it? The elder doctor was somewhat puzzled. Had his disciple gone out to gather herbs late at night? It's this herb. Lu Qing unfolded the cloth, revealing the ginseng inside. Is this ginseng? When the elder doctor saw the herb clearly, his eyes immediately widened. Surprised, the elder doctor immediately took the cloth bundle from Lu Qing and carefully inspected the ginseng. Indeed, it is ginseng, and not only that, but it's also an exceptionally good, fresh century-old ginseng with wonderful appearance. After a thorough examination, the elder doctor finally let out a long sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Ah Qing, where did you get this ginseng? Did you venture into the mountains last night?" The elder doctor looked at Lu Qing with great astonishment. A century-old ginseng of such quality would generally only grow in remote deep forest areas where people seldom tread. Ordinary herb gatherers would find it difficult to venture into such regions. Even he, with his many years of experience in gathering herbs, had rarely encountered such specimens. Given the freshness of this ginseng, it must have been dug up not long ago. How had Lu Qing obtained it? Could it be that he ventured into the deep woods last night? But that was clearly impossible. Facing the elder doctor's puzzlement, Lu Qing smiled. Master, you would never guess who gave me this ginseng. Someone gave it to you? Who? The elder doctor became even more curious. Who would be so generous to give away such a precious century-old ginseng as a gift? It was the black little beast I mentioned to you before. Last night, after I fed it fish, it brought me this ginseng. It was that black little beast? The elder doctor was extremely surprised. Lu Qing then elaborately recounted the events of the previous night. Not only did it surprise the elder doctor greatly, but little Yen beside him also widened her eyes in disbelief. It seems that this black little beast truly possesses a high degree of spiritual nature, having reached the level of understanding human behavior, remarked the elder doctor after hearing Lu Qing's story. Disciple thinks so too. I feel it might even understand what we're saying, Lu Qing agreed. The contemptuous look in the black night spirit fox's eyes as it left last night. This is the benefit of doing good deeds and accumulating virtue. The elder doctor stroked his beard and said, if you had not been kind-hearted that day and had not chased it away, but instead fed it fish every night, how could you have this good fate today? Was I kind-hearted for not chasing it away? I didn't dare to shoo it. Hearing his master's words, Lu Qing felt somewhat embarrassed. That little thing was very formidable, no one dared to provoke it. Master, as you said, this ginseng is more than 100 years old, so how much is it worth? Lu Qing asked.